Transmigrated as the villain, the Ice Queen of Campus has designs on me. Chen Beiyuan had transmigrated into the body of a terrifyingly influential, fated villain in a cliché urban wish fulfillment novel. Even worse, he'd awakened the Defy Fate system. Mission: alter your doomed destiny or change pivotal characters' fates to earn rewards. And now, on his second day in this world, he was about to face his first life or death clash with the novel's protagonist, the so-called Son of Fortune. But before Chen Beiyuan could even strategize, the story's icy, untouchable female lead, Leng Ruobing, knocked on his door at midnight, offering herself on a silver platter. Chapter 1: The Fated Villain Who Holds the Power Fantasy Script. Yanjing City, Dragon Soar Hotel. Chen Beiyuan, you've spent years at Donghua Academy trying to win me over, acting like some devoted admirer. Did you think I didn't see through you? You're just after my body, how pathetic. Fine. Tonight, I'll give you what you want. After this, we're done. I'll just consider it a dog bite. The cold and aloof campus belle, Leng Ruobing, glared at the man before her with frost in her eyes. Despite her composed demeanor, the faint flush creeping up her ears and the rapid rise and fall of her chest betrayed her inner turmoil. The man in question, Chen Beiyuan, wore a gentle, almost perfect smile, exuding the natural authority and charisma of someone born into power. Yet, deep within his eyes, a flicker of disorientation flashed. I transmigrated. This is a world with cultivation, monstrous beasts, and alien invasions. And my identity is Chen Beiyuan, the sole heir of the Chen family, one of Donghua Empire's most formidable aristocratic clans. And this woman in front of me, Leng Ruobing? The daughter of some second-rate family in Yanjing. Wait, Chen Beiyuan. Leng Ruobing? Why does this sound so familiar? Realization struck him like lightning. This is the plot of that trashy urban power fantasy novel, Metropolitan Divine Doctor's Carefree Life. I've become the novel's ultimate villain, the fated antagonist who monopolized all the female leads while playing the role of the devoted, warm-hearted simp. And this woman, Leng Ruobing, is the novel's first female lead. Chen Beiyuan's mind raced as he absorbed the flood of memories, his expression remaining flawlessly composed despite the storm inside. As a veteran novel reader with over a decade of experience, few things could shock him but this. This was unprecedented. The Chen family, a colossal power. In Metropolitan Divine Doctor's Carefree Life, the Chen family stood as one of the Empire's most terrifying forces, a lineage so entrenched in power that they outlasted dynasties. Chen Beiyuan's grandfather, an 8th-stage war emperor, one of Donghua's strongest combatants, commanding millions of troops at the border, guarding against monstrous beast invasions. A true pillar of the nation. Chen Beiyuan's father, a 7th-stage war king, a military titan controlling regional garrisons, his influence stretching across the empire. Chen Beiyuan's mother, the mysterious daughter of a hidden clan, founder of Dragon Soar, a top 10 global arms dealer supplying the empire's military. The Chen family wasn't just wealthy, they held the empire's gun barrel. And Chen Beiyuan? He was their crown jewel. Born with heaven-defying talent, hailed as a future war god, his very existence cast a shadow over the protagonist Lin Xiao, the so-called Son of Fortune. Unlike typical villains, Chen Beiyuan wasn't petty or cruel. He was refined, charismatic, and unfathomably powerful. Villain so perfect, he didn't even seem like one. Yet now, Chen Beiyuan, the original soul, was gone. And in his place? Transmigrator with a system. The system awakens. Ding! Detecting hostess altered fate. The Defy Destiny system has activated. Mission: change your doomed fate or alter key characters' destinies to earn rewards. Host: Chen Beiyuan. Age: 18. Cultivation: 4th stage war general. Cultivation art: prison suppressing demon scripture 8th grade. Combat skills: forbidden annihilation demon flame palm, forbidden annihilation demon prison fist. War soul. Fate: fated villain. Chen Beiyuan's lips curled. System: expected. But more importantly, he knew the plot. And right now, he stood at a critical juncture. The hero's most shameless move. In the original novel, Leng Ruobing was Lin Xiao's woman. Yet, for some unfathomable reason, the Son of Fortune had sent her to Chen Beiyuan's hotel room. Willingly. As a gift. Chen Beiyuan almost laughed. What kind of power fantasy protagonist does this? Sending the female lead to the villain. This author must have been smoking something wild. But then again, if the one benefiting was him, well, no complaints here. The truth behind the villain's love. Digging into the original Chen Beiyuan's memories, the Transmigrator uncovered a dark secret. The villain's gentle devotion to Leng Ruobing? Ruse. He was cultivating a demonic art using emotional attachment as fuel to ascend to godhood. His plan? Kill the woman to prove the Tao. No wonder he treated her so well in the novel. He was literally farming her for cultivation. But in the end, the original Chen Beiyuan failed. The protagonist's halo and heroine's aura had corrupted his scheme, making him genuinely fall for her. And that failure led to his downfall. New villain rises. Chen Beiyuan's smile remained gentle, but his eyes glinted with something far colder. Destiny. Not anymore. With the Defy Destiny system, he would rewrite everything. Starting with the woman standing before him, her pride masking her fear. Leng Ruobing. The first piece of his new game. Next chapter preview. You think this is about desire? Chen Beiyuan chuckled, stepping closer. No, Leng Ruobing. This is about ownership. System mission, subvert Leng Ruobing's fate. Reward. Chapter 2, Leng Ruobing, he said he wouldn't mind. He'd marry me. At this point in the plot, we're at the early stage Donghua Academy Grand Competition arc. Donghua Academy, as the Empire's premier institution, gathers the nation's most elite talents, serving as a direct pipeline for the imperial elite. Even the great aristocratic families dare not underestimate its influence. This year's competition prize. A final entry into a collapsing beast realm, a dying secret realm controlled by the Academy, its spiritual energy nearly depleted. Within it lies a dragon blood pool, infused with a single drop of essence blood from an 8th stage blood sin dragon emperor. It can temper the body, nourish war souls, and if one is lucky even grant a beast-born divine ability. Even the scions of noble families would kill for such a treasure. In the original novel, the protagonist Lin Xiao used this very opportunity to bathe in dragon blood, awaken his war soul, and comprehend a monstrous divine ability, launching his meteoric rise. During the competition, Lin Xiao emerged as a dark horse, defeating numerous noble heirs to reach the finals. But standing in his way, me, the fated villain. In the original plot, Lin Xiao had no confidence in defeating me fairly. Desperate, he convinced Leng Ruobing to sacrifice herself, unaware she carried a hidden toxin designed to cripple my cultivation. Using this underhanded tactic, Lin Xiao humiliated Chen Beiyuan, shattering his invincible mindset, though the villain later recovered, even breaking through to a higher realm. From then on, the feud between Chen Beiyuan and Lin Xiao escalated. Ultimately, Lin Xiao allied with another great family, colluded with borderland beasts and aliens, and orchestrated the Chen family's downfall. Recalling the novel's trajectory, Chen Beiyuan's dark eyes flickered with killing intent. As a reader, he once found Lin Xiao's schemes interesting. Now he just wanted the bastard dead. Lin Xiao wasn't your typical righteous protagonist. He was a snake, ruthless, pragmatic, and utterly without bottom lines. To seize opportunities, he pimp out his own woman. To survive, he kneel and beg. To destroy the Chen family, he sell out his own nation. A threat like this can't be left alive. Chen Beiyuan's smile remained gentle, but his mind churned with dark calculations. Leng Ruobing's despair. Leng Ruobing's breathing hitched, her fingers trembling imperceptibly. She never imagined Lin Xiao would ask this of her. For years, rumors painted her as Chen Beiyuan's pampered songbird, a woman who traded dignity for his patronage. True, her family had borrowed the Chen name. True, she accepted his gifts. But she never asked for them. Determined to prove her worth, she grown cold and distant toward Chen Beiyuan. Then came Lin Xiao, a self-made commoner who fought his way into Donghua Academy. Compared to Chen Beiyuan's heaven-defying privilege, Lin Xiao's struggle resonated with her. More importantly, she sensed his hidden potential. With resources, he could rival even Chen Beiyuan. But admiration wasn't why she stood here now. Her mother had fallen ill, a mysterious coma no healer could cure. Then Lin Xiao appeared, claiming he could heal her. One acupuncture session later, Her mother briefly woke. Gratitude became affection. Affection became trust. Then, Ruobing, I need your help. The competition prize is my only chance to overcome my limits. Take this drug. Seduce Chen Beiyuan tonight. By dawn, he'll be crippled. I'll avenge every humiliation he's dealt you. I'll marry you. I swear. Now, standing before Chen Beiyuan, Leng Ruobing whispered the words that had broken her. He said he wouldn't mind. He'd marry me. Chapter 3. I'll slap you first, and see if you dare to go crazy again. Leng Ruobing knew very well, even understood very well, why Lin Xiao had such thoughts. In a sense, she was the one who knew best how terrifying this man in front of her was, who always had a humble smile on his face and looked like a modest gentleman. As soon as he was born, he was accompanied by terrifying visions, which indicated that he was extraordinary. He trained his body at the age of 3 and broke through to become a first-class warrior. At the age of 5, he accumulated energy and broke through to the second-grade combat master. At the age of 8, he attracted spirits and broke through to become a third-grade combat spirit. At the age of 12, he condensed his fighting spirit and broke through to become a fourth-rank general. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed has amazed many top experts, who concluded that this boy has the potential to become an emperor. Within 10 years, he will be able to surpass all the strong men of the younger generation and take the lead. Within 100 years, the Donghua Chen family will probably be able to produce another 8th-grade war emperor who can suppress the destiny of an entire country. There is even hope to sprint to the illusory realm of the 9th-level god of war. At that time, the top powerful families in the entire Donghua Empire were almost ready to break down the door of the Donghua Chen family, wanting to marry into the Donghua Chen family. Even the Donghua Empire's top university extended an olive branch to Chen Beiyuan and directly admitted him. That year, the name Chen Beiyuan almost weighed heavily on the heads of the entire young generation of the Donghua Empire. However, after the age of 12, Chen Beiyuan chose to suppress his realm and no longer break through. Instead, he continued to polish his foundation and his state of mind. Such wanton behavior caused quite a stir at the time, with many people calling him crazy and self-degrading. Even some bad voices appeared within the Donghua Chen family. You know, if he had such talent, Chen Beiyuan would most likely break through to the 5th-grade war commander at the age of 18, and transform his general-level war soul into a commander-level war soul. For 6 whole years, Chen Beiyuan remained at the initial stage of a general, without making any progress. Just when the outside world began to question Chen Beiyuan's self-degradation and mediocrity, what happened next slapped everyone in the face. A void crack suddenly appeared near Donghua Academy, revealing an unstable secret realm of ferocious beasts, from which many terrifying beasts escaped. At that time, a 5th-grade ferocious beast, the violent blood dragon, happened to appear in Donghua Academy, ready to attack the students. Coincidentally, among the students at that time were Chen Beiyuan, Leng Ruobing, Lin Xiao. At the critical moment, Chen Beiyuan took action. This was also the only time Chen Beiyuan fought in public. With just one punch and one palm, he directly crossed a major realm and killed the violent blood dragon. As a 4th-grade warrior, he easily killed a 5th-grade ferocious beast. Such a record is truly shocking. The scales on the 5th-grade ferocious beast, the violent blood dragon, which could withstand heavy thermal weapons, were as fragile as white paper and were easily torn apart. The sturdy skull was instantly beaten into a pool of minced meat. What is even more terrifying is that from beginning to end, Chen Beiyuan never revealed his fighting spirit. This means that he didn't use his full strength at all. At that moment, all doubts became so ridiculous. The name Chen Beiyuan appeared again in the minds of countless people, like a towering mountain pressing on their hearts. No one knows how terrifying the true strength of this monster is, who has been silent for 6 years, suppressed his cultivation for 6 years, and has never broken through to a higher level. When he breaks free from the shackles that he has imprisoned himself and stops being silent, what earth-shaking power will he unleash? No one knows. Even Lin Xiao, the son of destiny, chose to avoid the monster Chen Beiyuan when he was about to face him. He was unwilling to confront him head-on, but hoped to use some despicable means. Although Leng Ruobing had great confidence in Lin Xiao, the civilian genius, deep down in her heart, she obviously did not think that Lin Xiao could defeat the monster Chen Beiyuan head-on. After all, the treatment and resources that the two have enjoyed since childhood are not of the same level. At this moment, Leng Ruobing frowned slightly, looking at Chen Beiyuan, who was motionless and seemed a little dazed, with an inexplicable anger on her cold face. Why, you still want me to take the initiative? At this point, are you still pretending to be a hypocrite? Isn't what's about to happen what you've always wanted? Chen Beiyuan, you really make me feel sick. Perhaps it was Chen Beiyuan's tolerant attitude towards her over the years that made her accustomed to his bad attitude in front of this man who was regarded as a monster by the outside world. In addition, her mother's sudden strange illness during this period of time and what was about to happen made her deep-seated disgust for Chen Beiyuan reach its peak. However, she didn't know that at this moment. The man in front of her was no longer the warm-hearted and servile man she was familiar with. Looking at the cold and beautiful school beauty in front of him who was so high and mighty, as if giving arms to a beggar on the street, the gentle smile on Chen Beiyuan's face became more and more intense, and his calm eyes were like looking at a clown. He couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, sometimes, if you give too much face, even the pheasants on the street will think they are phoenixes. Chen Beiyuan, what did you say? Leng Ruobing widened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, as if she was deeply hurt by the vicious words. She couldn't help but swear. The frustration and anger in her heart instantly surged into her heart. She subconsciously raised her hand and slapped the man in front of her. Bang! A loud slap. Before Leng Ruobing could make a move, Chen Beiyuan slapped her to the ground. Her fair and tender right cheek swelled up instantly, and her messy hair fell in front of her, covering her eyes of disbelief. How is that possible? This damn liquor actually hit her. Chen Beiyuan ignored the cold and resentful eyes on the ground. He took out a silk scarf from his pocket and wiped his right hand. The gentle smile on his face remained unchanged, but his calm eyes gradually turned cold. I really want to know who gave you the courage to attack me. You don't think that your current status and the Leng family behind you are all due to your own efforts, do you? A fox in tiger skin will never become a real tiger. What's more, I was the one who put that tiger skin on you. If that slap had really landed on you, you and the family behind you would have been wiped out in an instant. People always fail to recognize their place. You say you hate my existence, yet you wantonly enjoy the halo I give you, thinking you're superior to others. How despicable. I can laugh it off if a canary imprisoned in a cage occasionally throws a tantrum, but if it continues to lose its place, then this game will be over. Chen Beiyuan is not the warm-hearted and servile man in the original novel, who has some special feelings for Leng Ruobing. He won't tolerate it. Dare to cause trouble in front of him? I'll give you a slap first, and see if you dare to get crazy again. Chapter 4 tonight, it's settled. Impossible, impossible, you are not Chen Beiyuan, who are you? Leng Ruobing covered her face and stared blankly at Chen Beiyuan, whose eyes were cold, as if he had become a different person. She felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. At this moment, she actually saw extreme indifference and strangeness from the man in front of her who was extremely familiar to her, as if he had become a different person. Chen Beiyuan was not surprised by Leng Ruobing's performance. After all, the personality he displayed at this moment was very different from his original self. Leng Ruobing had been licked by her original body for so many years, so she would definitely notice something was wrong at the first moment. This kind of thing can be big or small. But, so what? Blindly pretending is bound to be covered up with more lies. In this case, it is better to strike first. Being familiar with the original plot, he knew very well that the path chosen by the original person was doomed to failure. If that was the case, he naturally would not continue on this path. He has his own way. Since he has come to this world with a cultivation system, ferocious beasts and alien races, which is countless times more exciting than his previous life, wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't leave something behind? From this moment on, he is Chen Beiyuan. Leng Ruobing, you disappoint me so much. Chen Beiyuan reached out and grabbed Leng Ruobing's chin. The strong force made a look of pain appear on her face. Even if it's just a dog, after raising it for so many years, I should have developed feelings for it. Over the years, I've given you more than enough resources and status. The Leng family behind you has also made a lot of money under the banner of the Donghua Chen family, and has grown step by step to where it is today. I believe I have never done anything to wrong you, and you actually want to harm me because of an outsider. It seems he's gotten used to sucking blood over the years and now he wants to kill me. I don't know what you are talking about. Leng Ruobing's pupils shrank, her face turned pale, her body trembled, and her rising and falling chest indicated her inner unrest. How could he know? How could he know? Impossible, this matter was only known to me and Lin Xiao, and it was only decided an hour ago. How could Chen Beiyuan know? He must have cheated her. However, Chen Beiyuan's next words made her expression completely frozen. TSK, at this point, you're still being stubborn? You underestimate me, and the Donghua Chen family. In the entire Donghua Empire, there are only a handful of noble families that can boast of the title of empire. Each of them is a behemoth supporting this empire. The terrifying power of noble families is beyond your imagination. There's nothing in Yanjing city that I don't know. An hour ago, I knew every word and expression you exchanged with Lin Xiao. Chen Beiyuan applied a little force with his right fingertips, leaving a red mark on the cold, pink and white skin. A painful expression appeared on his cold and arrogant face, and his eyes were full of fear. Leng Ruobing never dreamed that her conversation with Lin Xiao would be quietly known to Chen Beiyuan, who even knew the scene clearly. A creepy feeling of fear suddenly appeared in her heart. At this moment, she felt that her every move over the years was probably being watched by a pair of invisible eyes in secret, and there was not a single secret at all. She opened her mouth, wanting to make a sound, but no words came out. Looking at Leng Ruobing's genuinely terrified expression, a smile appeared in Chen Beiyuan's eyes. Having read the original story, he can almost be said to have opened up a god's perspective, and any details he knows can be thrown out at random. It's scary enough. However, this is not enough, we need to add fuel to the fire. Honestly, I actually fell for someone like you in the first place. You're completely clueless. You let a man fool you into willingly giving yourself away, and you're even feeling so moved by it. Don't you think about what the consequences will be if you succeed tonight? The young master of the Donghua Chen family has become a cripple? I'm afraid the entire Yanjing city, no, the entire empire, will be shaken. Even the million-strong army stationed on the border will riot. Can you bear the consequences? Do you know that you are touching the lifeblood of a top family? You are touching the future of a top family. At that time, you and the Ling family behind you will be killed without a burial place. Your parents and your clansmen will all experience the most brutal purgatory torture in the world. Come, tell me now, what do you rely on to face the wrath of the Donghua Chen family? Chen Beiyuan looked directly at Leng Ruobing and spoke calmly. The invisible pressure was like a surging wave that swallowed up Leng Ruobing bit by bit, making it difficult for her to breathe. Leng Ruobing's frightened eyes gradually became dull and dazed, and images of swords and knives, shouts of fighting and killing, his unconscious mother pierced through the chest by a sharp blade, his father beheaded, and the entire Leng family destroyed seemed to emerge in his mind. It was not until this moment that she realized the seriousness of the matter. All along, she relied on Chen Beiyuan's love for her, but when she destroyed her greatest reliance with her own hands, how should she face the raging wrath of the behemoth Donghua Chen family? Is it because of Lin Xiao? Don't be ridiculous. How could Lin Xiao, who was alone and without any background, fight against the Donghua Chen family? That is a top family with an 8th grade war empress oppressing their luck. Everything seemed to be stuck in a dead loop, with no hope at all. Could she possibly reach an understanding with the person involved, so that her family could survive? Isn't this bullshit? Do you think you are filming an idol drama? You crippled the young master of someone's family, and you can still get their forgiveness. You are kidding. Even novels don't dare to be written like this. However, Chen Beiyuan knew that this kind of thing actually happened. In the original novel, Lin Xiao, the son of luck, successfully showed off at Donghua Academy and humiliated Chen Beiyuan. He then decisively chose to be a coward and hid away. Let Leng Ruobing and the Ling family behind her bear the wrath of the Donghua Chen family. To find a way out for her family, Leng Ruobing knelt in front of the gate of the Donghua Chen family for 7 days and 7 nights. Afterwards, she was taken to Chen Beiyuan's room and knelt there for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, it was solved. The original body actually forgave Leng Ruobing and let the Ling family go. This matter caused a huge uproar at the time. The Donghua Chen family was almost completely disgraced. Even Chen Beiyuan, who had traveled through time at this moment, couldn't help but want to say to his original body, "You deserve to die at the hands of a woman. You lick the dog, you will not die well." Of course, Chen Beiyuan knew very well that his original body, whose invincible heart had been broken at that time, might have been interfered with by the protagonist's halo, causing him to really fall in love with Leng Ruobing. He really went from being a destined villain to a suck-up. However, at this moment, he is no longer the warm-hearted and servile person he used to be, and he does not have any special feelings for Leng Ruobing. To put it bluntly, with his current status and position, what woman can he not find? Do you have to look for this kind of stuff? It's okay to play. Forget about the rest. If it weren't for Leng Ruobing's identity as the heroine, she would still have some value. Based on what she had done before, Chen Beiyuan would not hesitate to twist off her head and kick it like a ball. Aye. Seeing Leng Ruobing's dull face and blank eyes, he was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. He no longer had the arrogant attitude he had just had, and looked like he had been played around. A smile appeared on Chen Beiyuan's lips, and a sense of comfort emerged in his heart. This is what a villain of destiny should do. Female lead. In his eyes, it's just a plaything. At this moment, he was like a devil playing with people's hearts. Looking at the woman in front of him who was in fear and confusion, he loosened the fingers that were pinching her chin and slapped Leng Ruobing's face lightly, saying meaningfully, "As a human being, you need to use your brain to avoid being sold by others and then foolishly selling yourself to them for money. Think carefully, when did you first meet Lin Xiao? When did your mother suddenly fall ill and fall into a coma? How did Lin Xiao happen to have such superb medical skills that he could treat this strange disease?" As Chen Beiyuan finished speaking, Leng Ruobing, whose mind was already in a mess, felt as if she was struck by lightning. Everything went blank, and an inexplicable heartache and suffocation instantly surged into her heart. Her delicate facial features showed an expression of disbelief. Impossible. Leng Ruobing knelt there in a daze, as if all her energy had been drained away, muttering to herself. At this moment, she seemed to have been played to pieces and her defenses were completely broken. Ding, congratulations to their host for changing their original fate and successfully avoiding the fate of having their cultivation abolished. They also used special verbal tactics to break the female protagonist Leng Ruobing's defenses, causing her to harbor hidden hostility and resentment towards the child of luck, Lin Xiao, indirectly weakening Lin Xiao's luck and future support. Ding, congratulations to their host for receiving the special reward, Xianshendao fruit. Xianshendao fruit. The Xianshendao tree blooms once every 500 years and bears fruit once every 1,000 years. It contains a certain Dao level power that can help practitioners accumulate strength and achieve breakthroughs at critical moments. A silver fruit containing mysterious Taoist text suddenly appeared in the system's built-in storage space. Chen Beiyuan looked at the Xianshendao fruit lying quietly in the storage space, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. You came at the right time. According to the original body's plan, it would take at least half a year to complete his own accumulation and break through the original realm. However, tomorrow is the first confrontation with Lin Xiao, the son of luck, so Chen Beiyuan will naturally not underestimate him. After all, who knows if something like the Son of Fortune will suddenly explode. Sometimes, it's better to be a little safer. With this thing, I can give a lucky guy a big surprise tomorrow. However, before that, there is one more thing to deal with. Chen Beiyuan looked down at Leng Ruobing, who was standing at his feet, with a look of doubt on his face and a look of being played around, and said in a flat tone, "Kneel." In the Longting Hotel, at the entrance of a small alley, there is a figure hiding in the shadows, staring intently at a room with the lights on, as if waiting for something. This person is none other than Lin Xiao, the protagonist of The Urban Medical God's Happy Record. To ensure that nothing went wrong, he followed Leng Ruobing the entire time, watching her walk into the hotel room, and then, he watched Chen Beiyuan go in. Soon, after seeing the lights in the hotel room completely go out and the curtains drawn, Lin Xiao's face showed a twisted and ferocious expression. The nails of his clenched hands almost pierced into his flesh, and his teeth were almost broken. But deep down in his heart, he was secretly relieved. Tonight, it's settled. Chapter 5 Donghua Chen Family, Chen Beiyuan. Chen Beiyuan, for tonight's shame, tomorrow I will make you pay with blood. Lin Xiao's chest was heaving, his breathing was rapid, his teeth were clenched, and he looked at the Longting Hotel in front of him with fierce eyes. Deep in his heart, his murderous intent towards Chen Beiyuan grew stronger. If it wasn't for tomorrow's college competition, why would he resort to such a desperate measure? If you come from a humble background, you have to do whatever it takes to reach a higher position and gain greater power. The resources of this world have long been monopolized by the aristocratic families. If he wants to make further progress, he has to do his best. If he had a family background as powerful as Chen Beiyuan's, why would he let his beloved woman do such a thing? It is undeniable that he did have some intentions towards the Leng family and wanted to annex it. He used some tricks in secret, but he was also really moved by the woman Leng Ruobing. However, for the sake of their mutual future, he could only make some sacrifices. After being silent for a while, a trace of confusion appeared on Lin Xiao's face. He moved quickly, wanting to confirm it one last time. But before he got close to the Longting Hotel, he suddenly felt a creepy feeling. The alarm bells in his heart rang, and he paused. He quickly dived into the shadows and remained motionless. At some point, the streets near the Longting Hotel were quietly filled with passers-by and street vendors, vaguely surrounding the entire Longting Hotel, as if it were an iron barrel that was completely leak-proof. Among them, the aura of some vendors made Lin Xiao, who was hiding in the shadows, feel terrible pressure. Damn it! Hiding in the dark, gritting his teeth and cursing in his heart, Lin Xiao knew that he was afraid he would not be able to get close. I'm afraid these people nearby are all vicious dogs raised by the Donghua Chen family, specifically to protect their masters. Every move affects the hearts of countless people. This is the influence of the top families. As the heir of a top family, it would be really nonsense if there was no one to protect you. If he approaches rashly, it will probably cause a chain reaction. By then, he will be in trouble. At this moment, he seemed to be only one street away from the Longting Hotel, but in fact it seemed like the end of the world and difficult to get close to. Such an experience made the anger in his heart boil even more, and his hatred towards the wealthy and powerful families became even stronger. But deep in those angry eyes, there was an irrepressible yearning. While hating the evil dragon, Lin Xiao also wanted to become it. The next day, Donghua Academy. As the top university in the empire, Donghua Academy has always been the most coveted, holy land, in the eyes of countless Donghua people. Since its establishment, Donghua University has produced countless famous and powerful figures. This is the gathering place for countless young geniuses from the entire empire and the cradle of the empire's future strong men. It can be said that as long as one can enter this institution and graduate successfully, it is almost equivalent to getting a ticket to heaven, and the future achievements are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, there are very few people who can successfully graduate from Donghua University, and most of them end up in a bleak situation due to the cruel reality. To enter Donghua Academy, the minimum requirement is to break through to the second-grade combat master before the age of 18, or to possess special skills such as alchemy, refining, etc. Then, after admission, students who break through to the third grade war spirit within 5 years can continue to stay for further studies and enter the inner courtyard of the academy to be trained as key students of Donghua Academy. The rest who fail to meet the standards will be expelled. Within 10 years, those who can break through to the 4th rank general can apply for graduation from the school, complete graduation tasks of varying difficulty, and ultimately obtain a letter of recommendation from the school. Graduates can use their invitation letters to work in various departments of the empire. This is a real ladder to heaven. How many common people and poor students have successfully changed their fate and reached the pinnacle of their lives by using this ladder to heaven? Their academy competition, held by Donghua Academy every 5 years, is an opportunity to become famous in the eyes of countless students. The generous rewards are enough to make countless students from academic institutions salivate. Especially in this year's academic competition, the top management of the academy even took out a secret realm of ferocious beasts that was on the verge of collapse as a reward for the champion of this competition. It is said that the secret realm of ferocious beasts contains their legacy of a high-level ferocious beast. Once you can get it, you can be reborn. Therefore, this school competition almost made many students who had been practicing in seclusion come out to compete for 1 or 2 places. Among them, there are even many students born into wealthy families who have already met the graduation requirements and become 4th-ranked generals. In the past, within Donghua Academy, the children of wealthy families, relying on their resources and family support, almost always dominated the students from less privileged backgrounds. In the annual academy competitions, the top 3 places were almost always taken by the children of these families, and very few students from less privileged backgrounds could even make it. However, a dark horse appeared in this year's university competition. A usually unknown and low-key civilian student suddenly emerged and displayed the terrifying strength of a 4th-ranked general. He passed 6 levels, killed 6 generals, and defeated all his opponents. Among them, there are even some children from aristocratic families with terrifying backgrounds who made it all their way to the finals. In the inner courtyard of the academy, there is a fighting arena. Lin Xiao, dressed in a simple black robe, was folding his hands, closing his eyes and resting, enjoying the gazes of countless people. Even the top academic officials on the platform frequently cast glances of approval and admiration. The Donghua students in the audience were discussing. A fourth-rank general. Who on earth is this Lin Xiao? He was previously unknown, but now has become a huge sensation. Hiss, I remember this guy. 5 years ago, he barely reached the standard of a second-grade combat master and barely managed to enter Donghua Academy. In just 5 years, he attracted spirits into his body, condensed his combat spirit, and broke through to the level of combat general. I'm afraid he's only 21 years old now. A fourth-rank general already meets the graduation standards of Donghua Academy. If you can obtain a letter of recommendation from Donghua Academy, you can work in various departments of the empire. If you join the army, you will start as a major. With such talent and potential, even the children of the same class from aristocratic families may not be able to surpass him. Some students from poor families couldn't help but sigh at this moment, and their companions around them couldn't help but nod. Obviously, the sudden rise of Lin Xiao, a Donghua student of common origin, made many students of ordinary backgrounds in the entire school feel proud. However, someone nearby poured a bucket of cold water on him. HMPH, a frog in a well is not worth planning. Lin Xiao is just like that in front of that person. You know, that person was a fourth-ranked general 6 years ago. At that time, he was only 12 years old, a fourth-ranked general. With such terrifying talent, he could probably be ranked in the top 10 in the history of the entire Donghua Empire. It's undeniable that Lin Xiao's talent is indeed good, but compared to that person, he is still far behind. The two of them are not on the same level from the beginning to the end. Lin Xiao fought his way through the academy competition, but all he got was a chance to face that person head-on. People should always know themselves. A Donghua student, dressed in gorgeous clothes and obviously from a wealthy family, ignored the ugly expressions of the people around him and sneered. Even if there were students from poor families who wanted to speak up to refute, they opened their mouths and didn't know how to start. Because this person is telling the truth. When this university competition started, one person was already selected and entered the final round directly without having to participate in any selection. And no one had the slightest objection. That person is Chen Beiyuan. 5 years ago, Chen Beiyuan was specially recruited into Donghua Academy. At that time, he was already a fourth-ranked general. In the same year, Chen Beiyuan killed the fifth-grade ferocious beast, the violent blood dragon, which escaped from the secret realm with just one punch and one palm, and became a legendary figure in Donghua Academy. The top leaders of Donghua Academy all have high hopes for Chen Beiyuan and want to get close to him. However, in the past 5 years, Chen Beiyuan had appeared at Donghua Academy only a handful of times, and when he did, it was to visit Leng Ruobing. It was said that many high-ranking officials at the university were secretly dissatisfied with Chen Beiyuan, believing that he was unwilling to get close to them. Battle Arena. Lin Xiao, who was resting with his eyes closed, also heard the noise and content in the audience stands at this moment. He slowly opened his sharp eyes and looked towards the audience stands. Apparently, a certain name in the audience had elicited a reaction from him. Until he saw a cool figure sitting in the front seat of the audience. The heaviness and fear in his heart were finally relieved. Last night, Lin Xiao did not leave, but stayed in a dark corner all night. It was not until the next morning, when he saw Leng Ruobing staggering out of the Longting Hotel with a haggard and dazed look on his face, his eyes vacant, an obvious red and swollen palm prints on his face, that he knew his plan had succeeded. He is sure to win today's school competition. Chen Beiyuan, no matter how evil you are, once you are infected with my poison of illusion, all your cultivation will be lost. After today, you will be a cripple, and I will step on your head to reach a higher peak. Ruobing, I will make Chen Beiyuan pay a heavy price for the humiliation he inflicted on you last night. Looking at Leng Ruobing, who was silent and dazed in the audience. Lin Xiao's murderous intent towards Chen Beiyuan grew stronger and stronger, and he could hardly hold it back. However, as time passed, Chen Beiyuan never appeared. There is not much time left until the end. The people in the audience began to commotion, and even the top leaders on the rostrum began to frown. Just then, a burst of loud exclamations suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Trample! 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 A figure exuding a noble and majestic aura was now slowly walking towards the fighting arena. The person who came was Chen Beiyuan. Chapter 6. If you lose, kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. Here it comes, here it comes. Chen Beiyuan is here. Hiss, is this the mysterious Chen Beiyuan from Donghua Academy? He really is as handsome as the legend says. Har har, that's natural. It's said that one of the four great beauties in Yanjing is in love with him. Unfortunately, Chief Chen is only interested in Leng Ruobing, the cold and beautiful school beauty. Over the years, I've never heard of him being interested in other women. The Ling family is just a small, second-rate family. I never thought they could take advantage of this opportunity to become in-laws with the Donghua Chen family. I'm afraid they'll soar to fame in the future. With the appearance of Chen Beiyuan, the entire Donghua Academy's combat zone was in an uproar. Thousands of students from various institutions of higher learning couldn't help but look over there. Even the top leaders of the academy who were sitting high up on the main platform couldn't help but cast strange glances. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan almost became the focus of the scene, and even Lin Xiao, who had been waiting on the fighting stage, was directly ignored. Leng Ruobing, who was sitting in the front row of the audience, was also staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure. She felt dazed and the scene of last night emerged in her mind. She used to think she knew Chen Beiyuan very well, but what happened last night overturned her perception. Deep in my memory, that figure who always had a gentle smile and made people feel like spring breeze actually showed a domineering, cold, noble and majestic side. At that moment, Leng Ruobing felt that Chen Beiyuan had become very unfamiliar. Compared with before, he was like two different people. The person whom I once thought I was most familiar with and the one I hated the most is now covered in a hazy cloak of mystery. After all, that is the real you. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly appeared. HMPH, ignorant. A small Ling family is worthy of marrying into the Donghua Chen family. Chen Beiyuan already has a fiancée. Leng Ruobing's face suddenly turned pale, full of disbelief. Fiancé? He actually has a fiancée. How could I not know? The man who spoke next to him suddenly changed his expression. He felt a great fear covering his heart. His face turned pale and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He felt as if he had walked on the edge of hell and almost collapsed on the ground. Just now, Chen Beiyuan on the fighting stage glanced over here. The originally noisy audience seats suddenly became silent. Battle arena. Chen Beiyuan calmly withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Xiao, the son of destiny in front of him, and began to look him over. This was his first time meeting the protagonist of the original novel. This son of luck has the characteristics of most protagonists who are miracle doctors. He has a handsome face, firm eyes, upright demeanor, and wears simple black clothes, appearing very low-key. At first glance, almost most people will have a favorable impression of his positive image. However, Chen Beiyuan was very clear that Lin Xiao in front of him only looked righteous, but was actually very cruel and ruthless, and would do anything for profit. In the original work, his best method is to rely on. He used his terrifying medical skills to make friends with important figures and powerful forces, and build momentum for himself. Sometimes, even if there is no demand, we have to create demand. Even if the target he wants to befriend doesn't have any serious illness or disease, after he targets them, within a few days, the target's family members, relatives, or friends will suddenly fall ill. And as a miracle doctor, he will happen to appear, and after a lot of pretense and slapping, he will convince the target and make the target grateful to him, and he will want to open his heart to him. Even some bigwigs, under his manipulation, not only gave away their own daughters, but also turned their lifelong accumulated wealth into dowries. This son of destiny is not as righteous as he appears. The targets he targets are either destroyed or completely devoured. Of course, Lin Xiao has always maintained a great and glorious image from beginning to end. Even if someone accidentally discovered his true face, they would be quickly silenced. While Chen Beiyuan was looking at Lin Xiao was also looking at his lifelong enemy in front of him. He has made too many sacrifices to get to where he is today. Chen Beiyuan, don't you know that today's competition is the final? The students, teachers, and senior management of the entire Donghua Academy are waiting for you to come alone, and you dare to be late. You clearly don't take the commanders and leaders seriously. Behavior like yours is simply unforgivable. Lin Xiao suddenly attacked and directly put a big hat on Chen Beiyuan, putting himself on the moral high ground. As soon as these words were spoken, the people present nodded, frowned, remained silent, and their expressions varied, but no one spoke out to intervene. Obviously, Chen Beiyuan's action of appearing at the last minute made many people dissatisfied. Last night, I felt the threshold of my cultivation loosen, so I have been cultivating in my room. I have been busy until now, and I am finally here. Chen Beiyuan explained in a calm tone with his hands behind his back. Many people present did not think of anything else after hearing his double entendre explanation. Only some people in the special seats in the first row of the audience showed playful smiles on their faces and looked at Leng Ruobing, who was also sitting in the first row. As the saying goes, there is nothing new in Yanjing city. Some people from wealthy families naturally knew clearly that Leng Ruobing had taken the initiative to ask Chen Beiyuan to go to their hotel last night. The so-called cultivation is naturally somewhat intriguing. Otherwise, if it weren't for her relationship with Chen Beiyuan, how could a woman from a second-rate family sit in the first seat in the audience, on equal footing with people from wealthy families like them? At this moment, Leng Ruobing could clearly feel the amusement in the eyes beside her. A strange blush and paleness appeared on her face. Her heart was beating violently, and her palms couldn't help but clench tighter. You. As a witness, Lin Xiao naturally heard the special meaning of Chen Beiyuan's words. A strong murderous intent appeared in the depths of his eyes, and his clenched fists made a crackling sound. He almost couldn't control his emotional fluctuations. How could he not know what happened last night? Bullshit. Practice. It's obvious that he went to repair other things. When he thought of this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anger rising to his head, almost cursing in anger, but there was also an inexplicable sense of taboo excitement surging in his heart. Chen Beiyuan, don't think you can use cultivation as an excuse to get away with it. This isn't the first or second time you've been so arrogant. Who doesn't know your true nature? Over the years, you've only been to the academy a handful of times, barely taking any courses. And every time you show up, you deliberately pester Leng Ruobing, leaving countless students feeling angry but unable to speak out. Today, in front of all my classmates, teachers, and leaders, I'm going to reveal your true colors. Do you dare to make a bet with me? If I win the finals today, you must apologize in front of all the teachers and students in the school, admit your arrogant behavior over the years, and never bother Leng Ruobing again. A trace of ferocity appeared on Lin Xiao's face, and he lost his composure a little, but he still stood on the highest moral point, tied everyone together, and started his plan. Seeing Lin Xiao behaving like this, many people present felt something was wrong, and some even realized that there might be some grudge between the two. Even the senior officials of the academy on the main platform were showing some unusual commotion at this moment. You know, Chen Beiyuan's strength is obvious to all. Lin Xiao's behavior clearly shows that he is confident in defeating Chen Beiyuan head-on. Are you worthy enough to bet with me? Chen Beiyuan sneered, looking at Lin Xiao in front of him calmly. There wasn't even a trace of contempt in his eyes, as if he had never taken Lin Xiao seriously. Lin Xiao was furious and planned to continue to provoke Chen Beiyuan, but Chen Beiyuan's next words made him happy. Forget it, just treat it as a game to kill time in your spare time. It just so happens that I had a dog when I was a kid. When I was bored after training, I always liked to play with it. Unfortunately, time is merciless. It passed away when I was 15. Now that I think about it, I miss it a little. If you lose, kneel down in front of me and bark like a dog 3 times. Even though it was a huge insult for Chen Beiyuan to compare him to a dog, seeing that Chen Beiyuan agreed so easily, a hint of joy flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and a hint of ferocity appeared on his face. How arrogant! I hope you can maintain this condescending attitude for a while. I was poisoned by his poison of illusion last night, and now he is deliberately delaying time to allow the poison to continue to spread. Even if Chen Beiyuan is a monster, it will be useless. As long as Chen Beiyuan used all his strength, the fighting spirit in his body would quickly dissipate, and eventually all his cultivation would turn into nothingness, and he would become a useless person. The winner of this school competition is destined to be Lin Xiao. Today is the day when he will step on Chen Beiyuan's head and reach the top. When he thought of this, even Lin Xiao couldn't contain his excitement. However, at this moment, he did not notice that Leng Ruobing was looking at him with a complicated and strange look in the audience stands. Last night, Chen Beiyuan was really practicing in the room and didn't touch her much. At most I treated her to something to eat. Chapter 7 Lin Xiao's Trump Card. Black Dragon Fighting Spirit. It has to be said that what Chen Beiyuan said last night was effective, and successfully provoked Leng Ruobing's hidden hostility towards Lin Xiao. Whether her mother's sudden coma was caused by Lin Xiao's secret doing or not is not discussed for now. If what happened last night had succeeded, and Lin Xiao, who had benefited the most, had simply hidden herself away, she and the Ling family behind her would have had to endure the immense wrath of the Donghua Chen family. By then, the Ling family would probably be left without a burial place. It was precisely because of this that Leng Ruobing did not tell Lin Xiao what happened last night, but chose to remain silent and watch coldly. It is undeniable that Leng Ruobing does have some feelings for Lin Xiao. But last night, Chen Beiyuan's cold tone was like a sharp knife, which successfully shattered the goodwill. Moreover, Chen Beiyuan successfully made Leng Ruobing see that although Lin Xiao seemed to be upright, fair, and fearless of power, he also had a selfish and greedy side. More importantly, last night, Chen Beiyuan's domineering side, which was different from before, also gave her a strange feeling. Leng Ruobing took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness and complexity in her heart. The cold and domineering figure involuntarily emerged in her mind, and her body trembled. I was also bewitched by Lin Xiao. Everything is Lin Xiao's fault. Beiyuan obviously knows this. Even though he went a bit too far last night and made me kneel all night. But I was about to harm him, but he didn't have any killing intentions towards me, nor did he attack the Ling family. This means that he still has me in his heart. He was only so angry because of Lin Xiao. He still likes me. At this moment, she, who claimed to have guessed Chen Beiyuan's thoughts, gradually began to become confident, and the slight uneasiness and fear deep in her heart was gradually suppressed. It has to be said that the kindness the original body showed her was too deeply rooted, making her too confident. This kind of self-confidence is called, people who are loved are always fearless. Last night, Chen Beiyuan's slap still failed to completely shatter her mysterious confidence. And with that, their bet between Chen Beiyuan and Lin Xiao was officially concluded. The people in the entire war zone became noisy and agitated. They obviously didn't expect that things would become so serious. Oh my god, are you serious? Chen Beiyuan actually agreed. Isn't this normal? Everyone in the Donghua Academy knows that Chen Beiyuan likes Leng Ruobing. How dare Lin Xiao openly provoke him? If you interfere, you'll probably get the shit beaten out of you. Hiss, where does Lin Xiao get the courage to challenge Chen Beiyuan like this? Where does he get the confidence from? Could it be that he thinks he is invincible after winning a few games? As expected, beauty is the root of all trouble. For Leng Ruobing, Lin Xiao actually had the guts to fight Chen Beiyuan. Now, we're going to have a good show. Ever since Chen Beiyuan killed a 5th grade beast with a single punch and a single palm strike 5 years ago, he hasn't taken action since. No one knows how powerful he will be in 5 years. Today, we can finally see a glimpse of what he will become. Alas, Lin Xiao was impulsive after all, too young and full of energy. Although his combat power is extraordinary, and he once defeated Wei Shu, who was born in an aristocratic family and was a mid-level general, with his cultivation of the initial stage of the general, it is obviously not enough to face Chen Beiyuan. However, with his strength, he should be able to force out some of Chen Beiyuan's true strength. Alas, because of a woman, 2 promising Donghua students came to blows. It's open, it's open. Bet on how many moves Lin Xiao can withstand from Chen Beiyuan before being defeated. I bet Chen Beiyuan will beat Lin Xiao to death. For a moment, the entire battle zone audience was in an uproar. All the strange eyes were now focused on the 2 figures on the fighting stage. However, in everyone's opinion, the chances of Lin Xiao, the suddenly rising dark horse, winning against Chen Beiyuan are almost pitifully small. At this moment, Leng Ruobing, who was sitting in the first row of the audience, also became the focus of attention. Obviously, in everyone's eyes, the reason why Lin Xiao made such an insane bet was because of her. Leng Ruobing, one of the focal points of the entire audience, felt an inexplicable excitement at this moment. She found that she liked the feeling of being the center of attention. On the martial arts arena, the referee in charge of the competition also hurriedly asked for instructions from the senior management of the school who were sitting on the main platform. Soon, a new referee with a Mediterranean appearance returned to the arena. Obviously, the top management of the school also agreed to this final battle, which was a bet. I'll reiterate the rules of the game: friendship first, competition second. No killing, no fighting. As long as one side surrenders, the other side must stop. At the critical moment, I will intervene. In this competition, you are not allowed to use magical weapons or treasures above the 5th rank. You can only use weapons that are equal to your own cultivation level. The middle-aged referee looked at Chen Beiyuan, who was standing with his hands behind his back, and briefly explained the rules of the game, his expression becoming serious. At this moment, the aura of a 6th grade war king also faintly emerged from his body. The breath of cultivation. The middle-aged referee who was substituted in was obviously a level higher than the previous 5th grade war general referee. Obviously, the top management of the academy was also worried that the referee, a 5th rank war general, would not be able to control the situation, so they directly replaced him with a 6th rank war king. The battle between two 4th ranked generals was actually judged by a 6th rank war king. Such high-level treatment is probably rare. The game begins. Boom! A deep bell sounded. This indicates that the final of this academic competition has officially begun. Chen Beiyuan, everyone thinks I can't beat you. I'm afraid you think the same way too. Unfortunately, you're all wrong. You have no idea what a price I've paid for this day. I want to let all those who look down on me know who the future of the empire is. Today is the day when I, Lin Xiao, will become famous in the empire. Lin Xiao, dressed in plain black, burst into wild laughter, as if he had gone mad, with a ferocious and violent light in his eyes, like a hungry wolf that had been suppressed for many years and tore off the sheepskin on its body, revealing its true face. In an instant, amidst the incredulous gazes of countless people, he ripped off the ancient necklace on his chest. His cultivation, which should have been only at the initial stage of a general, suddenly began to surge wildly at this moment, and he could no longer conceal it. Obviously, that ancient necklace is a rare treasure that can conceal the aura of cultivation. Intermediate level warrior. High level warrior. The peak of the warrior. In an instant, Lin Xiao's aura reached the peak of a 4th grade general. It's only one step away from becoming a 5th rank war commander. Roar. A behemoth over 10 meters long suddenly appeared behind Lin Xiao. Its huge shadow directly covered most of the entire fighting arena. The ferocious head lowered down and let out a low and heavy roar. It had inky black scales, a ferocious face like a dragon or a python, 2 huge, throbbing tumors on its head, as if it was pregnant with something, and 4 thick and heavy claws that easily carved deep cracks on the solid fighting platform. Along with a ferocious roar, a terrifying pressure spread outward unscrupulously, causing huge waves. This is the fighting spirit that belongs only to Lin Xiao. A black dragon that is about to transform into a dragon. For a moment, their whole audience was shocked. The entire auditorium suddenly became noisy. Even some of the higher-ups of the academy sitting on the main platform could not help but stand up at this moment, staring intently at the huge fighting spirit on the battle stage. Chapter 8 Noisy. Suppress with a flip of the hand. Lin Xiao actually hid his cultivation. A peak warrior. A peak warrior at the age of 21. How is this possible? He was born into a common family, without the resources of a wealthy family, yet he was able to reach the peak of the war general at the age of 21, and is only one step away from becoming a 5th rank war marshal. With such talent, if it weren't for his poor family background, he would probably be another Chen Beiyuan. A dragon fighting spirit. It's such a ferocious beast fighting spirit. This is one of the strongest beast fighting spirits below the top fighting spirits. Once it can successfully transform into a dragon, it will become a top fighting spirit. At that time, it will be like a soaring dragon rising from the abyss, soaring into the sky. With the cultivation of a peak 4th grade general, coupled with this black dragon fighting spirit that is about to transform into a dragon, I'm afraid that an ordinary 5th grade general would not be Lin Xiao's opponent. Chen Beiyuan is in trouble now. No one expected Lin Xiao to be so hidden. I'm afraid he hadn't even revealed a third of his true strength before. It seems that today is destined to be a fight between dragons and tigers. No wonder the audience and the university's top management had such a huge reaction. The peak of the 4th rank warrior at the age of 21. The Donghua Empire does exist. But they are all core members of wealthy families, or the next heirs of the family. Each of them has relied on unimaginable terrifying resources since childhood, coupled with their own terrifying talents, and has accumulated them step by step. But Lin Xiao was born into a commoner family. This means that the resources he can obtain are too few. To put it bluntly, the dogs raised by wealthy families since childhood eat better than Lin Xiao. He was able to cultivate to such a level mainly due to his own talent. Under such circumstances, Lin Xiao was still able to rely on his own efforts to narrow the gap with the children of wealthy families and stand on the same starting line with them. Such talent is simply astonishing. What is even more shocking is that Lin Xiao was able to give birth to a black dragon fighting spirit that is second only to the top fighting spirit when he was a 4th grade general. The cultivation system in this world is extremely special. Not only does it have powerful and ferocious beasts and alien races, but it also has war cultivators that are unique to humans. For combat cultivators, combat spirit is the most important source of power and reliance. A first-class warrior can cultivate his body and possess the strength to lift 1,000 pounds, enough to lift a tripod. A second-grade warrior accumulates energy and generates battle energy, which can be added to the body or objects, and has various mysterious powers. A third-grade war spirit can draw spirits into their body, attracting the special spirituality between heaven and earth, and begin to merge with the war energy and soul in the body, resulting in various extraordinary special abilities. However, these first 3 realms are to lay the foundation for the next 4th-grade warriors. A 4th-grade warrior, whose soul and fighting spirit are highly integrated and the spiritual brilliance nurtured in his body reaches its peak, can awaken the fighting soul. Fighting spirit can be said to be their core of a practitioner. Everyone's fighting spirit is different, and its formation is influenced by many factors, including the strength of their spirituality, their own talents, and the truest side of their heart. Under the influence of various elements, fighting souls naturally have different grades, namely, low-level fighting souls, mid-level fighting souls, high-level fighting souls, top-level fighting souls. War cultivators of the same level, one awakened the low-level war soul, Shuquan Chicken, and the other awakened the top-level war soul, Blood Tyrannosaurus. The former's war soul can only make their war cultivator slightly faster, while the latter's war soul can allow their war cultivator to have the power and defense of a dragon. It is naturally easy to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. If a fight really breaks out, the latter will probably treat the former like a grandson and beat him to death. Low-quality war spirits are almost at the bottom of the contempt chain among those of the same level. However, a high-level war spirit can enable a war cultivator to have the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. Most practitioners who come from wealthy families can use the help of their family and precious treasures to absorb powerful spirituality, and basically will not fail to awaken. At the bottom, they all have low-level war spirits, or even mid-level war spirits. As for their high-level fighting spirit, among the top families in the empire, only a very small number can awaken high-level fighting spirits. Once discovered, they will be directly incorporated into the core members. In contrast, cultivators from humble backgrounds can only rely on their luck. If they are lucky, they can successfully awaken their fighting spirits. If they are unlucky, their spiritual energy is too weak, and even their fighting spirits cannot be awakened. They will be stuck in the middle of their journey, unable to make any progress. The gap between them was widened from the very beginning. Of course, there is still a chance to change your destiny. If you can get a special opportunity, you can naturally transform your fighting spirit and become a more powerful fighting spirit. Of course, this kind of opportunity to change one's destiny is something that can only be encountered by chance. A loach wants to turn into a dragon. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is. Why did Lin Xiao go crazy and desperately want to win this college competition? He even went so far as to send his beloved woman to Chen Beiyuan's bed. All for a chance to change one's fate. The dragon blood pool that contained the blood of the 8th-grade evil beast, the Dragon Emperor, was extremely important to him. That pool of dragon blood can not only allow Lin Xiao to break through his current realm and reach a higher level, but also allow his black dragon fighting spirit to successfully transform into a dragon and become a truly top fighting spirit. Let him truly be on par with those of elders in the empire. Which of the heirs cultivated by the great powers of the Donghua Empire doesn't possess a top-tier fighting spirit? The favored daughter of the Donghua by family possesses the legendary top fighting spirit, by Ziyi, who is said to be able to know everything in the world with just one sniff, communicate with all things, and has the ability to ward off evil spirits and slay demons. It is said that the martial madman of the Donghua Zhu family has awakened the legendary top fighting spirit, Zhu Yang, controlling the killing aura and being able to transform into a violent beast and tear the enemy into pieces. The high-ranking heir of the Donghua Lin family has even awakened the legendary top-level fighting spirit, Dao Tai, which can devour everything in the world and turn it into its own nourishment. Donghua Wei family. And there is Chen Beiyuan in front of him. To be appointed as the young master of the Donghua Chen family and become the next heir, Chen Beiyuan must have awakened the legendary top fighting spirit. Otherwise, how could Chen Beiyuan have killed a 5th grade beast with just a punch and a palm strike 5 years ago? It's a pity that Chen Beiyuan has never revealed his extremely mysterious top fighting spirit to the outside world. There seems to be only a fine line between high-level fighting spirits and top-level fighting spirits, but in fact there is a world of difference. If he doesn't transform into a dragon, he will only be a foil to those monsters in his life. If he doesn't transform into a dragon, he will only be a second-rate person in his life. My destiny is in my own hands. Today is the day that I, Lin Xiao, will defy the will of heaven and change my fate, successfully transforming into a dragon. Chen Beiyuan, today, you will definitely lose. Secret Technique Dragon Slash. The aura on Lin Xiao's body was highly integrated with the terrifying black dragon behind him, and he erupted with a pressure far beyond that of an ordinary 5th grade war commander. With a roar, the man and the dragon turned into afterimages, raising layers of air waves, and swallowed Chen Beiyuan in front with undisguised murderous intent. Many years of forbearance and humiliation can finally be completely released at this moment. At this moment, Lin Xiao only felt that his own cultivation began to loosen a little, and there were signs of a breakthrough. Even his state of mind underwent a transformation at this moment. The aura on his body also became heavier and deeper at this moment. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xiao burst out with astonishing murderous fighting spirit, as if he had transformed into a huge ancient giant. The huge black dragon seemed to have turned into a pitch-black dragon sword. Man and sword became one, bursting out with terrifying murderous intent. If you don't make a move, it's fine. But once you make a move, it's a sure kill. The violent killing intent instantly enveloped the entire fighting arena. The overwhelming killing intent instantly shocked everyone and caused constant exclamations. No one expected that Lin Xiao would burst out with such terrifying fighting power at this moment. With such a terrifying offensive, I'm afraid most 5th rank war generals would have to avoid it and dare not confront it head-on. An ordinary 5th rank war general would probably be killed on the spot. Facing such a terrifying attack, can Chen Beiyuan withstand it? Even though many people present had great confidence in Chen Beiyuan. But seeing Lin Xiao burst out with amazing fighting power one after another, even they were a little surprised and doubtful. Even Leng Ruobing's expression changed slightly at this moment. It was obviously the first time he saw Lin Xiao show his true strength. However, for some reason, a hint of worry appeared on her face at this moment. A sudden explosion at the last minute. It's worthy of being the protagonist's standard configuration. Chen Beiyuan's eyes were as dark as the abyss, his face indifferent, like a towering giant peak, still standing in the same place with his hands behind his back. He turned a blind eye to the terrifying murderous intent and the crazy shouting that were surging from all directions, as if he had already anticipated everything. In the original story, when the original body was about to fight with Lin Xiao, his cultivation suddenly disappeared, resulting in a miserable defeat and severe humiliation. It's a pity that none of this will happen after he travels through time. This time, history is about to be completely rewritten. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly with a hint of sarcasm, and he still did not retract his right hand behind his back. Instead, he slowly raised his left hand in full view of everyone. He actually wanted to fight the enemy with one hand. Noisy. Amidst a sea of incredulous gazes, Chen Beiyuan slapped Lin Xiao, who was attacking him, with his palm as if he were swatting a fly. In an instant, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth became wildly agitated, as if being pulled by some special energy, forming a huge vortex that easily tore apart the overwhelming murderous intent. All the light around began to dim at this moment. Chen Beiyuan, who was standing there with his hands behind his back, instantly became the focus of the scene. It was just an opening move, but it produced such a strange phenomenon. Once it was really launched, I wonder what kind of earth-shattering scene it would be. Seeing such a terrifying phenomenon, Lin Xiao was not frightened at all. Instead, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and a sly smile of success appeared on his face. You've been poisoned by my delusion, yet you still dare to use such a powerful combat technique. I'm afraid that before you can actually use it, your cultivation will dissipate completely, and you will become useless. This is impossible. The strange smile on Lin Xiao's face froze instantly, and his whole body felt cold. From the huge vortex of spiritual energy, a terrifying giant palm, completely black, covered with forbidden patterns, and filled with surging demonic flames, stretched out and came straight towards him to suppress him. Forbidden Demon Flame Palm. Chapter 9, The Peak of the King of War. The protagonist's godfather. That's impossible. How could he still be able to use such a terrifying fighting skill? Is the poison of illusion ineffective against him? Or? Lin Xiao's face turned pale, and he looked in disbelief at the terrifying giant palm filled with surging demonic flames that was coming towards him. His thoughts were extremely confused, and his body couldn't help but tremble. The dark and complex palm prince, emitting an aura of prohibition and destruction, instantly sealed off the entire fighting arena, locking onto his soul so tightly that he felt he had nowhere to retreat. It was obvious that his black dragon fighting spirit was no smaller than the terrifying giant palm filled with surging demonic flames, but at this moment he inexplicably felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance. It's as if they are not on the same level. Lin Xiao had thought about how powerful Chen Beiyuan was, but he never dreamed that the gap between them would be so big. Just one palm strike made him feel the threat of death. Roar! The pitch-black dragon blocking the front suddenly let out a deafening wail, and the scales on its body cracked under the terrifying high temperature and pressure, like a bloody loach, and the huge dragon body gradually became illusory and began to show cracks. With a loud bang, in the eyes of countless astonished people, the huge black dragon fighting spirit was extinguished by a palm and turned into a little soul light. Puff! Their black dragon fighting spirit, that was at stake for his life, was forcibly shattered, and Lin Xiao instantly suffered an unprecedented backlash. The blood and spirit in his body surged back, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. It felt like his head was hit by a huge hammer, and he almost fainted on the spot. But even as he saw the terrifying giant palm that had extinguished his fighting spirit and dimmed slightly did not stop, but instead came straight towards his head. The great fear between life and death and his own protagonist's luck instantly gave Lin Xiao's weak body a new strength. He regained his sanity and shouted without hesitation. "I." Seeing that Lin Xiao was able to regain his sanity at the critical moment, he wanted to shout, surrender, and escape. Snort! Chen Beiyuan's face turned cold, knowing that it must be the so-called protagonist halo at work. He suddenly snorted coldly, like thunder rolling in the sky, resounding throughout the entire fighting arena. Want to just give up and save your life? Have you asked for his opinion? Lin Xiao was startled by the sudden sound of thunder. He subconsciously raised his head and looked forward, and suddenly saw a pair of dark eyes covered with evil demonic nature. An evil light pierced his mind like lightning. Boom! Lin Xiao's pupils trembled, and he felt dizzy. His thoughts were slowly being pulled into the abyss, as if he had lost consciousness. He stopped short of shouting, "I surrender." Not good. The middle-aged referee on the side was ready to stop him the moment Lin Xiao spoke. But the strange situation of Lin Xiao suddenly keeping silent made him. He was stunned and his movements slowed down for a moment. He was just a moment late, and when he wanted to stop it, he couldn't do it. Because the terrifying giant palm filled with surging demonic flames had already slapped towards Lin Xiao's head, as if the next moment one would see the head explode and the brain splatter. Everything happened so fast. It was so fast that no one present had time to react. No one expected that Lin Xiao, who had just been shouting and jumping around wildly, would be so weak in front of Chen Beiyuan, like a jumping clown. Or maybe it's just that Chen Beiyuan is too strong. Just a light palm strike was enough to take Lin Xiao's life. Just when Lin Xiao was about to die in front of everyone's eyes, a thick and mysterious light suddenly burst out from the body of the dazed Lin Xiao, blocking the forbidden demon flame palm that was close at hand for a moment. Seeing that there was still an unexpected event, Chen Beiyuan's face was neither sad nor happy, but his eyes became a little deeper, as if he had expected it. Sure enough, the protagonist of Destiny is not that easy to kill. This kind of creature is almost the same as a cockroach. It has very strong vitality and it is impossible to kill it in one go. Snap! The thick and mysterious light only lasted for a moment before shattering. But just this instant of time is enough for people to react. Stop! An old figure wearing a grey robe and with obvious shock and anger suddenly appeared beside the dazed Lin Xiao, grabbed him and blocked him behind him. Without a trace of excess flesh and blood, the bony palm grabbed towards the slightly dimmed, forbidden demon flame palm in front of it. A huge pressure as heavy as a towering mountain burst out in an instant. 6th rank. Peak of the War King. Tear it. The seemingly withered palm forcibly tore apart the much dimmer, forbidden demon flame palm. The explosion caused by the collision turned into a surging air wave, which, under some force, swept straight towards Chen Beiyuan in front. Obviously, the old figure not only rescued Lin Xiao, but also intended to give Chen Beiyuan a warning. Such an obvious act can be seen by everyone in the entire war zone unless they are blind. How dare you? Seeing that the person who came did not hide his malice at all. Chen Beiyuan's face turned completely cold, and he didn't even have the slightest thought of retreating. Instead, he took a step forward, ignoring the surging air waves. He changed his palm into a fist, and the blood and energy in his body burst out. A domineering fist intent emerged from his body, like a terrifying demon god who suppressed all races in ancient times. He punched out and faced the enemy head-on. Boom! Fists and claws collide. The raw, pure strength of the flesh collided at this moment, creating a tremendous roar like two speeding trains colliding at 650 km per hour. The entire battlefield was suddenly engulfed in a hurricane, blowing sand, dust, and gravel into the sky, leaving countless cracks on the ground. The surface spread wildly. Rumble. The battle arena, made of special materials and strong enough to withstand hundreds of tons of pressure, instantly shattered into pieces. The intense pressure almost emptied the surrounding air. Such a domineering fist. The strange old man in the grey robe suddenly changed his expression. He felt a terrifying force like a wave bursting out from his palm, grabbing Lin Xiao's figure and pulling him back violently, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. The old eyes looked in disbelief at the noble and majestic figure in front of him who was forced to retreat 7 steps, standing with his hands behind his back and slowly retracting his fists. He felt only disbelief. In that collision of pure strength just now, on the surface he was the better one, but in reality, he was defeated miserably. As a peak 6th grade war king, he was actually pushed back 3 steps by a 4th grade war general with his physical strength. You know, even if he is old and weak, his strength is not at its peak, and without using his fighting spirit, fighting skills, and fighting spirit, but only using his physical strength, he should be able to crush Chen Beiyuan, a 4th grade general. But the truth is quite the opposite. In terms of physical strength, the two sides almost ended up in an evenly matched result. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that from beginning to end, Chen Beiyuan only used his left hand, with his right hand always behind his back, and he never made a move. This is undoubtedly equivalent to a slap in the face, it hurts so much. However, he was not the only one who was shocked. At this moment, the students in the audience and the school leaders on the main podium were also shocked by the scene before them. Wow, what did I just see? Chen Beiyuan actually dared to fight the enemy single-handedly, confronting a 6th grade war king head-on, and a powerful war king at the peak of his power. The 6th rank war king's physical body has been tempered by the battle energy for thousands of years. Even without using the battle energy, it can be compared with the divine weapon. How can Chen Beiyuan actually use the physical strength to cross 2 realms and compete with him? Wait, that old man seems to be the weird old man called Qiong Lao, who is in charge of guarding the school's supplies in the logistics department. Why is he here? Damn it. When I used my credits to exchange for something, he had a deadpan expression on his face, like I owed him money. At the peak of the 6th rank war king, this weird old man is actually hiding so deeply. Wait, something's wrong. Chen Beiyuan doesn't seem to have revealed any cultivation from the beginning to the end. It's that old guy. Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring the incredulous looks from all directions. He stared at the old figure in front of him who was wearing a grey robe, had grey hair, and looked a little sloppy. He immediately recognized the true identity of the person. Qiong Lao, director of the logistics office of Donghua University. One of the senior executives of Donghua University. However, this person has another more special identity. That is the godfather of the lucky protagonist Lin Xiao. Chapter 10. What an old dog who confuses right and wrong and talks about righteousness. According to the original story, this person has no children, is lonely and helpless, has a strange personality, has rich experience, and has a special status. He is an old man in Donghua Academy. After entering Donghua Academy, Lin Xiao set his sights on old Qiong, approaching him intentionally or unintentionally, and deliberately showing off his talents in order to seek guidance, and little by little he impressed this eccentric old man. He even knelt down to express his willingness to recognize him as his godfather and take care of him in his old age until the end of his life. This time, the strange old man was completely impressed. Over the years, the reason why Lin Xiao has been able to make rapid progress in his cultivation is inseparable from this godfather who abuses his power for personal gain and secretly uses the school's logistical resources for funding. He is also capable of taking public funds and giving them to his godson. Lin Xiao, how are you? Old Xiong felt a pang of heartache when he saw Lin Xiao, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, breathing weakly, and was extremely miserable. Fuck. Teacher, I can still hold on. Lin Xiao forced himself to open his heavy eyelids. Looking at the worried white-haired old man in front of him, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. He was about to call out the familiar name, but he realized that the occasion was not right, so he quickly changed his words. In Donghua Academy, the titles of Godfather and Godson cannot be easily exposed, otherwise it will easily give others a handle. Seeing Lin Xiao being beaten into such a miserable state, Old Xiong could no longer suppress his anger. After years of companionship, he really regarded Lin Xiao as his own son. Now, his own son was beaten like this. How could he let it go? Chen Beiyuan, you have such a cruel heart. We are both students of Donghua University, yet you treated Lin Xiao so cruelly, completely disregarding our friendship as classmates. Do you think that just because you come from a top family and have such powerful connections, you can disregard school rules and wantonly bully students from less privileged backgrounds? If I hadn't intervened in time, I'm afraid you would have been killed right there. The Donghua Chen family is one of the most prestigious families in the empire, blessed by the nation for generations. Yet, there are such heartless and cold-blooded scum as you. I'm afraid the Donghua Chen family is only a name in vain. An old man who refuses to die is a thief. As soon as Old Xiong opened his mouth, he started to confuse right and wrong, and directly put Lin Xiao in a weak position. He also forcibly and morally kidnapped all the students from poor and common families in the academy, and directly wanted to provoke confrontation. This move is extremely vicious. Donghua students who come from wealthy and powerful families are different from those who come from poor and common families. Donghua students don't get along well with each other, and even those who can become friends are very few. The conflict between them had already occurred. Just a tiny spark can intensify the conflict and make things worse. He also deliberately downplayed his previous little action and put himself in a righteous position. This series of operations can be said to have completely controlled people's hearts. At this moment, there was more or less noise in the audience seats. It was obvious that the words that distorted right and wrong had begun to work. Chen Beiyuan looked at him coldly with sharp eyes, taking in everything that was happening before his eyes. He knew in his heart that next, Old Xiong would probably take advantage of his seniority and status as a senior member of the academy to point fingers at him and judge him from a moral high ground. It could even be used to ruin the reputation of the Donghua Chen family. The viciousness of his mind and the cruelty of his actions are truly unimaginable for ordinary people. If it were someone else, they would probably be led around by the nose by this old bastard and be accused of many crimes. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. Do you really think that he, the destined villain, is made of clay? Talking nonsense. He's the best at it. What an old dog who confuses right and wrong and talks about morality. What did you say? Old Xiong, who was about to continue to accuse Chen Beiyuan and try to expel him from the school, was almost furious at the sudden rebuke. He looked at Chen Beiyuan fiercely, and the surging aura of a 6th-grade war king at the peak of his power was instantly revealed, and he wanted to overwhelm him with his force. I say you're just an old dog who confuses right and wrong and talks about morality. Chen Beiyuan ignored the pressure, remained calm, took a step forward, and faced the fierce eyes of Old Xiong and the surrounding gazes of surprise, shock, ridicule, and disdain, with a grin on his face. You said I was ruthless. When Lin Xiao was shouting at me to kill me, why didn't you, an old dog, come out and bark? Friendship between classmates? Did Lin Xiao just now look like a classmate? He was ruthless to me and disregarded our friendship as classmates, so why can't I just give him a taste of his own medicine and fight back? Just because he is weak, he is right. If I am strong, I will be wrong. You've lived to this age and you've ended up as a dog. Ming sure. He's not strong enough, yet he dared to challenge me to a fight and a bet. He deserves what he has now. It's all his own fault. You. Seeing that Chen Beiyuan was under his pressure and kept calling him an old dog, Old Xiong was almost furious, and his arms, which were holding Lin Xiao, were shaking with anger. If he hadn't considered healing Lin Xiao's injuries, he would have wanted to slap Chen Beiyuan to death. What are you talking about? As a high-ranking official at the school, you're actually confusing right and wrong and interfering in the school competition. According to Donghua school rules, unless one of the contestants voluntarily admits defeat, you're not allowed to intervene. Yet, you forcibly interfered with the competition before the results were announced, putting your personal interests above the school rules. What do you want to do? After intervening in the competition, you still dare to bully the weak with your size and use your cultivation to oppress others, intending to do something bad to me. You use your cultivation at the peak of the War King to bully students. You are unworthy of being a teacher. Afterwards, you even took advantage of your seniority to use misleading rhetoric, intending to stir up the students' emotions, distort the truth, and make a big deal out of this matter. Are you really afraid that everyone will think you're a fool? As soon as the words fell, the audience, which had been somewhat noisy, suddenly became silent. At this moment, everyone's focus was on the fighting arena, and on the figure with his hands behind his back, who was extraordinary, noble and majestic. No one expected that Chen Beiyuan would dare to point at a powerful 6th grade war king and curse him, calling him an old dog all the time, leaving no room for him at all. You know, a 6th grade war king is enough to support the reputation of a second-rate family. However, Chen Beiyuan had not finished yet. He took another step forward and looked coldly at the old dog in front of him. At this moment, his momentum overwhelmed the other party and he shouted, "Old dog, are you worthy enough to talk about the Donghua Chen family? Since the founding of the Donghua Empire, the Donghua Chen family has guarded the empire's borders for generations, guarding against ferocious beasts and foreign tribes. This has been going on for hundreds of years. Once the Chen family members reach adulthood, they all join the army and take up important positions to protect the empire's territory. Every year, hundreds of Chen family members die or are injured, and countless others are left with disabilities or hidden injuries. For hundreds of years, the blood that my Donghua Chen family has shed for the empire is enough to dye the very empire's territory red. I, Chen Beiyuan, dare to say today in front of all Donghua students and all the senior leaders of the institution, the Donghua Chen family is worthy of the empire. Today, the Chen family members are defending their country at the border, shedding blood and sweat, yet you are here confusing right and wrong, wantonly accusing the soldiers on the front lines and slandering those who are silently guarding the empire. Old dog. What are you thinking? Do you really think that the sword in my hand is weak? Chapter 11. I don't believe that Donghua Academy can cover the sky of the empire. Old dog, are you really taking advantage of the sword in my hand? Chen Beiyuan's eyes were as cold as lightning, revealing a cold light. His aura was imposing, and his voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the entire fighting arena. At this moment, his aura overwhelmed the old Xiong in front of him, leaving him speechless. Even the whole audience fell into deathly silence. So what if he's at the peak of the War King? Put a big hat on someone. The accusations Chen Beiyuan made against him were even worse. Even more terrible. More importantly, what Chen Beiyuan said was true. The Donghua Chen family's current honor and status are not empty words, but are earned through hard work. Since guarding the imperial border, countless members of the Donghua Chen family have died, including 3rd grade war spirits, 4th grade war generals, 5th grade war commanders, 6th grade war kings, and 7th grade war emperors. There is even an 8th grade war emperor. More than 100 years ago, a huge secret realm suddenly appeared on the border of the empire. 2 8th grade ferocious beasts escaped, rushed to the border line, and started a killing spree. At the same time, a large-scale wave of ferocious beasts appeared outside the border, and alien races also began to invade. For a time, the entire empire's borders were in ruins, corpses were everywhere, and the border walls were broken by foreign tribes. In an instant, the cities around the border were completely engulfed in war. At that time, overseas countries were also eyeing the situation covetously, intending to take advantage of the chaos to profit and undermine the Donghua Empire. For a time, the Donghua Empire was in turmoil, with wolves outside watching intently and vicious tigers inside running rampant and killing people. In the critical moment, an ancestor of the Donghua Chen family brazenly chose to self-ignite the imperial soul, using his life as a guide to forcibly kill the 8th grade ferocious beast, Titan Python. Another 8th grade beast, the Abyss Devourer, was severely damaged and fled back to their vast secret realm. Without these two biggest troubles, the Donghua Chen family's senior members, led by their descendants, reorganized the imperial army and, with their own flesh and blood, annihilated the beast tide and drove the invading aliens back beyond the border. In that battle, the Donghua Chen family suffered heavy losses. Not only did they lose forever an 8th grade war emperor who was powerful enough to suppress the destiny of an entire country. Tens of thousands of Chen family members were left on the border battlefield forever. It can almost be said that it has reached the point of serious injury. At that time, if Chen Beiyuan's grandfather had not broken through to the 8th grade war emperor shortly afterwards and stabilized the situation, the Donghua Chen family would have fallen from the status of a top family. After solving the internal problems, the overseas wolves and tigers who were eyeing the situation chose to give up when they saw that there was no profit to be made. This is why Chen Beiyuan dared to say, the Donghua Chen family is worthy of the empire. Under such circumstances, how could Chen Beiyuan let this old dog dare to use the Donghua Chen family as a pretext? Do you really think that he, the young master of the Chen family, is dead? Even if this matter were to be brought to the attention of the imperial high command, the only one who would suffer would be the old dog in front of us. Even the entire Donghua Academy will be punished by the empire. How could a mere 6th rank war king say these things? At this moment, Old Qiong also realized that the situation was not good, and his face became gloomy and ashen. On the main podium, the expressions of the top leaders of the academy changed drastically, and they obviously realized the seriousness of the matter. A middle-aged man with a square face and full of dignity quickly stood up and tried to smooth things over. I think this must be a misunderstanding. Bang! Suddenly in the audience, there was a loud noise, interrupting the middle-aged man's words. A towering man suddenly smashed the chair beneath him and stood up, attracting the attention of countless people. Misunderstanding. At this point, you're still being stubborn. Is this how the top management of Donghua Academy works? Who wants to bully young Master Chen today? I, Old Kuei, will be the first to disagree. This towering man is called Kuei-wen. His father, Kuei Mo, was a staff officer under Chen Beiyuan's father. A true Chen family fan. If he dares to watch the young master of the Chen family being humiliated today, his father will hang him up and beat him to death. Boom! Another seat was smashed. A thin, grim-faced young man also stood up and looked coldly at the senior officials on the platform. Donghua Academy is so arrogant. They've caused such a big incident, and they are still trying to cover it up. Do you really think everyone here is blind? The gloomy young man came from a second-rate family in Donghua Linchen. The entire family behind him was a vassal of the Donghua Chen family and was protected by it. As the saying goes, if the king humiliates his subjects, they will die. If he dares to watch today, then he and the family behind him will be finished. In comparison, the identity of Donghua students. No, whatever. Boom. Donghua Academy prides itself on being the premier institution in the empire, a sacred place in the eyes of the people. But today, it seems to be nothing more than a den of filth and corruption. Another Donghua student slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily. The family behind this person is also one of the followers of the Donghua Chen family. Boom! You're distorting right and wrong, seeking revenge, and slandering people wantonly. You're unworthy of being a teacher. How could Donghua Academy tolerate such a person? Aren't you afraid of misleading our students? A Donghua student who was dressed simply and obviously from a common family suddenly slammed the table and said angrily. This man was born in a border city. His grandfather had experienced the disaster of an invasion by a tide of ferocious beasts. Fortunately, his entire family, young and old, were rescued by the children of the Chen family who were guarding the border. Otherwise, he would not have come into this world. Boom! Bar. You're calling it a misunderstanding the moment things get out of hand. Why didn't you say anything just now? Do you really think the Chen family is so easy to bully? Then you should first ask the millions of soldiers at the border of the empire if they agree. Boom! The teacher once said, Donghua students can seek help from the school when faced with injustice, but what if the injustice comes from the school itself? I am confused. Please teach me, master. In an instant, the entire combat zone was filled with people slamming their heads and shouting, questioning, shouting, speaking righteously, and cursing. There were countless people. The momentum was so great that it almost overturned the entire Donghua Academy. Even outside Donghua Academy, one could faintly hear passionate scolding and questioning. On the fighting arena, the expression of Old Qiong, who was treating Lin Xiao, suddenly turned ugly. On the main platform, the top leaders of the institutions are now starting to take a stab. Even the middle-aged man who had just spoken, Liu Wenhui, the vice president of Donghua Academy, had his face slightly changed at this moment, and his scalp felt tingling. At this moment, he could clearly sense the influence of a top family. At this moment, Donghua stood up in the audience. There are no less than 1,000 students, almost 1/5 of the total number. Behind these people were either families affiliated with the Chen family, subordinates of the Chen family in the military, followers of the Chen family, or those who had received favors from the Chen family. There are even students who are influenced by him and speak up for justice. Young people are never lacking in passion. Who could have imagined that Chen Beiyuan could create the current situation on his own? At this point, Donghua Academy is in a difficult situation. Want to continue protecting your own people? Is it possible to clean up these thousands of students at once? If things go wrong, Donghua Academy might become a laughingstock of the empire. The reputation of Donghua Academy, the empire's #1 academy and a holy place in the eyes of countless people, will also plummet. The children of wealthy families sitting in the first row of the audience had mixed expressions and flickering eyes. They listened to the deafening noise around them and silently looked at Chen Beiyuan on the fighting stage, wondering what they were thinking. Obviously, they were also shocked by the influence of the Chen family. You know, among these people, the families behind some of them are not weaker than the Donghua Chen family. Ask yourself, if they were to replace the people on the fighting stage, would they be able to replicate this grand scene? Leng Ruobing's starry eyes flickered slightly, and her face seemed touched. She looked silently at the noble and majestic figure on the fighting stage. At this moment, she finally understood how terrifying the influence of the Donghua Chen family, a top family, was. The influence of this heir to a top family far exceeded her imagination. For a moment, the gentle and elegant familiar figure in her mind was gradually overshadowed by the domineering and cold figure in front of her. So, this is your true face. Just when Leng Ruobing was filled with emotion and even fascinated by it, a strange noise beside her suddenly interrupted her thoughts. When she looked up, she saw a fair-skinned boy, about 17 or 18 years old, with his legs crossed and a cynical and arrogant expression on his face. He kicked the table in front of him and flew towards the bottom of the fighting arena. Boom! The huge noise and movement instantly attracted everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the fair-skinned, baby-faced young man sitting in the first row of the audience slowly stood up, a defiant look on his face as he stared directly at the Academy's senior officials on the main platform. What an eye-opener for Donghua Academy! Even at this point, you're still unwilling to make a decision? Are you still planning to be cowards and pretend nothing happened? Do you still have any shame? Are you a slut? I just don't believe that Donghua Academy can cover the sky of the empire. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. These words did not give face to the top management of Donghua University. It's almost like pointing at their noses and cursing at them. However, what is even more shocking is the identity of the fair-skinned boy. The little devil of the Donghua by family. By user. By family. The top family of the Donghua Empire. A behemoth that is no less powerful than the Chen family. The reason why he spoke up for Chen Beiyuan at this moment was not for any other reason. Just because Chen Beiyuan's fiancée also has the surname Bai. And it just so happens that she is his sister. Chapter 12, Instantaneous Breakthrough. 5th Rank War Marshal. The main seat is on the podium. Vice President Liu Wenwei's expression was beyond description. The top executives of other nearby universities are also starting to get into trouble. By family. That is a top family that also has an 8th grade war emperor. It is the real top of the empire. To put it bluntly, the thousands of students who just stood up and slammed the table may not have as much weight as Beiyu's words. The gap between them is not even on the same level. Originally, the Chen family alone was enough to make the entire Donghua Academy wary. Now, the Bai family has come again. At this moment, Liu Wenwei wanted to curse. Don't underestimate him because he is the vice president of Donghua Academy, a 7th rank war emperor, and has a noble status. But in front of the two behemoths, the Chen family and the Bai family, it is nothing. Only the principal of Donghua Academy, who has reached the 8th grade war emperor, is qualified to negotiate with those top families. At this moment, Liu Wenwei looked at Old Xiong on the fighting stage and didn't want to care about it anymore. Donghua Academy has always maintained the principle of neutrality, and is responsible for providing talents to various departments of the empire. It never easily makes enemies with top forces. In addition, with the support of the imperial royal family, it can be said that it has an transcendent status. Even if it is, those top forces will give some face. But now, they have come into conflict with the two top families at once. If it weren't for Mr. Cheung's special status, rich experience, and some kind of special relationship with the principal, he really didn't want to care. This is clearly putting him on the fire. But it still doesn't work, we still have to ensure it. To be honest, he just couldn't believe that the principal really didn't know anything about such a big incident. The reason why he has not shown up is simply because the situation has not yet become so serious that it is inconvenient for him to show up. Once the principal comes forward, the situation changes. In that case, it can only be handled by him, the vice principal. Liu Wenwei turned his gaze towards the figure standing tall on the fighting stage with his hands behind his back. Perhaps the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Accompanied by a sudden and drastic change in the situation. Lin Xiao's slightly rosy face turned pale in an instant, and his heart, which had calmed down, was lifted up again, beating wildly. Obviously, the current situation has exceeded his imagination. His biggest reliance at the moment, old Cheung, may not be able to protect him. He suppressed his trembling and looked resentfully at the righteous figures in the audience who stood up and criticized, and he couldn't help but roar in his heart. Damn it, why are you helping him? Why don't you help me? I am the vulnerable group, and I am the one who should be helped. Just because I have no power and influence, should I suffer this humiliation? You guys deserve to die. I won't give up, I won't give up. As long as I can survive this disaster, I will definitely reach the top step by step. Today's shame will never happen again. Those who are righteous will have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous will have few. Everyone knows how to weigh the pros and cons and knows what choice they will make. A protagonist of destiny who hasn't even developed yet is nothing compared to a villain like me who is destined to be a hero. The so-called reliance is nothing but a paper tiger that will burst at the slightest touch. Chen Beiyuan put his hands behind his back, taking in everyone's emotional changes, his lips slightly curved, not surprised. In some brainless villain stories, when the lucky protagonist is weak in the early stage, he can always talk big at critical moments, occupy the moral high ground, point fingers at the villain with a powerful background, humiliate him wantonly, and achieve his goals. Even the people around them would unconsciously support the protagonist and sneer at the villain, as if they were under a halo of reduced intelligence. And villains with powerful backgrounds are always hesitant and indecisive, not daring to fight back easily. Is that really possible? Can a villain with such a powerful background really be easily bullied? Stop kidding. How could a protagonist with undeveloped luck compare with him? More people. Most of those present were his people. Comparing power? He is the heir to the empire's top power. Comparing connections. The connections of a top family are beyond your imagination. In this situation, how could Lin Xiao turn the tide? Could it be that he just relies on that old dog he recognized as his godfather? Quiet. On the main stage, Vice Principal Liu Wenwei seemed to have made up his mind. He coughed, suppressing the noisy voices. Then, he looked at Chen Beiyuan on the battle stage and softened his tone. Chen Beiyuan, Master Cheung was indeed impulsive and rash in the heat of the moment, and he said the wrong thing. Donghua Academy can make the necessary compensation to you and order. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chen Beiyuan's ruthless sneer. At this point, you're still trying to smooth things over, to make a big deal out of a small matter, or to make a small matter disappear. Is this the empire's premier institution of higher learning? It's truly breathtaking. Chen Beiyuan ignored the stiff-faced Vice Principal Liu Wenwei and looked at the silent Master Cheung in front of him, saying in a calm tone, I want an explanation. Old Cheung's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly and did not respond. He just held Lin Xiao in his arms and continued to heal his wounds. Obviously, he also knew that the current situation was very unfavorable to him and Lin Xiao. Didn't you see that Vice President Liu Wenwei is now speaking softly to Chen Beiyuan? Otherwise, with his weird personality, he would have started cursing long ago. However, he believed that as long as he was still in Donghua Academy, he would be able to handle the situation even if something happened. No matter how arrogant Chen Beiyuan was, he couldn't do anything to him. At most, he could only show off his power and satisfy his desire to talk. After all, he is just a junior. He just didn't believe that the Donghua Chen family would dare to send strong men to break into the Donghua Academy and attack him. It's a pity that he overestimated himself and underestimated Chen Beiyuan. Very good, you really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Seeing that the old dog still had its head held high, with a look of disdain, Chen Beiyuan also smiled and nodded, as if he knew what the other person was thinking. The next moment, he walked straight forward amidst pairs of incredulous eyes. The right hand that had been behind his back also slowly dropped down. This unusual action instantly made everyone present feel incredible. Could it be that he still wants to fight with Elder Cheong? That's a 6th rank war king. Chen Beiyuan is just a 4th rank warrior. Boom! A terrifying demonic energy as unfathomable as the abyss suddenly burst out from Chen Beiyuan. The terrifying dark purple demonic energy, carrying with it a strong sense of oppression and trembling from the depths of the soul, instantly swept across the entire venue. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Even Liu Wenhui, who had the cultivation level of a 7th grade war emperor, had his expression changed at this moment. He felt an inexplicable sense of oppression rising from the depths of his heart, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. What a strange magic skill! Even he can be affected. As the strange demonic energy surged, Chen Beiyuan finally revealed his cultivation in front of everyone. Battle General Beginner level. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's imagination. It was seen that with every step Chen Beiyuan took, his cultivation level skyrocketed wildly, and he broke through directly. The demonic energy on his body also became increasingly deep and cold. The Xianshan Dao fruit, obtained from the Defying Heaven and Changing Destiny system, began to take effect after a night of refining and absorption during this period of time. A mysterious feeling and power instantly flowed rapidly through their body. The little accumulation that was originally lacking was completely made up at this moment. Mid-level warrior. Warrior high level. Warrior peak. Battlemaster beginner stage. In an instant, he went from being a 4th rank general to a 5th rank commander. Suddenly, their whole audience was silent. Pairs of incredulous eyes stared at the noble and majestic figure with raging demonic flames, and they felt their mouths dry and their tongues parched. At this moment, everyone realized one thing. Chen Beiyuan, 6 years ago, was already a 4th rank general. For the past 6 years, he has been suppressing his cultivation. After 6 years of hard work, great achievements have been made. In an instant, he was promoted from the 4th rank to the 5th rank, and from a general to a commander. An 18-year-old 5th rank war general. Such a young 5th rank war commander would probably be ranked among the top 3 in the entire history of the Donghua Empire. It's simply a monster. However, at this moment, Chen Beiyuan smiled indifferently. It's not over yet. The remaining power of the Xianshan Dao fruit in the body was also absorbed at a rapid speed at this moment. The 5th grade war general realm that had just been broken through was instantly stabilized and perfected again. The next moment, the expressions of everyone present looking at Chen Beiyuan instantly changed from shock to horror. Because he broke through again. Boom. Warmaster intermediate level. Boom. Warmaster high level. Chapter 13, Suppressing the 6th rank war king with one punch. I must be dreaming. An 18-year-old high-ranking 5th grade warmaster. I must be crazy. One step at a time, one breakthrough at a time, like ascending to heaven, without a single obstacle. In an instant, I went from 4th rank to 5th rank. Why do I feel like I'm watching a fairy tale? High-ranking warmaster. Everyone present felt as if a huge wave was rising in their minds, and their eyes were dull, yet seemed to contain a sense of horror. Going directly from the junior level of war general to the senior level of war marshal, what kind of concept is this? How many people have practiced hard for many years, experienced untold hardships, and faced life and death crises before they can break through the threshold of a small realm? And if one wants to break through to a higher realm, how many opportunities, how many treasures, how much time, and who knows what price one will have to pay? And Chen Beiyuan actually crossed 5 small realms and 1 big realm in an instant, and directly became a 5th rank war commander from a 4th rank war general. Moreover, he is only 1 step away from reaching the peak of the 5th grade war commander. What many people cannot do in their entire lives is as easy for him as breathing and drinking water. Such an astonishing breakthrough speed can only be seen in some myths. What surprised some people even more was that they couldn't tell what kind of magic skills Chen Beiyuan was practicing. There shouldn't be such a strange magic skill among the Donghua Chen family's top martial arts. Boom! The strange dark purple demonic energy suddenly surged up and rushed straight into the sky, almost covering the entire sky, and the battle area fell directly into darkness. The noble and majestic figure was surrounded by a strange demonic aura, like a terrifying demon god from ancient times. A pair of dark purple eyes carried some kind of evil demonic nature. Anyone who looked into them would feel a creepy fear, as if they were in an abyss, falling bit by bit. Their hell-suppressing demonic scripture that Chen Beiyuan practiced was a strange demonic scripture that could be practiced to the 8th grade war emperor. This strange magic scripture was discovered by the ancestor of the Chen family on a stone tablet in a dark and secret place where ferocious beasts live. This strange magic scripture not only possesses a variety of terrifyingly powerful combat skills and strange magical powers, but their prison-suppressing magic energy cultivated from it has the strange property of suppressing all things in the world. It can be said to be extremely domineering. According to the ancestors of the Chen family, the power of this strange magic scripture is probably even greater than the family's 8th grade inherited skills. Unfortunately, for hundreds of years, no disciple of the Chen family has been able to succeed in cultivation. Even the Chen family's ancestor, who was an 8th rank war emperor at the time, was unable to practice it successfully, and believed that this strange magic scripture was probably not meant for human practice. After all, this strange magic scripture is too evil. In the end, this strange magic scripture was put aside and no one was interested in it. Until later, when Chen Beiyuan was born, he caused strange phenomena in the world. A bottomless crack appeared in the sky, which almost alarmed all the 8th grade war emperors in Yanjing city. When the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth appeared, the mysterious stone tablet placed in the Chen family's secret library, which recorded the strange magic scripture, directly collapsed and turned into a magic light that was injected into the body of the newly born Chen Beiyuan. Chen Beiyuan mastered this number without any instruction at the moment of his birth. This strange magic scripture has not been successfully practiced by anyone in the past 100 years. Over the years, Chen Beiyuan rarely went out to fight, and no one knew that he had cultivated such a strange magic scripture. Even within the Chen family, only a few people knew about this. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan's dark purple eyes were staring straight at the old man and the child in front of him with dull faces, with a hint of coldness in them. Not good. Old Xiong felt a chill rising from deep within his heart, and his originally gloomy and disdainful face suddenly changed drastically. He obviously felt an indescribable threat. As a 6th rank war king, he actually sensed a threat from a 5th rank war commander. This sounds like a joke. You know, there is a huge gap between them. But he felt it clearly. He knew very well that the Chen Beiyuan before him could not be treated as an ordinary 5th rank war general. In this world, there are always some monsters that are naturally strong, have terrifying combat power, and can fight against opponents of higher levels. For some reason, at this moment, he inexplicably felt a trace of barely perceptible regret. Maybe, it's okay to lower your head. It's a pity that it's too late. Chen Beiyuan had an evil smile on his face, feeling the strange demonic energy surging in his body. He looked at the old dog in front of him, and raised his right hand, which had never moved, to make a fist. The fist tip, as crystal clear as white jade, suddenly returned, instantly drawing in the overwhelming, prison-suppressing demonic energy and forming a huge vortex of demonic flames. A huge dark purple fist peak emerged from the vortex of magic flames. The clearly visible lines seemed to be formed by strange magic patterns. With a strange demonic power, it smashed fiercely towards their old dog in front of it and the half-dead puppy in its arms. Forbidden Demon Prison Fist. At the same time, his resounding voice resounded throughout the Donghua Academy and spread to the outside world. Old man, since you won't give me an explanation, then I will give you one. Not good. Old Xiong's expression suddenly changed drastically. He wanted to take Lin Xiao and hide, but he felt that the airflow around him became extremely heavy. A faint spiritual fluctuation seemed to lock him, forcing him to retreat. The huge dark purple fist peak gave him an irresistible feeling. Without hesitation, he threw the weak Lin Xiao in his arms directly backwards to avoid the next battle. Youngster, you underestimate me. Old Xiong was furious and roared loudly, as if he was completely enraged. As a powerful 6th grade war king, how could he be forced into a desperate situation by a junior? He just couldn't believe that after going through so many hardships for decades, he would be defeated by a young boy. The vast energy and blood in his body burst out instantly, his skinny body suddenly swelled up, his muscles became knotted, and the old age and wrinkles on his face also disappeared a lot, and his handsome appearance in his youth could be vaguely seen. A strange dragon-like roar came from his body. Resounding. A monster with muscular body, grey scales, a strange dragon head, a thick and long python body, and twisted limbs suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is actually Old Cheong's king-level fighting spirit. Intermediate battle spirit, poisonous python. This is a beast-like fighting spirit with powerful toxins and subtle dragon blood in its body. The reason why Old Cheong attaches so much importance to Lin Xiao is because he sees the hope of transforming into a dragon in him. It is almost impossible for his intermediate level war spirit, the poisonous python, to transform into a dragon. Even wanting to completely transform into a dragon and become a high-level fighting spirit is a luxury. Looking at the noble and majestic figure with raging demonic flames, there seemed to be a glint of ruthlessness in Old Cheong's eyes, and it was obvious that he was planning to fight to the death. Young man, let me teach you today that the might of the War King cannot be insulted. Snort. Chen Beiyuan snorted coldly, and his dark purple eyes seemed to reflect some taboo. The moment he came into contact with the pair of dark purple demonic eyes, Old Cheong actually saw the boundless dark abyss instantly enveloping him, and the words in his mouth suddenly stopped. At this moment, the soul seemed to be frozen. The whole person was stunned and couldn't move. The poisonous python behind him also let out a fearful wail and trembled at this moment, as if he had seen some terrifying existence of a higher level. Not good. On the main platform, Vice President Liu Wenhui instantly noticed the abnormality of Mr. Cheong and subconsciously wanted to stop him. Just as the thought came to his mind, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet and rushing straight into his mind. Damn it! He held his head stiffly, not daring to move at all, but his eyes unconsciously swept to the side. He saw an old man with a broken arm appear in the room at some point, holding a blood-stained broken knife in his hand, and a pair of white eyes staring at him, as if giving him a silent warning. Even though he was a 7th rank war emperor, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling at this moment. Since the opponent can sneak up behind me silently, I can naturally chop off his head silently as well. Liu Wenwei forced a wry smile out of his stiff smile, sighed inwardly, and sat back in his original seat, not daring to make any other moves. Such a fierce and evil aura can only be possessed by those crazy people in the Donghua Chen family who fight against ferocious beasts and alien races on the border every day. He didn't want to try to see if his head was as hard as that of the ferocious beasts and aliens. Boom! A shrill howl occurred. The poisonous python was directly blown up by the huge dark purple fist. Standing there in a daze, Cheong Lao, with his eyes blank, was awakened by the severe pain in his mind. When he reacted, he saw a dimmed huge fist coming towards him and pressing down hard. He subconsciously raised his arm to resist. No! Boom! The entire fighting arena collapsed instantly, and a huge deep pit was smashed out. Chapter 14 Special Reward, Dragon Blood Fruit. Boom! A huge noise resounded throughout the entire battlefield, and the violent wind mixed with gravel and dust instantly swept in all directions. The entire ground and the auditorium were faintly shaking. Pairs of dull, shocked, and incredulous eyes were staring at the scene before them. The strange dark purple demonic energy and the huge vortex of demonic flames that originally covered the sky disappeared without a trace at some point. The dazzling light from the sky shone through the grey dust and fog, completely revealing the situation below. It was seen that the originally indestructible fighting arena had turned into a huge deep pit. Looking from the sky, it looked like a giant that blocked out the sky and the sun had punched it hard, leaving a huge fist mark. At this moment, the huge fist print can still clearly see the subtle lines and gaps between the fingers. However, at this moment, in the gap, there was a figure kneeling on the ground, hunched over, looking extremely miserable. The grey robe was already tattered, revealing his skinny figure, no longer having the sturdy muscles he had before. An old face looked ashen, and his cloudy eyes stared blankly at the dark pit, as if in disbelief. The empty sleeves fell to the ground in the deep pit, and the two skinny arms disappeared without a trace, obviously wiped out by their forbidden demon prison fist, just now. Old Cheong was defeated. I can't be dreaming, that's a powerful warrior at the peak of the 6th rank of War King. One punch, just one punch, and he suppressed a 6th rank War King. Such combat power is simply terrifying. A 6th rank War King's physical strength is comparable to that of a divine weapon, easily resisting ordinary firearms. Even an ordinary 5th rank war marshal should have difficulty breaking it, yet he had both his arms destroyed. There was something strange about the fight just now. Elder Cheong suddenly froze. Chen Beiyuan must have used some mysterious ability. But how could he be so immobilized that a peak level 6th grade War King couldn't even move? Could it be some kind of mental attack? No matter what means are used, the fact is that a 5th rank war commander can defeat a 6th rank war king. At this moment, the noise was not only coming from the audience. Even the top leaders of the academy on the main platform were in a commotion. Many people couldn't help swallowing at this moment, and some found it hard to believe their eyes. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, causing another commotion. Wait, we seem to have overlooked one thing. Chen Beiyuan didn't use his fighting spirit at all from the beginning to the end. Didn't use the fighting spirit. This means that just Chen Beiyuan did not really use his full strength. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Old Xiong never dreamed that he would be defeated. And the defeat was so miserable. Having lost both arms, he is almost like a disabled person. Unless you can obtain the top treasure that can resurrect the dead, regenerate bones and broken limbs. But treasures of that level were considered as precious even by an 8th grade war emperor, and were simply not something a useless 6th grade war king like him could obtain. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance and domineering attitude he had just had. His face was gloomy, like an old dog with a broken spine. The punch just now not only interrupted his strange temper, but also tore all his pride apart. Trample! 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 Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands behind his back, no longer possessing the strange demonic aura. He looked just like he did when he first appeared. He walked in front of Elder Qiong, his eyes dark as he looked down at him. That's what I'm telling you. For the sake of Donghua Academy and that person, I won't kill you. I'll just cut off your hands as a small lesson, so you don't become arrogant and take advantage of your age. Puff! Old Xiong suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Beiyuan in front of him. He felt so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Ding, congratulations to their host for changing the original fate. In the early stages of the plot, you directly eliminated the important supporting character, Old Xiong, and indirectly weakened some of the luck and future support of the Son of Destiny, Lin Xiao. Ding, congratulations to their host for receiving the special reward, Dragon Blood Fruit. Dragon Blood Dao Fruit. This fruit contains a trace of dragon blood essence, and is considered a supreme holy item by body cultivators. Once consumed, the dragon blood essence within it can be refined, significantly strengthening the physical body. Dragon Blood Fruit. Chen Beiyuan looked at the special fruit in the system storage space. The fruit was covered with red dragon scales and had a strange shape. He couldn't help but feel happy. This is a rare treasure. In a sense, their dragon blood Taoist fruit is not for humans to eat, but for dragons to eat. Dragon Blood Dao Fruit is a precious fruit grown by the ancient dragon clan using their own blood essence to water their dragon blood ancient tree. It is specially used for their newly born descendants of the dragon clan to eat, so that they can grow up quickly and awaken the inheritance. The dragon race is a powerful being known for its physical strength. Even an 8th rank war emperor would not want to provoke a true pure-blooded dragon clan. Dragon blood fruit is specially used for young dragons to help them grow faster and strengthen their physique. Treasures, for humans, their effects are even more amazing. As the champion of this school competition, the dragon blood pool of the 8th rank ferocious beast, the Blood Dragon Emperor, will naturally fall into my hands. If I want to maximize the benefits of this Dragon Blood Dao fruit, then I should naturally enter the dragon blood pool and consume it while bathing in the dragon blood. At that time, with a two-pronged approach, I will definitely reap great benefits in terms of my physical body, and it will also help me comprehend the magical powers of the fierce beasts. Chen Beiyuan's eyes flickered, and he was very satisfied with this reward. And when he looked at the unconscious Mr. Qiong on the ground, a hint of pity seemed to flash across his gloomy eyes. If possible, he would like to kill the other person. However, he knew very well that this was impossible. Killing and crippling are two different concepts. If someone dies, things will become troublesome. This old dog was one of the top leaders of the academy. If he was really killed, it would really mean a fallout with Donghua Academy. By then, the dragon blood pool of the 8th grade ferocious beast, Blood Dragon Emperor, will probably be destroyed. More importantly, the principal of Donghua Academy, who has never appeared, will not agree. In the original novel, when Old Xiong was young, he once blocked a bullet for the mysterious principal of Donghua Academy, which resulted in him being secretly injured and he was limited to the 6th rank war king for the rest of his life. It was also for this reason that old Qiong was able to become a senior official of Donghua Academy as a 6th-rank war king of commoner origin, and be in charge of the lucrative logistics department of the academy. This is why Vice President Liu Wenwei was extremely dissatisfied with Mr. Qiong, but had to stubbornly protect him. Who made old Qiong save the life of the principal of Donghua Academy, an 8th-grade war emperor. In the original novel, after Chen Beiyuan was ambushed by Lin Xiao, his cultivation was completely lost and he was severely humiliated, which caused the Donghua Chen family to become furious. In the end, it was Elder Qiong who used his connections from the past and asked the mysterious principal of Donghua Academy to help him withstand the pressure and protect Lin Xiao. Afterwards, after Lin Xiao successfully transformed into a dragon and began to rise, he also found precious spiritual objects from heaven and earth for old Qiong to make up for his hidden injuries and foundation, allowing him to make further progress and break through to the 7th-grade war emperor. It can be said that in the early stage of the original novel, old Qiong was almost one of the most important benefactors of the protagonist Lin Xiao. He not only saved him from many life and death crises, but was also the key to his transformation into a dragon. In the later part of the plot, when Lin Xiao and Chen Beiyuan had a feud, old Qiong acted as a pawn many times and took the pressure for Lin Xiao. This time, he was in the right, and with the terrifying family background behind him, he was able to do things to this extent and directly cripple the person. What if it was someone else? Har har, it's been over for a long time. Chapter 15, Fulfill the bet and kneel down as a dog. Seeing that Chen Beiyuan did not kill the unconscious Elder Qiong, Vice Principal Liu Wenwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I hope no one is dead. As long as the person is not dead, the situation has not reached the worst point. At least there is still room for both parties. He was really afraid that Chen Beiyuan would kill someone regardless of the consequences, and then it would be his turn to be in trouble. The death of a senior university official would be a blatant slap in the face, and the fight would continue until one side is dead. Putting aside other things, Donghua Academy has to bite the bullet and fight with the Donghua Chen family. Otherwise, the reputation accumulated by the empire's first university over the years would be completely wasted. However, things have not reached the worst after all. Even though, at this moment, old Qiong had both his hands crippled, which made him a little embarrassed, but at least he still had room for maneuver. It was his fault for being so mean and saying things he shouldn't have said, and even resorting to violence. Is the Donghua Chen family so easy to mess with? Do you really think that the Chen family's 8th-grade war emperor who is on the border front is fake? The million-strong Chen family stationed on the border. Or, the million-strong imperial army is just a lie. The head of the Donghua Chen family, Chen Zhiqing, is not only a 7th-grade war emperor, but also the actual controller of the empire's 3rd war zone. He is a true military boss of the empire and has tremendous power. The Chen family members are even more numerous in various departments of the imperial military, holding important positions. That's a behemoth holding the imperial gun. Who the hell would fight against the barrel of a gun? You are so stubborn. Vice Principal Liu Wenwei secretly glanced back out of the corner of his eye, but saw nothing. The one-armed old man holding the blood-stained broken knife and with white eyes disappeared without a trace at some point. Obviously, the person is gone. Call. Liu Wenwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. His heart was finally at ease. No one would feel at ease if a knife was held to their neck. Next, it can finally be over. Liu Wenwei gave a look to the middle-aged referee who had turned into an invisible man and was hiding in the corner, indicating that it was his turn to go on stage. This middle-aged referee, who was well versed in the ways of the workplace, sensed that something was amiss when Chen Beiyuan and old Qiong were exchanging fists and palms. He decisively slipped away and hid without even trying to stop them. The protruding rafters will rot first. I only make a few bucks a month. What a name! If you get caught between two behemoths for no reason, you will definitely die a miserable death. There's no need to get yourself involved. Seeing that the situation was becoming clear and stable, and with the old leader's wink, the middle-aged referee with a Mediterranean hairstyle decisively appeared in front of the audience, with a righteous look on his face. Win. Loss. Hers. Been. Decided. I declare the final winner of this school competition to be Chen Beiyuan. Snap. 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 The middle-aged referee clapped his hands to himself, and the applause seemed particularly strange in the silent scene. Until the main podium, the school leaders headed by Vice President Liu Wenhui stood up and applauded. There were only sporadic responses from the audience, and then the crowd gradually expanded, becoming bustling and noisy. The cheers almost turned the entire battle area upside down. There is no doubt that this university competition is definitely the most exciting one in decades. Who could have thought that this time in the school competition, a monster like Chen Beiyuan would appear? He not only defeated the dark horse Lin Xiao easily, but also instantly broke through to the high level of the 5th grade war commander, and suppressed the peak of the 6th grade war king with one punch, almost trampling the face of the Donghua Academy on the ground. Such an exciting and thrilling scene cannot even be compared to the Donghua graduate trial that is being held at the same time as the academic competition. I'm afraid that those graduates who have studied at Donghua Academy for 10 years are no match for Chen Beiyuan. At this moment, old Xiong, who was lying in a deep pit, vomiting blood and fainting, and a lucky protagonist who was pretending to be dead in the corner were ignored by everyone. Even Leng Ruobing, who was sitting in the first row of the audience, didn't even look at Lin Xiao. Her eyes kept wandering over Chen Beiyuan. This is a real world, people only remember the winners. Beiyuan, congratulations on winning this academy competition. As a special reward from the academy, the secret realm of the 8th grade ferocious beast will open in 3 days. You will then have 1 day. Liu Wenhui had a kind smile on his face, and even the way he addressed people became much more friendly. He planned to end this farce as soon as possible to save as much face as possible for Donghua Academy. Wait, there's one more thing. However, Chen Beiyuan suddenly interrupted him. As soon as he said this, the entire noisy and chaotic scene became silent in an instant, and everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on him. Liu Wenhui's expression paused slightly, but he did not show any anger or offense. He still had a smile on his face, and an expression of indifference, which fully demonstrated the sophistication and tolerance of a big man. At this moment, he had roughly guessed Chen Beiyuan's purpose. Chen Beiyuan looked up at the distant corner, where Lin Xiao was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and said in a flat tone, "Lin Xiao, it's time for you to fulfill your previous bet." A bet? At this moment, everyone present remembered that Lin Xiao had a special bet with Chen Beiyuan before. If Lin Xiao lost, he would have to kneel in front of Chen Beiyuan in front of everyone and bark like a dog 3 times. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, also clearly felt that everyone in the entire combat zone was focusing on him, and his breathing became a little faster. He could naturally hear that Chen Beiyuan's words carried an irresistible meaning. Obviously, he couldn't avoid this level. Sometimes, if you don't want to be decent, someone will help you be decent. He has no choice. Even though the resentment and unwillingness in his heart were like poisonous snakes gnawing at his internal organs and attacking his reason, he wished to die with everyone. But he finally forced himself to open his eyes, clenched his fists, stood up tremblingly, lowered his head, and limped towards Chen Beiyuan. Different from the protagonists of other amateur novels, Lin Xiao, the protagonist of Destiny, has an extremely special trait. He is extremely good at forbearance. How much can he endure? In the original novel, in order to defeat Chen Beiyuan, he could continuously send the women around him to his enemy Chen Beiyuan for his enjoyment, and he watched helplessly. People in the underworld gave him the nickname, Mr. Send Girl. Either he is sending a girl off, or he is on his way to send a girl off. At that time, Lin Xiao also had a classic quote, "It doesn't matter to me, I will definitely marry you." Listen. Listen. This is what human beings say. There was no way. In the original novel, every time Chen Beiyuan, the destined villain, suffered a crushing defeat, he would rise again from the ashes, and even go a step further. His demonic power was so overwhelming that he left Lin Xiao, who had just been feeling proud for a short while, behind. In order to catch up with Chen Beiyuan, Lin Xiao, who had just been feeling proud for a while, could only curse while practicing and searching for resources like crazy, and at the same time, he used dirty tricks and kept sending women to cheat others. This time, he was just asked to kneel down and act like a dog, but he could still endure it. Chapter 16. Since you have chosen to be a dog, you must bow your head in front of your master. Trample. 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 Lin Xiao didn't walk fast, and it was obvious that his injuries were still very serious. When he limped into the huge deep pit, he lost his balance and rolled down, with his skin scratched by the sharp gravel. When he rolled to the bottom of the pit, he lay flat on the ground. When he raised his head, What caught his eye was an old man who had lost both arms, looked miserable, wore tattered clothes, and emitted a foul smell. Godfather! Lin Xiao's pupils trembled, and he felt dazed and his breathing became faster. It was obvious that the scene before him had a great impact on him. In my mind, I seemed to recall the scenes of my acquaintance with my godfather. It is undeniable that he did have the idea of deliberately getting close to the other party at first, but after living together for several years, how could there not be a trace of warmth in his heart? However, he never dreamed that his meticulously planned and personally constructed plan for reaching the heavens would end in such a miserable failure. Not only was his godfather deposed, but he himself also suffered such humiliation. After a moment's silence, Lin Xiao tremblingly took off his shirt and covered old Qiong with it, hiding old Qiong's miserable appearance and retaining the last bit of his dignity. Chen Beiyuan, don't you just want to humiliate me in public? Fine. I lose today, I admit defeat, I accept the loss. I, Lin Xiao, will never forget this shame of today. Lin Xiao forced himself to stand up from the ground. In full view of everyone, he crawled in front of Chen Beiyuan like a dog. Immediately, 3 dog barks were heard. Woof! 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 Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Beiyuan, who was standing high above him, as if he wanted to see a hint of pride on the other's face. However, to his surprise, he only saw calmness in Chen Beiyuan. Those gloomy eyes seemed to see through him from head to toe, making him feel as if he was naked in the snow. Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he was shocked, with the hairs on his back standing up. Even at this point, he's still trying to put on a show, portraying himself as a victim with a tragic tone, creating an image of someone who's not afraid of power, and trying to gain sympathy. You're very smart, but unfortunately, too smart. If you had focused on other things instead of this, how could you have ended up like this? You have to bear the consequences of your own sins. Let me tell you something, conspiracies and tricks may work for a while, but they won't accomplish anything big. Chen Beiyuan put his hands behind his back, his eyes dim, looking down at the protagonist of destiny who was kneeling like a dog at his feet. He suddenly raised his foot, pressed it directly against the opponent's head, and stepped down hard. Boom! Lin Xiao's head was stepped directly into the soil and sank deeply into it. The pain of suffocation made his expression distorted. He tried to struggle frantically, but the foot on his head was as heavy as a mountain, leaving him unable to resist. Since you have chosen to be a dog, you must learn to bow your head in front of your master. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that if he had not traveled through time and space and changed the fate of his original body, he would be the one lying on the ground and being humiliated. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Empathize with a bastard who wants to harm you? Hee. It's not like you have a bump on your head. Soon, Lin Xiao, who was being stepped on the ground, gradually stopped resisting violently, as if he had completely accepted his fate. But the clenched fist, the fingertips deeply embedded in the flesh, the scarlet blood flowing out and soaking the ground, all foreshadowed his inner unwillingness and forbearance. Ding, congratulations to their host for changing their original destiny. In the finals of the school competition, they stepped on the lucky child, Lin Xiao, interrupting his dragon transformation process, causing him to miss a major opportunity and experiencing a mental breakdown, which severely weakened the lucky child Lin Xiao's protagonist destiny. Ding, congratulations to their host for receiving the special reward, Wordless Medical Scripture Unique. Wordless Medical Classic Unique, this is a mysterious, unwritten medical classic, containing a variety of strange medical techniques. Due to its uniqueness, only those with destiny can read its contents. A wordless medical classic. It's actually this thing. Chen Beiyuan's expression changed slightly, his pupils shrank, and he stared intently at the blank scripture floating in the air in the system's storage space. Obviously, the system's reward this time surprised him a little. Isn't this one of Lin Xiao's most core skills? At the same time, it is also Lin Xiao's greatest golden finger. In the cool novel, The Urban Medical God's Free and Easy Records, Lin Xiao, the son of luck, has 2 golden fingers, namely, Wordless Medical Classic, and Taishan Dragon Classic. The reason why Lin Xiao, who was born an orphan, was able to rise all the way was because when he was a child he was accidentally sucked into a mysterious secret realm that was about to break apart, from which he obtained the inheritance of a peerless powerful person and got these 2 scriptures. Not to mention the Wordless Medical Classic, as the lucky son of the Urban Medical God's Free and Easy Record, Lin Xiao, this mysterious scripture is his greatest source of confidence. wordless medical classic, contains many mysterious and strange medical skills, which can not only be used to heal people, but also to kill people. It can be said that in the original novel, most of the pretentious and face value plots revolve around this extremely mysterious, wordless medical classic. Lin Xiao's other golden finger, Taishan Huolong Jing, is also not simple. This is a 9th grade martial arts technique that leads directly to the path of becoming the god of war. You know, in this world, God of War is already a legendary realm. All the top martial arts techniques only stop at the 8th level. Even the Devil Scripture of Prison that Chen Beiyuan practiced was only an 8th grade technique. If the fact that Lin Xiao possessed a 9th grade martial art were to be exposed, it would immediately cause an uproar and shake the empire. Even those 8th grade war emperors at the top of the world cannot restrain their greed and take action against it. In the original novel, their Taishan Huolong Jing is worthy of the title of the 9th grade martial arts. In the original novel, Lin Xiao's talent for cultivation was not that strong, and he was even quite useless. Throughout his life, he could hardly break through to the 4th ranked general and condense his fighting spirit. However, after practicing the Taishan Huolong Jing, he successfully changed his fate and embarked on the path of becoming a dragon, improving his cultivation talent to the level second only to the destined villain Chen Beiyuan. Later, when he broke through to become a 4th ranked general, he condensed a high-level fighting spirit, Black Dragon. If the plot of the original novel is followed, Lin Xiao will get the opportunity to enter the Dragon Blood Pool after winning the championship in the school competition, and his Black Dragon fighting spirit will successfully transform into a dragon and become a top fighting spirit. At that time, the true power of Taishan Huolong Jing will be revealed little by little. In a sense, it was precisely because of Lin Xiao's useless talent that the 9th grade martial art, Taishan Huolong Jing, was dragged down. If it were replaced by someone with stronger talent, it would have taken off long ago. At this moment, it is unknown whether Lin Xiao, who has been deprived of the opportunity, can transform into a dragon. It's a pity that the 9th grade technique, the Taishan Huolong Sutra, is currently hidden deep within Lin Xiao's soul. It's impossible to obtain it through any other means. Otherwise, I could have borrowed it and read through it. In the original novel, an 8th rank war emperor captured Lin Xiao, intending to use his spiritual combat skills to trick Lin Xiao into revealing the Taishan Dragon Transformation Sutra. However, he accidentally triggered a taboo within the sutra, and ended up suffering a great loss. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan, who had obtained the wordless medical classic, began to think about Lin Xiao's other golden finger technique. Of course, although the Taishan Huolong Sutra is powerful, I have cultivated the Zhenyu Mojing, which is also not weak. Currently, the strange magic sutra I am cultivating is only a fragment. If I can complete it, it will also be a 9th grade technique. Besides, I interrupted Lin Xiao's chance to transform into a dragon this time, and I got the wordless medical scripture. Sooner or later, the Taishan Transformation Dragon Scripture will also be in my grasp. As Chen Beiyuan's thoughts raced, he unconsciously used a little more force in his feet, forcing Lin Xiao's dog head deeper into the ground. I saw blood bubbles coming out of the pit. Lin Xiao's whole body began to twitch, and he was breathing less and less. Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to be stepped on to death, Chen Beiyuan slowly loosened his foot. Nowadays, a half-dead son of luck is still of great use to him. Before its value is completely exhausted, it can still keep its life. Chapter 17. After dealing with the son of fortune, I almost forgot to deal with the female protagonist of fortune. Of course, Chen Beiyuan also knew that Lin Xiao, the son of destiny, was not so easy to kill. There is also some kind of forbidden power hidden in his body that can save his life at critical moments. During the previous fight, the sudden appearance of the thick, khaki light was the external manifestation of that forbidden power. Unfortunately, this forbidden power has a fatal flaw and will only appear when Lin Xiao is on the verge of death. In a situation like this, when one is beaten half to death, the emergency mechanism of the forbidden power will not be triggered. It has to be said that Chen Beiyuan, who knows the original plot, can almost be said to have a god's perspective. He knows all of Lin Xiao's cards clearly and has a firm grasp of them. Vice President Liu, my matter has been resolved. The rest of the matter will be handed over to the school. Chen Beiyuan raised his eyes and looked at the senior leaders of the academy headed by Liu Wenwei on the main podium, and spoke calmly. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about the expressions of the school leaders on the stage. His dark eyes turned and looked at the figures in the audience. he said in a high voice. Beiyuan saw everything you did just now and will not forget it. If you fail the school test and are about to leave the school, the door of the Chen family will be open to you if you don't mind. As soon as these words were spoken, their whole audience was shocked. Many students showed deep joy on their faces and cheered loudly. Some people were even secretly glad that they had spoken up for him just now. Wasn't that why? According to the school rules of Donghua Academy, the admission requirement for students is to reach the level of a second-grade combat master before the age of 18. After 5 years of enrollment, students need to advance to the third-grade combat spirit in order to continue their studies. Otherwise, they will be expelled. After 10 years of enrollment, one must advance to the fourth-ranked general before being able to apply for graduation. The university competition is held every 5 years. In addition to testing the new students' cultivation over the past 5 years and motivating them to make progress, there is also a cruel thing. That is to clear out a group of students who have not met the requirements. In the past 5 years, those who have not been promoted to the third-grade combat spirit will be forced to drop out. Among the thousands of students present, at least one-third did not meet the requirements. Among them, the majority of students came from commoner backgrounds and small families. Not everyone is like Chen Beiyuan, who regards breaking through the realm as easy as drinking water and breathing. For most people, sometimes, a small realm can make them stay where they are for many years and feel miserable. Donghua University as an empire. The first institution of higher learning is undoubtedly cruel. Those who can stay here are the gold that has been washed away by the waves. Those that are slightly worse will be eliminated. Of course, even these students who were expelled are precious resources. After all, being able to enter Donghua Academy from all over the empire means that they are 1 in 100 or even 1,000, and they are just a little weak in talent, family background, luck, etc. After these people were cleared out, major external forces, and even top families, would extend olive branches to them, inviting them to join and serve as fresh blood. There were over 1,000 young and powerful second-grade warriors, and even quite a few were at the peak of their powers. Who wouldn't be envious? This is almost equivalent to a regiment of training troops. Moreover, as long as these eliminated students are trained, they will definitely have no problem breaking through to the third-grade war spirit. Even becoming a fourth-ranked general is not impossible, compared with the olive branches extended by other unknown forces in the outside world. Obviously, as a classmate, Chen Beiyuan makes many students feel recognized and close. More importantly, with Chen Beiyuan's terrifying talent and future, coupled with his profound family background, he has every chance of becoming an emperor. If I don't hug such a thigh, when will I? As the saying goes, learn the arts of literature and martial arts and serve the emperor. Since you want to sell it, you naturally want to sell it at a good price and in a good place. For a moment, many students present suppressed their excitement and stood up one after another to respond. Since senior brother Chen has invited me, it would be disrespectful for me to refuse. Brother Chen, I would like to join the Donghua Chen family. Brother Chen, I was born into the Yun family in Bincheng and have been learning the art of refining weapons since I was young. Brother Chen, I was born in a borderland, and I have always respected the Donghua Chen family's heroic deeds in defending the borders and protecting our country. I am truly honored to be invited here today, and I am living up to my youth. In the front row of the audience, the students who came from aristocratic families were listening to the chaotic flattery coming from all directions, but their faces did not look very good. After Chen Beiyuan's words, he almost got rid of 80% to 90% of the students who were about to be expelled, leaving only some leftovers for them. You don't play like this. If you do this, how are they going to explain to the family behind them? Of course, they can curse as much as they want, but forget it if they are asked to argue with Chen Beiyuan. Otherwise, he would be like some unlucky guy who got his head stepped on and fell into a pit, half dead. A bunch of cowards. Beiyuan, who was sitting leisurely with his legs crossed, looked at the guys around him who looked like their parents had died, curled his lips and muttered something, which immediately attracted the angry glares from the people around him. But after seeing that it was this little devil from the Bai family, he finally chose not to bother with him. Looking at these cowards, Beiyuan sneered with disdain. His purpose of coming to Donghua Academy was simple, which was to look after his brother-in-law for his elder sister. He didn't care about other things. Suddenly, he frowned, realizing something, and turned to look to the side, but saw nothing. Leng Ruobing, who was supposed to be sitting aside, left at some point. After recruiting some people on behalf of the Chen family, Chen Beiyuan was ready to leave. Someone will naturally be responsible for handling what happens next. At that time, whether these people will be assigned to the Chen family's industries or to important positions in the military will depend on the family's arrangements. It's not his turn to worry about such things. Their dragon blood pool of the 8th grade ferocious beast, the Blood Dragon Emperor, will not be open for 3 days, so he naturally will not stay in Donghua Academy any longer. In comparison, he was more interested in the wordless medical classic in the system space, and planned to return to the Chen family to study it first. But when he was about to leave, his way was blocked by a cold and beautiful figure. Surprisingly, it was Leng Ruobing. The cold and arrogant face of this beautiful schoolgirl who had always ignored him and was extremely disgusted with him now had a strange blush and a special charm, as if she had become a completely different person. Beiyuan, I have something to tell you. Sorry, I almost forgot about you. Chen Beiyuan interrupted what she was about to say, a look of sudden enlightenment appearing on his face. After dealing with Lin Xiao, the son of luck, he almost forgot to deal with Leng Ruobing, the female protagonist of luck. Last night, I knelt in the room all night, but that wasn't a punishment. As an accomplice who wanted to harm him, the matter is not over yet. However, he doesn't need to do this kind of thing himself, someone else will do it. At this moment, he only needs to express his attitude. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. You and the Ling family behind you have gained a lot of benefits over the years under the banner of the Donghua Chen family. Take care of yourself. Chapter 18, Killing Without a Knife. Leng Ruobing's blushing face suddenly turned pale, and she stood there in a daze, as if she couldn't react for a moment, and the words she was about to apologize were stuck in her throat. When she came to her senses, Chen Beiyuan had already passed by her and walked out of the school without looking back. The moment they passed each other, a slight breeze blew her jet black hair. The figure that was once so familiar no longer had any reluctance, as if it were a stranger. Leng Ruobing had imagined many things, such as how Chen Beiyuan would forgive her after she apologized proactively. In the final analysis, she was just bewitched by Lin Xiao, which led her to do some wrong things. Fortunately, it did not cause too serious consequences in the end. Then, everything can be treated as if it never happened. But she never dreamed that Chen Beiyuan would leave so decisively and without any regrets, as if they were just strangers to each other. Doesn't he like himself? Leng Ruobing was in a state of confusion, but for some reason, she felt an indescribable pain deep in her heart, as if she had lost something. However, Leng Ruobing, who was worried about gains and losses, had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. You know, the reason why she has been able to enjoy special treatment in Donghua Academy over the years is that everyone is polite to her, and even the children of wealthy families dare not act rudely in front of her. The Ling family behind them is just a small second-rate family, but they can expand at will, make crazy profits, do whatever they want, and no one dares to mess with them. It's because, behind her, stands Chen Beiyuan. Who is Chen Beiyuan? The young master of the Donghua Chen family. The future head of the Donghua Chen family. A young genius with the potential to become an emperor. With such a giant behind him, who would dare to challenge his might? With such a tiger skin, everyone would be wary of him. But now, Chen Beiyuan took the initiative to take away this tiger skin in public. This is big news. Originally, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Beiyuan, and when he said, "Take care of yourself," to Leng Ruobing, it was like a huge missile that instantly detonated the entire audience. Suddenly, their whole place was silent. When Leng Ruobing reacted, he noticed something was wrong. She felt that the way people around her looked at her was gradually changing. The previous looks of awe, friendliness, flattery, and fawning suddenly turned into ridicule, disdain, disgust, and coldness. The rapid transformation made Leng Ruobing extremely uncomfortable. What was even more difficult for her to accept was the unscrupulous remarks that followed. Har har, I knew why young Master Chen would take a woman from a small family seriously. He's just playing around. There are plenty of girls like this in Donghua Academy. If it weren't for young Master Chen, when would she have been ranked as one of the 4 great beauties of Yanjing? It's just a canary imprisoned in a cage for people to watch. When the owner gets tired of playing with it, he naturally doesn't want it anymore. She thinks she's aloof, but in reality, she's nothing. If it weren't for young Master Chen, who would play with her? She has a cold face every day, like someone owes her money. It's annoying just to look at her. What kind of person is she? Har har, you probably don't know, she just looks cold, arrogant, and pure. In fact, TSK, I have a rumor. Last night, this woman took the initiative to ask young Master Chen to go to the Longting Hotel. The next day, she limped out. Wow, this is so exciting. You can't judge a person by appearance. It turns out that this cold and arrogant woman is actually so open in private. Could it be that she didn't serve Master Chen well enough? Before, those classmates who respected her very much seemed to have changed their faces at this moment, and kept saying bad words to her. Among them, there are even some good sisters who live in the same dormitory with her, play very well with her, and try their best to please her. The eyes of the children of the aristocratic families when they looked at her were no longer as clear as before, but instead showed a hint of evil, like a wolf that had been freed from its restraints. Leng Ruobing felt like she had fallen from heaven to hell, and the good people around her instantly turned into bad people. At this moment, she felt like the sky was falling. The sudden and drastic change had a huge impact on her mind, leaving her with a blank mind, confused and unable to accept it. Why did things turn out like this? At this moment, she felt like she was abandoned by the whole world. In the first row of the audience, Beiyuan, who was sitting with his legs crossed, had his frown relaxed and a hint of joy appeared on his rebellious face. He ignored the gossip around him and stood up to leave. He took out his cell phone and dialed a familiar number. The phone just made a beep sound and was connected directly. A charming, sexy, and somewhat lazy voice appeared on the other end of the phone. Xiaobazi, what's the matter? Sister, good news. My brother-in-law must have gotten tired of playing around and dumped the canary he kept outside. On the main podium, Vice President Liu Wenhui secretly breathed a sigh of relief after watching Chen Beiyuan's figure completely leave. If this evil star doesn't leave, he will have a hard time dealing with what happens next. He ignored the messy things between men and women. Instead, he looked towards the pit below, where two miserable figures, one old and one young, were lying together, their lives or deaths unknown. He sighed and waved his hand, signaling his men to send old Xiong and Lin Xiao for treatment as soon as possible. At the same time, he looked towards the luxury car driving away outside the school with a complicated expression. This incident has become so serious that I'm afraid that by the next day, the entire Yanjing city, no, the entire empire will know about it. Everything that happened today, everyone, including me, will become a stepping stone and background. 18-year-old 5th rank war general. On the way back, Chen Beiyuan, sitting in the luxury car, closed his eyes, and a slight curve appeared on his handsome face, as if he had anticipated everything that happened in the school. For Leng Ruobing, a woman like her, simple physical harm is nothing, and it won't even make her feel the slightest bit of regret. On the contrary, mental damage is fatal. When she gets used to the privileged life brought by Chen Beiyuan, once the fire is cut off from her, she will fall from the high clouds into the abyss and be swallowed by darkness bit by bit. The drastic changes before and after, as well as the transformation of human nature, are enough to make people feel collapsed. It's just like the old saying goes, when you are in power, there are only good people around you, no bad people. But once you lose power, you will probably deeply witness the cruelty of human nature. When you reach Chen Beiyuan's status, you don't need a knife to kill people. There is no need for him to take the initiative to do many things. Just one word and there will be many people who know how to understand his intentions to do things neatly. Everything has just begun. Chapter 19. The empire was shaken and the reputation spread far and wide. Just when Chen Beiyuan returned to the Chen family in Donghua. What happened at Donghua Academy was quickly spread through various channels. In an instant, the entire Yanjing city, and even all the top forces in the entire empire were alarmed. No one expected that this school competition would become so big that even the ongoing Donghua graduates trial was overshadowed. Originally, all forces in the empire were focused on the Donghua graduate trial. After all, the average level of Donghua graduates this time is higher than that of previous years, and there are even several graduates whose cultivation has reached the level of 5th grade war commanders. Ostensibly, as long as these graduates pass the school test, they can obtain a letter of recommendation and enter various departments of the empire. But in fact, when they were undergoing the trial, all their detailed information was laid out before the major powers, and the major departments of the empire had already begun to compete openly and secretly to grab people. The Imperial Military, the Imperial Investigation Bureau, the Imperial Intelligence Department, the Imperial Security Department, the Imperial Research Department, the Imperial Logistics Department. As a result, just when the various forces began to fight openly and secretly and quarreled fiercely, he suddenly received urgent intelligence from his subordinates. What did you say? This time, in their academy competition, there's a new 5th grade war marshal. Where did this 5th rank war general come from? Where did this 5th rank war general come from? Are you crazy, or am I? There are only a handful of 5th rank war generals among the graduates this time. Those freshmen have only been in school for 5 years, and those who can break through to the 4th rank war general are rare. Tell me, where did this 5th rank war general come from? What the hell is the intelligence department doing? Chen Beiyuan? The young king from the Donghua Chen family who has the potential to become a great emperor. That's not surprising, that's not surprising. Such talent is simply terrifying. As soon as he broke through, he suppressed a 6th grade war king with a single punch. Although he was only a war king in a weakened state, he still demonstrated his invincibility. Could it be that the Qingji Pavilion Master's prediction back then was true? He predicted the fate of 12-year-old Chen Beiyuan and said that within 10 years, this boy would surpass all the strongest men of his generation. At the time, I thought it might be deliberate flattery, but now it seems that there is a strong possibility. Among the major forces in the Donghua Empire, several of the top monsters have broken through to the 6th grade war king, but they are almost a generation older than Chen Beiyuan. I originally thought Chen Beiyuan would need 10 years to catch up with them, but now it seems, TSK, it's time for those little guys to get nervous. In an instant, the imperial bosses from all major departments present could not help but sigh with emotion. Even the graduates of the academy who were undergoing trials on the screen in front of them didn't find it so appealing anymore. There's no way around it, comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. This is the gap between people. The average age of the graduates of the institution is 28 years old, and most of them are only 4th rank generals, and only a few are 5th rank commanders. Compared with Chen Beiyuan, the 18-year-old 5th rank commander, he is indeed dull. At this moment, all the imperial leaders present could not help but recall the special instructions given to Chen Beiyuan by the mysterious Qingji Pavilion Master 6 years ago. Within 10 years, he will be able to defeat all the strong men of the younger generation. Within 100 years, another 8th grade war emperor emerged to suppress the empire's destiny. There is even a chance to reach the legendary realm of the god of war. At that time, this special criticism caused quite a stir and sparked considerable controversy. Most people believed that it was excessive praise, or even overpraise. In this world with a cultivation system, the lifespan of cultivators is much shorter than that of ordinary people on the blue star in the previous life. I don't know how much taller he is. Practitioners under the age of 35 are considered to be the younger generation. In this situation, Chen Beiyuan undoubtedly suffered a great loss. This means that after that special comment appears, he will have to compete with those young monsters who are a generation older than him. It can be said that Chen Beiyuan, who was only 12 years old at the time, was under tremendous pressure, and the attention of the young generation of strong men was almost all focused on him. Under such circumstances, the 12-year-old Chen Beiyuan made a shocking decision. He chose to suppress his realm and forcibly maintained the cultivation level of an initial 4th grade general for 6 years. Over the past 6 years, rumors, gossip, and sarcasm have never stopped. But Chen Beiyuan never paid any attention to it. He just quietly accumulated strength, waiting to amaze everyone one day. This is the fundamental reason why in the original novel, Chen Beiyuan's personality changed drastically after he was tricked by Lin Xiao and his cultivation was completely destroyed and he was humiliated. Back then, the 12-year-old boy had been under high pressure that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Everyone saw the splendor on the surface, but no one saw the young man's silent silence. Everyone will only marvel at it and attribute it to their natural talent. But we ignore the hardships and sweat behind it. Old Chen, you gave birth to a good son. You actually hid it so well, kept it quiet for so long, and now you've surprised everyone. An 18-year-old 5th rank war general, who wouldn't be envious? If I had known earlier, I should have taken action earlier, and let that bastard old boy take advantage of him. There's nothing I can do. Beiyuan has always had my temperament since he was little. Even in terms of cultivation, he inherited the excellent genes of my Chen family. He's always low-key. At this moment, after sighing, all the imperial leaders present congratulated a middle-aged man in a general's uniform. The middle-aged man's face was somewhat similar to Chen Beiyuan's, but he looked more mature and more majestic. This person was surprisingly the head of the Donghua Chen family and Chen Beiyuan's father, Chen Zhiqing. Just when the bigwigs in the upper echelons of the empire were shocked. What happened at Donghua Academy also began to spread to all parts of the empire under the impetus of a certain force. The powerful young generation of the empire also learned about what happened in Donghua Academy through the forces behind them. In a wild and primitive secret place of ferocious beasts, a primitive fight with fists and flesh is taking place at this moment. No, to be more precise, it is a one-sided massacre. The two sides in the fight were a burly man with a bare upper body and a fierce animal skin hanging around his waist, and a violent behemoth as big as a mountain, covered with silver hair and a thick tail. The violent behemoth was actually a 6th-grade ferocious beast, silver behemoth. This is a powerful beast known for its physical strength, comparable to a giant. However, at this moment, the silver behemoth, which was famous for its physical strength, was crushed head-on. The burly man was filled with murderous aura. Without using a trace of fighting spirit, he relied solely on his physical strength to pin the 6th-grade beast to the ground and rub it. Bronze fists as big as sandbags smashed down like raindrops, creating huge blood pits on the silver behemoth's body, revealing its white bones and beating internal organs. The silver behemoth's shrill howl echoed in the forest and gradually became weaker. Soon, the burly man covered in blood seemed to be bored with the game and punched out directly. The powerful beast's head was blown up, and its brains burst and splashed onto the face that was as ferocious as a ghost. "You are so weak, and I thought you were so strong. Look. You can try to find a golden behemoth when you come here, but I don't know if this little secret realm has any high-end stuff like the golden behemoth." The burly man slowly stood up, shook his arms with a crackling sound, relaxed his muscles and bones, and emanated heat from his pores, as if he had done a warm-up. The burly man's origins were unusual. The direct heir of the Donghua Zhu family. Nicknamed Crazy Zhu. His body is more ferocious than that of a beast, as if he were covered with human skin. This person is a well-known show-off. He likes to pick a fight with anyone. When he starts fighting, he either kills the person or beats him half to death. As a result, no one in the entire Yanjing city was willing to fight him. They would hide when they saw him and curse him in private. Even the top monsters were annoyed when they saw him. So, this old man found a secret place where ferocious beasts lived in his family and went straight in to fight the beasts. Suddenly, a piece of animal bone hanging under the animal skin on the burly man's waist emitted a faint light, as if conveying some message. The slightly boring and ferocious face paused for a moment, and his eyes seemed to shine with brilliance. The next moment, a thunderous laugh resounded in the forest, forming a sound wave that spread in all directions. What a Chen Beiyuan! After 6 years of dormancy, he suddenly made a stunning debut. This is really a big surprise for me. I thought you had fallen into depravity over the years. Secret Realm. The deep, dark valley was accompanied by a creepy, hissing sound. I saw that deep in the valley, there were densely packed, colorful poisonous snakes entangled with each other, constantly spraying venom from their mouths, and converging towards a deep pool. I saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the dark pool, soaking in the poison pool and absorbing the strong toxin bit by bit. Suddenly, the figure trembled slightly, and a colorful light appeared on his body, as if conveying some important message. A cold snort suddenly sounded from the dark poison pool, and with its terrifying pressure, it instantly crushed the densely packed poisonous snakes outside into minced meat. Humph, he just defeated an old and frail 6th-rank war king. Do you really think he is the best of the younger generation? Although the owner of that cold snort showed an extremely disdainful attitude, there was a hint of solemnity in his voice. This person is from the Donghua Lin family and is the next heir of the Lin family. Extremely cold, snowy mountains. A charming figure wearing a snow-white dress and a veil covering her peerless beauty was standing on the top of the snow-capped mountain. Not far away, a giant beast emitting a terrifying aura was lying on the ground, looking well-behaved and obedient, without any of the ferocious appearance of a ferocious beast. The huge head would occasionally stretch out in front of the charming figure and shake, like a pet begging for petting. This picture is extremely shocking. No one can associate the well-behaved and obedient, big pet, in front of them with the ferocious and violent beast. When a jade-like hand with skin as white as cream strokes the furry head of the giant beast, it makes a comfortable whistle and swings its thick tail. The charming figure raised her eyes slightly, looked at the snow and ice in front of her through their veil, looked in the direction of the Donghua Empire, and the corners of her mouth seemed to raise a little arc. The little guy from back then has finally grown up. This charming figure comes from the Donghua by family. In addition, there is a special identity. That is Chen Beiyuan's fiancé. Similar scenes are still happening one after another. And the situation further fermented with what happened at Donghua Academy. The name Chen Beiyuan once again resounded throughout the Donghua Empire, attracting the attention of countless people. Chapter 20. Even the imperial family cannot humiliate my Chen family. Donghua Empire, border front. Suddenly, a loud and heroic laugh, old yet full of energy, was heard from a towering steel fortress. The terrifying pressure from heaven and earth instantly swept across the entire Great Wall, alarming the millions of troops stationed there and spreading outwards. In an instant, outside the border, within a radius of 100 miles, all the ferocious beasts and alien tribes felt a palpitation of fear, as if some disaster was about to befall. A Tauran tribe stationed near the border front. A Minotaur chieftain, clad in golden armor and emitting the aura of a 7th-grade war emperor, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. A look of fear instantly appeared on his face. What is that? Terret. I saw that the grey clouds in the sky had gathered together at some point, surging wildly, and gradually formed a huge old human face. The dark and deep eyes drooped slightly, and the terrifying demonic light fell from the sky and covered the ground. Boom! In an instant, wherever the deep demonic eyes swept across the sky, all the ferocious beasts and alien races froze in succession, as if they had lost their souls, and fell to the ground, without a breath. Okay, my Chen family's Chilean son really didn't let me down. Today, the empire's border frontier has expanded 100 miles. Congratulations to my son, Chilean of the Chen family. The huge old face that covered the sky and the sun let out a deafening roar and issued a military order. Millions of troops across the entire empire's border front were mobilized instantly, causing a chain reaction. Countless armies of cultivators, clad in battle armor and riding warhorses imbued with the blood of ferocious beasts, filed out of the city gates like a dark wave, sweeping the battlefield, looting the carcasses of ferocious beasts, and hoisting the imperial flag in the alien camps. Such a huge movement naturally could not be hidden from the 8th-grade ferocious beasts and powerful aliens. But when those eyes looked at the huge human face in the sky, they all revealed fear. The Donghua Chen family's base camp is essentially on the northern border of the empire. To the north of the empire, there is a territory of nearly 1 million kilometers, which nominally belongs to the empire, but in reality belongs to the Chen family. This is also for. What about the 8th-rank war emperor of the Donghua Chen family? That old man Chen would be stationed at the border. The fundamental reason why all the Donghua Chen family members would join the army and go to the border as soon as they reached adulthood to defend their country was. As I said, in the adult world, there is only interest. The Donghua Empire is essentially a powerful joint stock empire. It is somewhat similar to an enhanced and modified version of the Tang dynasty. The Donghua imperial family was the largest aristocratic family in the empire, occupying the largest territory. The other top aristocratic families each had their own territories and domains. These people were at the top of the empire and controlled the majority of the resources. And under the many top families, there are also many wealthy and powerful families, as well as small and medium-sized families, which are connected to each other one by one. The royal family and aristocratic families who enjoyed the greatest benefits naturally had to bear the greatest responsibilities. Just as Chen Beiyuan said, over the hundreds of years of the Donghua Chen family, countless Chen family members have died fighting for the empire, enough to dye the land beneath their feet red. Chen Beiyuan had no idea whether there were any playboys in other top families, or whether they had done anything unscrupulous. However, the Donghua Chen family definitely does not have that. Most of the Chen family members are thrown to the border when they reach adulthood to fight against ferocious beasts and foreign races. Those who stayed in the heart of the empire were all the elites of the family, responsible for ensuring the fundamental interests of the family. No one would do anything stupid. Of course, as a top family, the Donghua Chen family also has its own family base in Yanjing city, covering an area of thousands of acres. Similar things happen to other noble families as well. Yanjing, Chen family. Chen Beiyuan, who had just returned to the family, was not in a hurry to check the benefits of the system space. Instead, he bowed solemnly to the one-armed old man next to him and thanked him. Mr. Chen, I was at the academy earlier and I troubled you to help me. It's okay. The old man asked me to look after the young master, so I will naturally not let anything happen to the young master. Although the imperial family is behind Donghua Academy, they still don't have the courage to kill the young master. The one-armed old man, Mr. Chen, paused for a moment with his white eyes as he looked at the young man who was bowing and thanking him, and shook his head slightly. His voice is hoarse, like rusty blades colliding with each other, giving people a creepy feeling. The origin of this one-armed old man is unusual. He has been a personal guard for Chen Beiyuan's grandfather, Old Man Chen, for decades. His cultivation has long reached the level of a 7th grade war emperor. He has also practiced top-notch killing skills. He has killed more than 10 7th grade ferocious beasts on the border battlefield. The number of 6th grade and 5th grade ferocious beasts that died at his hands is even greater. Unfortunately, in an accident, Mr. Chen was ambushed by a ferocious beast. Not only was he seriously injured, he also permanently lost his right arm. His strength declined and he became negative. As a top family in Donghua, the Chen family naturally has no shortage of a magical treasure that can regenerate severed limbs, but it was rejected by Mr. Chen. Eventually, the old man was transferred back to the heart of the empire by Old Master Chen, and served as the bodyguard of Chen Ziqing, the head of the Chen family. Later, after Chen Ziqing grew up, he became Chen Beiyuan's protector. Once Chen Beiyuan is in danger of his life, the old man will take action. Don't underestimate this old man just because he has lost a hand and has a disability. Even if he only has one hand left, as long as he can hold the knife, he can kill any ordinary 7th grade ferocious beast. Before at Donghua Academy, it would have been easy for old Chen to kill a 7th grade war emperor like Vice Principal Liu Wenwei, who had not experienced many life and death crises. Even Chen Beiyuan and his son have great respect for this experienced and loyal old man. After Mr. Chen shook his head, his tone suddenly paused, and then he added. However, I sensed a chilling feeling at the time. It must have been the mysterious principal of Donghua Academy. I was a little afraid that he would intervene. Har, don't worry, Mr. Chen, he wouldn't dare to do that. I'm in the right in this matter, so naturally you can ask for an explanation. If that person dares to use his cultivation as an 8th grade war emperor to suppress me, I will not sit idly by. By then, I'm afraid the old man will come in person to ask the imperial family for an explanation. People from the Donghua Chen family don't cause trouble, but they are not afraid of trouble. No big deal, just do it once. Even the imperial family cannot humiliate my Chen family. Chapter 21, Report the godfather of the son of fortune and skin him alive. Chen Beiyuan took old Chen's minor worries very lightly. The Chen family's ability to control most of the empire's military power is not just bragging, but is achieved through hard work. Which of the other top families does not covet the power in the hands of the Chen family and wants to replace it, but who really dares to take action? The ancestor of the Chen family died after killing an 8th grade ferocious beast and seriously injuring another 8th grade ferocious beast, causing the Donghua Chen family to fall into a precarious situation. Yet, Master Chen was able to achieve a breakthrough to the 8th grade war emperor so fortuitously. He was able to stabilize the situation and shock all parties involved. The water here is very deep. The Donghua Chen family is not as simple as imagined. In the original novel, even if Lin Xiao, the son of destiny, wanted to overthrow the Donghua Chen family, he had to resort to internal and external means, collude with the ferocious beasts and alien races on the border, use treasonous means, and then join forces with a top family to stab him in the back. In the end, he was only half successful. In some respects, even the imperial family has to be wary of the Donghua Chen family. What's more, this is a powerful joint stock empire, and even a powerful royal family cannot do whatever it wants. Some things, if done, can easily arouse public anger. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. As long as the old man is still here, the sky won't fall. Chen Beiyuan comforted Mr. Chen in front of him meaningfully. I understand. Old Chen nodded silently. As the next heir of the Donghua Chen family, the young man in front of him must know much more than he did. Immediately, old Chen's figure retreated into the shadows and disappeared out of thin air. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that old Chen had already left the room and was lurking somewhere outside the room, secretly protecting his safety with his special high-level fighting spirit, Shadow. The high-level fighting spirit, Shadow, awakened by old Chen is extremely special. It not only has extremely strong lethality, but also has terrifying concealment capabilities. It is a natural killer talent. Sometimes, if used well, it might be even more powerful than some top-level fighting spirits. More importantly, Mr. Chen is almost a die-hard fan of the Chen family, the kind who would sacrifice his life at a critical moment. This is why Mr. Chen arranged for old Chen to be Chen Beiyuan's protector. Chen Beiyuan did not have too many taboos and directly reached into his pocket. In fact, he did take out the wordless medical classic through the system space. Is this the strongest golden finger that Lin Xiao relies on to rise to prominence? Chen Beiyuan looked at the wordless medical classic in his hand, flipped through it casually, and suddenly a blank page appeared. But when his eyes fell on the paper, the snow-white page suddenly burst into a golden light, and tadpole symbols began to emerge and combine together. Chen Beiyuan's deep and cold eyes seemed to reveal an indescribable surprise. A strange arc gradually appeared on his calm face, and he muttered to himself. Only those who possess destiny and destiny can read the contents of the scriptures. Who said? Only the son of destiny can see it. I, who was destined to be a villain, am also a person with destiny and luck. As Chen Beiyuan flipped through their pages, the strange medical skills and special methods recorded in their wordless medical classic were revealed one after another, unveiling the mysterious veil. Its exquisiteness even amazed Chen Beiyuan. There is such a mysterious technique in the world. Suddenly, his movements paused, and his gaze abruptly stopped on the content of the next page. Poison of illusion, take the heart of an illusory beast, add it to the water of the heavenly root, and then add 9,981 spiritual objects. Smelt it with the fire of the heart. During this process, you must be focused and determined, and make no mistakes. Otherwise, your mind may become confused and corroded by the poison of illusion. Note, the quality of the ingredients will affect the specific effects of the illusion poison. This poison is colorless and odorless. Once a cultivator below the 7th rank war emperor is infected, their cultivation will be completely destroyed. Even a 7th rank war emperor will be affected if he is not careful. This page records the configuration method of the poison of illusion that Lin Xiao wanted to use to murder him. If one is below the 7th rank of war emperor, once he is attacked, all his cultivation will be wasted and he can only choose to start over. Even if a 7th grade war emperor was hit, he would be affected and would need to use force to suppress the poison, which would weaken his strength significantly. Such a terrifying poison technique can almost be said to be an essential skill for Lin Xiao, the son of luck, to ambush others and hit them from behind in the early stage. Normally, the poison of delusion can be delivered to their goal through various channels, without having to use Leng Ruobing as their medium as in the beginning. It's a pity that Lin Xiao has no access to Chen Beiyuan's normal diet. If he wants to get close to him deliberately, he will attract the attention of the Donghua Chen family. If he is not careful, he will be in danger of death. For this reason, Lin Xiao finally chose to take a risky move and used Leng Ruobing as the medium for poisoning. Of course, in addition to this reason, it should also be because the quality of the void poison in Lin Xiao's hand is not high. After all, in order to refine this kind of strange poison, too many special materials are needed. Moreover, the requirements for the materials are also extremely high. Even Lin Xiao's godfather can't give him much help. In that situation, even Lin Xiao couldn't be sure that the low-quality, void poison in his hand would have any effect on me. He could only choose to poison me deeply. If it were my original form, I'm afraid you would have already succeeded by now. Unfortunately, you met me. The medical classics and strange poisons you relied on have now become my powerful weapons to protect me. Chen Beiyuan smiled and looked at the wordless medical manual in his hand with reluctance. Unlike the son of destiny who was born into a common family, he, as the destined villain, has the most outstanding background in the entire empire. The materials for refining poison of illusion are extremely rare treasures for Lin Xiao, and it takes a lot of effort to gather them. But for Chen Beiyuan, although it is not as rare as the weeds that can be seen everywhere on the roadside, it is not too rare either. It's very easy to put them together. Once the refining is successful, he will have more. A powerful trump card. This trump card has a certain effect even on a 7th grade war emperor. Just the first few pages of the medical classics contain such a strange poison as the poison of illusion. I'm afraid there will be something even more powerful later on. Chen Beiyuan suppressed the restlessness in his heart and wanted to turn to the content at the back, but he seemed to be blocked by a special force and could not turn it. Could it be that my cultivation level is not high enough? I can't see the rest of the content. He frowned and suddenly remembered something. In the original novel, the wordless medical scripture and Taishan dragon transformation scripture that Lin Xiao obtained were not physical entities, but two spiritual imprints that appeared deep in his soul. Lin Xiao did not obtain the entire contents of the two scriptures at the beginning. Instead, as his cultivation level increased, he gradually unlocked the more profound and abstruse information in the two scriptures in his mind. Thinking of this, Chen Beiyuan couldn't help but look at the blank medical book in his hand, with a strange expression on his face. Wordless medical sutra only. The word only is extremely eye-catching. The wordless medical classic in my hand is either a replica from the system, or it is the original. The latter possibility is very high. Soon, Chen Beiyuan suppressed the restless emotions in his heart, put the wordless medical scripture back into the system space, and muttered silently to himself. 3 days is enough time for me to refine my trump card, the void poison. I can also comprehend the contents of the medical classics and improve my medical skills. Then I can go to Donghua Academy, claim my reward, and bathe in the dragon blood pool. However, if we do nothing during these 3 days, it would make Lin Xiao, the son of destiny, too relaxed. It would be better to give him some trouble. Housekeeper. Bang! Chen Beiyuan snapped his fingers. An old man with grey hair and dressed in butler's clothes pushed the door open and walked in, bowing naked and saying, "Mr. Chen, what are your instructions?" Have a few people report to Donghua Academy, under their real names, that Xiong Baizang, the school's top management, has blatantly violated school rules by adopting student Lin Xiao as his godson. He has also abused his power for personal gain, misappropriating logistical resources, and withholding supplies from other students to fund his godson's cultivation. Before, he had been holding back, just to explode at this moment. Chen Beiyuan considers himself a member of Donghua Academy. Being an upright person, he naturally did not want to see such a cancer existing in Donghua Academy and continue to damage the reputation of the academy. Then let us arrange a few people to report it in real name. By the way, let the reporter from the Empire Daily go over for an interview. Just arouse the anger in the hearts of Donghua students. If Lin Xiao and his godfather don't die, they will be skinned alive. Of course, Mr. Cheung has a relationship with the principal of Donghua University, so perhaps he can ask him to take action and suppress the matter. But, in this world, there is no endless kindness. Chapter 22 Dimensionality Reduction Attack. Donghua University, Medical Center. Lin Xiao, who had just woken up, was staring blankly at the ceiling, with a hint of numbness and deadness in his eyes. At this moment, his injuries have almost recovered under the treatment of the school's doctors. But compared to the injuries on the physical body, the severe blow to the soul and dignity is the reason why Lin Xiao fell into silence. In front of all the Donghua students, he knelt on the ground and barked like a dog. He was also severely humiliated by having his head stepped on and trampled on the ground. This was more than just his dignity being shattered to pieces. Even his reputation was largely ruined. No matter how great his achievements are in the future, there will always be people who clearly remember the dark deeds of him being treated like a dog and trampled on the ground. This shame is destined to follow him throughout his life. At this moment, he still clearly remembered the strange and weird looks from the doctors and nurses around him during the time he was awake. That feeling was like a poisonous sting piercing deep into his flesh, taking root and spreading wildly. Chen Beiyuan, the humiliation you suffered today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. I, Lin Xiao, hereby make a great vow on the path of Taoism. One day, when I reach the pinnacle, I will annihilate the entire Chen clan of Donghua, leaving no one alive. Chen Beiyuan, not only will you die, but your entire family and all branches of the Chen family will also die. They will all have to pay a heavy price for your wrongdoings. Lin Xiao cursed in a low voice with resentment, his facial expression became distorted and hideous. At this moment, he no longer had the righteous look he had before, but looked like an evil ghost from the abyss of hell. From childhood to adulthood, he has never suffered such a big loss. Just because he can endure, doesn't mean he is really a coward who will endure for his whole life. Even a turtle will bite when it gets angry. Just as Lin Xiao began to feel helpless and furious, a violent coughing sound came from the side, suddenly waking him up. Godfather. Lin Xiao quickly got up and went to the bed opposite. I saw a skinny old man wearing a loose hospital gown, his sleeves hanging on the ground, his face covered with age spots, and a grey face. He suddenly woke up and coughed frantically, as if he was choked by something. Lin Xiao was shocked and quickly helped old Qiong up, leaned him against the bed, fed him hot water, and tapped the acupuncture points on his back with a special technique to relieve the condition. Puff. Perhaps it was Lin Xiao's technique that worked. Old Qiong, who had been coughing madly, suddenly woke up and gradually calmed down. He looked at his empty sleeves with cloudy eyes and was stunned for a long time. It was not until he saw Lin Xiao in front of him that he became a little more sober. Lin Xiao. Godfather, it's me, Xiaoer. Don't worry, I'll do whatever it takes to find the treasure that can restore your arms. Lin Xiao looked at his godfather, who was in a state of disarray and had lost all his energy, and hurriedly spoke to comfort him. At this moment, old Qiong no longer had the high spirits and arrogance he had before. He looked like an old dog with a broken spine and crippled arms. Not only had he lost his energy, he also had a vague desire to die. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't sit idly by. He used words and bread to encourage his desire to live. Putting aside other things, how could he die before he had the chance to repay his godfather's kindness? More importantly, even though his godfather was disabled, he was still one of the senior executives in charge of the school's logistical resources. He still had the power in his hands and could continue to provide him with further resources. Under normal circumstances, Donghua Academy would not deprive the godfather of his rights without reason. This means that he can still rely on, no, it should be said that he can still honor his godfather. Perhaps Lin Xiao moved him, or the big picture he painted just hit his heart. Old Qiong's mood stabilized a lot, and the death determination in his eyes also dissipated a lot. Just when Lin Xiao couldn't help but want to breathe a sigh of relief. But then several loud voices filled with strong evil and resentment came from outside. I, Wang Xiaod, am reporting the Academy's senior, Qiong Beiyuan, for maliciously withholding cultivation resources and passing them off as inferior goods. I toiled for a year completing Academy missions, earning 8,000 credits that I intended to exchange for a 4th grade spiritual item to aid in awakening my battle spirit. But this old dog actually gave me a damaged 4th grade spiritual item. Such behavior is simply outrageous. You, old bastard, are blocking my path, and you will not live a good death. I, Xiao Baihe, am reporting this old scoundrel Qiong Beiyuan under my real name for corruption and abuse of power. My brother was already at the peak of a 2nd grade combat master. He only needed a 3rd grade spiritual object to guide the spirit into his body and achieve a 3rd grade combat spirit, allowing him to stay at the academy to continue his studies. However, because this old scoundrel was obsessed with profit, the 3rd grade spiritual object he exchanged for was only half effective. Ultimately, he failed to break through and was expelled from the academy. I, Wang Baichuan, am reporting this in my real name. I personally witnessed this old bastard secretly giving Lin Xiao a backdoor, allowing him to sneak into the academy's treasury and steal public treasures. This old dog is completely devoid of conscience. Lin Xiao, you are really capable. You recognized an old dog as your godfather, kowtowed a few times, and then you can rise all the way to the top, take the treasure that does not belong to you, and use it for yourself. Those loud voices echoed throughout the entire Donghua Academy, almost stripping Lin Xiao and old Qiong's underwear completely, exposing them completely in front of everyone. In an instant, the entire Donghua Academy fell into silence, and everyone looked over here in disbelief. Soon, the quick-witted school leaders had their troublemakers arrested. However, the words just now were like a bombshell that silently set off a huge wave in the school. The entire Donghua Academy fell into an inexplicable silence. Inside the ward, Lin Xiao's face was full of disbelief. He never thought that his relationship with his godfather would be exposed. More importantly, even what he and his godfather did secretly was exposed. It was as if there was a pair of eyes hidden in the dark watching everything that happened. For some reason, the first suspect Lin Xiao thought of at this moment was Chen Beiyuan. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man rushed in with several members of the law enforcement team. The middle-aged man in the lead was none other than Vice President Liu Wenwei. Qiong Beiyuan, several Donghua students have reported you for corruption and abuse of power. Donghua Academy is now temporarily removing you from your position as director of the logistics department and conducting an internal investigation. Given your special circumstances and injuries, you won't need to go to the interrogation room. During this time, you will remain in the medical facility and are not allowed to leave until the interrogation is complete. As soon as Liu Wenwei opened his mouth, he directly eliminated Lin Xiao's greatest reliance at the moment and removed old Cheung from his position. Perhaps considering the special relationship between Mr. Cheung and the principal, Liu Wenwei fortunately did not go too far and took the man to the interrogation room, leaving some leeway after all. But even so, Lin Xiao was anxious. Principal Liu, Mr. Cheung is wrongly accused. Chen Beiyuan is behind all this. Lin Xiao, shut up. Do you have any evidence? You're accusing your classmates for no reason. Who gave you the guts to do that? Liu Wenwei rebuked righteously. Since you are implicated in this case, Donghua Academy will temporarily suspend you. The final decision on your case will be made after the investigation is complete. If the facts are proven true, the Academy will not only revoke your student status, but will also hand you over to the Court of Inquiry for trial by the Empire. Lin Xiao's face turned pale. He was actually suspended from Donghua Academy. This means that not only will he be unable to obtain resources from Donghua Academy in the future, he could not even get the protection of Donghua Academy. Puff. Seeing that the situation has gotten so bad, old Cheung suddenly vomited out a mouthful of blood and fainted again on the spot. Godfather! Godfather! Just when Lin Xiao and his son were in dire straits. Leng Ruobing, the heroine, is not in a much better situation at the moment. The sudden attitude and sarcasm from the people around her made this cool and beautiful school beauty fall into deep confusion and helplessness. But before she could react, she received another call of bad news from the Leng family. Ruobing, things are bad. The family's listed company was maliciously attacked. Now the stock price has plummeted to as low as waste paper. The Leng family has lost at least billions. Ruobing, are you crazy? How did you provoke young Master Chen to break up with the Leng family? Now the Li, Yuan, and Yu families have all stopped cooperating with us. Leng Ruobing, you bitch, what did you do? My son is a healthy person, how could he be beaten half to death in a bar? You did something wrong yourself, don't bring trouble to the family. Ruobing, I beg you, go and admit your mistake to Master Chen, otherwise, everyone in the Leng family will die. Ruobing, bad news. The patriarch was attacked by a mysterious, ferocious beast, and was seriously injured. He has now been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. As the phone calls kept coming in, curses, pleas, and bad news from family members kept coming. Leng Ruobing felt his mind go blank, and he stood there in a daze. He didn't even react when his phone fell to the ground. At this moment, I just felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 23, Enlightenment Pill. Divine Transformation Stone. Leng Ruobing never dreamed that only a few hours had passed since Chen Beiyuan said, cut off all ties. Her world changed drastically. All of the Leng family's industries have been maliciously attacked by various forces and are on the verge of bankruptcy. Several large families that had previously cooperated well also turned against each other. Not only did they forcibly cancel the previous cooperation, but also took advantage of the situation and demanded liquidated damages. Several of the Leng family's playboys were even jealous of others in the bar and had their eyes on other people's girlfriends. Over the years, they had been relying on the Donghua Chen family's reputation to show off their power and act arrogantly, thinking that no one dared to touch them. As a result, they were beaten on the spot by a young master from a first-class family. Now, these dandy young men of the Leng family whose legs were broken are still being held in a bar, waiting for the head of the Leng family to come and redeem them. Leng Ruobing, the head of the Leng family and Leng Ruobing's father, a 6th-rank war king, learned that a family member was detained and wanted to rescue him. However, he was attacked by a mysterious beast on the way and was seriously injured. He fell unconscious on the way. Fortunately, he was found by a kind-hearted person and sent to the hospital. According to the descriptions of kind-hearted people at the time, the mysterious beast that escaped had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, and looked like a human. After Leng Ruobing was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, the entire Leng family lost its backbone and became a mess, like ants on a hot pan. The Leng family, who had been showing off their power in Yanjing city, suddenly became a lost family. Previously, the Leng family, a second-rate family, had gained a lot of benefits by relying on the Donghua Chen family's cover, causing many people to be angry but not speak out. Even the wealthy and powerful families that are more powerful than the Leng family will endure it if they can, and if they can't, they will try their best to endure it. Who in the entire Yanjing city doesn't he know that Leng Ruobing of the Leng family is the canary kept outside by Chen Beiyuan? If you touch the Leng family, you will easily offend Chen Beiyuan. But after Chen Beiyuan broke up with Leng Ruobing in public, everything became different. Those wealthy and powerful families who were wary before will not be polite now. The Leng family has to spit out as much meat as they ate before. In addition, you have to cut your own flesh, remove your own bones, dig out your own heart, and dig out your own liver to feed those hungry wolves who smell the blood. Just as Chen Beiyuan said, with his current status and position, he doesn't need to kill people himself. He only needs a word or a look, and countless people who want to curry favor with him will do the job. Could it be that I was really wrong? Leng Ruobing stood there in confusion, looking at the world in front of him that had suddenly become unfamiliar, and felt a suffocating feeling gradually enveloping him. Ding, congratulations to their host for changing their original destiny. With overwhelming force and a dimensionality-reducing attack, they have deprived the important supporting character, Old Xiong, of his high-ranking position at the Academy. This has caused the Son of Destiny, Lin Xiao, to be suspended from Donghua Academy, losing his greatest support. This has had a severe impact on his mentality, significantly weakening the Son of Destiny, Lin Xiao's, protagonist's destiny. Ding, congratulations to their host for receiving the special reward, Enlightenment Pill. Enlightenment Pill, a magical pill imbued with the essence of Tao. Once consumed, one enters a state of enlightenment, where one's understanding and learning abilities are increased 100-fold. Duration, 48 hours. Ding, congratulations to their host for changing their original destiny. They publicly severed their ties with their lucky heroine Leng Ruobing and the Leng family behind her. These blood-sucking bugs that parasitized the Donghua Chen family received the cruel punishment they deserved. This also dealt an unprecedented blow to the heart of the lucky heroine, Leng Ruobing, causing her to begin to feel regret and despair. Ding, congratulations to their host for receiving the special reward, Divine Transformation Stone Soul Bound. Stone of Divine Transformation Soul Bound, an ancient divine stone imbued with strange energy. Since this stone is bound to their host's soul, it cannot be used by others. Once used, this stone can forcibly elevate the user's cultivation to a higher realm for half an hour. Afterwards, the user will fall into an extremely weak state, and their cultivation will be temporarily sealed. Number of uses, 3 times. Chen Beiyuan, who was about to start refining their poison of illusion, suddenly stopped moving his hands, and his dark eyes suddenly burst into a divine light. Although he had anticipated the system prompts, he did not expect that this time the system experience would be so rich. His eyes instantly turned to the 2 special rewards in the system space. Enlightenment Pill. Stone of Divine Transformation. The former is a magical elixir that can temporarily increase the user's comprehension by 100 times, allowing them to enter a state of enlightenment. The latter is an ancient divine stone that can temporarily force the user to advance to a higher realm. At this moment, his eyes were almost fixed on the ordinary stone in the system space, which looked like something he had picked up on the roadside. He even ignored the pill, emitting a mysterious light next to it, and subconsciously muttered to himself. There is such a magical object. You can forcibly raise a realm, and the 5th grade war general will become a 6th grade war general. The 6th grade war king becomes the 7th grade war emperor, the 7th grade war emperor becomes the 8th grade war emperor, and the 8th grade war emperor becomes the 9th grade war god. Although there are significant side effects and the frequency of use, compared to the terrifying effects, those minor side effects are actually insignificant. Chen Beiyuan dared to say that the value of the divine transformation stone could no longer be described in words. Even an 8th grade divine weapon cannot compare to a divine object of this level. This thing can be said to be his biggest trump card now. It may even be the strongest trump card for a long time to come. With this trump card in hand, he is not afraid of anyone as long as the 8th rank war emperor does not take action personally. Even when his cultivation level improves, even an 8th grade war emperor will no longer be a threat. Chen Beiyuan's eyes lit up with ambition, and he seemed to have anticipated some future scenarios. However, I still need to find a guardian beast, or a guardian puppet, to protect myself and get through the weak period when my cultivation is temporarily sealed. Even though he had old Chen, a 7th grade war emperor, as his protector. But the meticulous Chen Beiyuan subconsciously planned to keep something in reserve. Being forced to use the Stone of Divine Transformation must mean that there are dangers lurking everywhere. By then, even old Chen may not be able to take care of him. At this time, a guardian pet or a guardian puppet will naturally come in handy. With the power of the Donghua Chen family, it is not difficult to simply find a guardian puppet or a guardian pet. But if his realm is too low, it will definitely not work and will not be of much use to him. The higher the realm, the more difficult it will be to obtain. Let the family members search for it first. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that the Chen family will do their best to provide him with whatever he needs. His greatest reward to the Chen family was to break through to the 8th grade war emperor as soon as possible and suppress the family's luck. Nothing else can compare to this. No family achievement can compare to that of an 8th grade war emperor. Suppressing the churning thoughts in his mind, Chen Beiyuan took out the enlightenment pill and swallowed it without hesitation. This enlightenment pill can enable him to comprehend and master the wordless medical classic in the shortest possible time, directly catching up with the more than 10 years of medical attainments of the protagonist, the miracle doctor Lin Xiao, and even surpass him. It's true, when the time comes, heaven and earth will work together. Chapter 24, Expanding Territory is a great achievement for mankind and will be recorded in the history of the empire. After being confused, Leng Ruobing immediately prepared to leave Donghua Academy and return to the Leng family. Originally, she planned to go directly to the hospital to see her seriously injured and unconscious father. But in order to force her to go back, the people of the Leng family forcibly took the unconscious Leng Ruobing from the hospital emergency room back to the Leng family, and threatened that if she didn't come back, Leng Ruobing would be sent to the hospital for treatment. Those elders who had been kind and even fawning towards her now seemed to have changed their expressions, as if they wished she would die. Leng Ruobing actually didn't have much stuff at Donghua Academy. At most, she had some clothes in her dormitory. But when she thought about the drastically changed faces of her roommates, she decisively chose to give up. But just as she was about to leave the school gate, she was blocked by a familiar figure walking out from a corner. Lin Xiao. Leng Ruobing looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. He no longer had the high spirits and righteousness he had before. Instead, he looked embarrassed and downcast. But what did that have to do with her? Her expression instantly returned to calm, and she looked at the man in front of her with cold eyes, as if she was looking at a stranger. What's the matter? If nothing, please move aside. Lin Xiao's expression was complicated. Looking at the cold and beautiful school beauty in front of him, he seemed to have endless doubts and pain in his heart. If the other party's current situation was not much different from his, he would even suspect that Leng Ruobing had colluded with Chen Beiyuan from the beginning and wanted to murder him. Why did all the previous plans fail? Why is Chen Beiyuan not hurt at all? Why did he lose so miserably? He must know the truth. Leng Ruobing was with Chen Beiyuan that night, so she must know something. However, Leng Ruobing's indifferent eyes and icy gaze at this moment undoubtedly hurt Lin Xiao deeply. The son of destiny, who had been feeling aggrieved until now, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Even the calmness on his face disappeared, and he roared madly. Why? Why on earth? Ruobing, how could you become like this? You didn't treat me like this before. Don't you hate Chen Beiyuan? Why did everything change after that night? Why didn't Chen Beiyuan show any signs of being infected? Why did I lose so miserably? Did you say something to Chen Beiyuan? Do you know how much I love you? Love me? Loving me means sending me to other men's beds. Is this what you call love? Then your love is truly perverted, Lin Xiao. I'm stupid too. I actually thanked you so foolishly. Now, please tell me, if your plan succeeds, who will withstand the wrath of the Donghua Chen family? Leng Ruobing sneered at Lin Xiao, who was like a mad dog in front of him, with undisguised contempt in his eyes, which made Lin Xiao speechless. What could Lin Xiao say? He was watching from outside that night, and even planned to sneak into the room to peek. He witnessed the woman he loved being humiliated by his enemy with his own eyes. Lin Xiao wanted to say that he would block the pressure from the Donghua Chen family and protect Leng Ruobing and the Leng family, but even he didn't believe such nonsense. Maybe it was because he saw Lin Xiao was speechless after being criticized. Leng Ruobing felt a sense of relief at this moment, and the suppressed frustration in her heart dissipated a lot. I was naive too. I foolishly believed you and thought you were a good person. But in fact, you are a complete villain. From the beginning to the end, you have been using me to achieve your own goals. But have you ever considered that, despite appearing to be scheming, you're actually just a clown? You're too arrogant. Chen Beiyuan has long known everything you've done, including all your schemes, and is even deliberately cooperating with you. Boom! Lin Xiao felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, his eyes full of disbelief. Chen Beiyuan knew it a long time ago. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder he lost so badly. He underestimated the heir of a top family. Just when Lin Xiao was falling into self-doubt, Leng Ruobing's next words made him unable to hold back. Lin Xiao, you are truly ruthless. You used me to your advantage and made me willingly sacrifice everything. You deliberately poisoned my mother, causing her to fall into a coma. Then, you deliberately demonstrated your ability to cure this strange disease, and made me feel grateful to you. If Chen Beiyuan hadn't told me, I would have. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, staring at Leng Ruobing in front of him. What the hell? What do you mean by intentional poisoning? Wow, you're putting such a huge shitpot on my head. He's not that cruel yet. He also has medical ethics. At most, he was deliberately delaying the progress of treatment to make Leng Ruobing and the entire Leng family more grateful to him, and to achieve a certain purpose of his own at the same time. Chen Beiyuan, you are fucking trying to trick me. Leng Ruobing, don't trust Chen Beiyuan. He's a despicable villain. I never poisoned my aunt. He's the one who framed me. Lin Xiao, at this point, you're still making a fuss, refusing to admit it and even trying to frame Chen Beiyuan. You really make me sick. Leng Ruobing dodged Lin Xiao's grabbing hand, her fair and cold face showing no sign of concealing disgust, and she kicked him to the ground. Immediately, without paying any attention to Lin Xiao who was lying on the ground and doubting his life, he walked towards the door. At this moment, a loud and heroic laugh came from the far north of the empire, carrying with it an overwhelming domineering aura. Today, the empire's border frontier has expanded 100 miles. Congratulations to my son, Chelin of the Chen family. That domineering voice was like rolling thunder, suddenly resounding throughout the imperial capital, instantly alarming the entire city. Astonished faces looked towards the extreme north of the empire in disbelief. Even Chen Beiyuan, who was comprehending the wordless medical classic, was startled by this overbearing and old voice and stopped what he was doing. Old man. Deep inside the imperial palace, a tall and majestic figure opened his majestic eyes, looked towards the north, and slowly stood up. I am not a stingy person. When the old and domineering voice coming from the northern border gradually dissipated, suddenly, a majestic and noble voice came from the imperial palace. The Donghua Chen family has expanded the empire's territory, extending the border by hundreds of miles. This is a great achievement for the human race and should be recorded in the annals of the empire and circulated throughout the land. According to imperial law, anyone who expands territory for a race can take half of that territory as a fief, which will be passed down through 5 generations. Chapter 25, Division of Interests. According to imperial law, anyone who expands territory for a race can take half of that territory as a fief, which will be passed down through 5 generations. Accompanied by a majestic and noble voice coming from the depths of the imperial palace. In an instant, the entire imperial capital was shaken. All the top families in the empire couldn't help but turn their gazes towards the Chen family, with uncontrollable envy and jealousy in their eyes. All the big and powerful families as well as small families were shocked by this earth-shaking news. Even the ordinary people at the bottom were frightened by this sudden news. You know, expanding the territory by 100 miles does not mean just the total area is 100 miles. That calculation is wrong. For example, if a small country pushes the boundary marker of its border forward 1 meter, the area of its national territory will increase by at least tens of thousands of square meters. It may seem like just 1 meter, but the land it covers is a height that an ordinary person would hardly reach in 10 lifetimes. The border front of the Donghua Empire expanded by 100 miles, and the territory it covered was at least no smaller than the 2 large provinces of the Donghua Empire. It is much larger than the land area of most small countries in the world. This is the fundamental reason why the emperor of the Donghua Empire said that this was a great achievement for the human race and should be recorded in the history of the empire and circulated to all places. The Donghua people's greed for land is endless. How many people spend their entire lives striving to own a piece of land that is completely their own? Land provides a place to live and settle down. This desire is stronger than any money. The land on the other side of the border is fertile and contains a large amount of undeveloped raw resources and undiscovered secrets. The Donghua Empire has long coveted it. It's just because it has been occupied by alien races and ferocious beasts that it cannot be mined and used. The empire had discussed internally many times whether to take action, but Chen Shanhar, who was responsible for guarding the border wall, remained unmoved and never thought of taking the initiative to attack. As time went on, those people in the empire who only knew how to talk gradually quieted down. They also knew that if Chen Shanhar, the Chen family's war emperor, was unwilling, even if the empire issued an order, he would be treated like a piece of toilet paper in a matter of minutes, which would be too rough to wipe one's butt with. But now, Chen Shanhar took the initiative to attack and directly conquered such a huge territory. It is almost impossible to say that the Donghua Empire. The plates on the world map have expanded a bit. Donghua University. Har 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 har, expanding our territory, this is the heroic spirit of a Donghua man. Oh my goodness, the border has expanded by 100 miles. How big is the territory they occupy? At least several million square kilometers, right? Hiss, then the Donghua Chen family can take away half of it. That's millions of square kilometers of land. What's the matter? You have a problem with that. Those who have expanded the empire's territory have all made great contributions to the world. I don't think it's too much to take only half. Do you think fighting is just playing house? It all involves risking lives. Having acquired such a vast territory and resources, and having been able to pass it down for 5 generations, the Donghua Chen family's strength is likely to reach a new level. Listening to the quarrels and discussions that occurred one after another in Donghua Academy, Lin Xiao and Leng Ruobing, who were at the school gate at this moment, had different expressions on their faces. Lin Xiao's expression was extremely cold and ugly, as if all his parents were dead. Leng Ruobing had a complicated expression on her face, her eyes looking in the direction of the Chen family, not knowing what she was thinking. Donghua Chen family. Old man, what a big deal. Chen Beiyuan, who was in the state of enlightenment, seemed to have entered a state of unity between man and nature, almost merging with heaven and earth. His own understanding and thinking ability were almost elevated to an unimaginable level. He only needed to think about it for a moment before he understood the old man's true intention. He had just caused such a big commotion at Donghua Academy that it shocked the empire and attracted attention from all sides. Immediately afterwards, Old Man Chen, who had been immersed in the border battle for many years, suddenly took action and pushed the alien beasts across 100 miles of territory, causing an even bigger commotion. This may seem like just a matter of expanding territory, but it is also a silent deterrent using force. The Donghua Chen family, the empire's greatest weapon, is still not rusted. If anyone dares to mess with me, the Chen family's talented boy, I will shoot your head off. Even though Chen Beiyuan was indifferent, he couldn't help but feel a little warmer at this moment. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Although he practiced the magic way. But I don't want to become a demon who is inhumane, heartless and desireless. Instead, he wanted to become a devil who did whatever he wanted and was free and unrestrained. Who is right? He is fine, he knows it. Right now, the Chen family has already grabbed the biggest piece of the border battle pie. I'm afraid the remaining half will cause all their top forces to fight over it. The imperial family will definitely take a large share. Besides that, there's also the Lin family, the Bai family, the Zhu family, the Wei family, and so on. None of them will let go easily and will definitely fight for their own share. Right now, the 8th rank war emperors from various clans have probably already rushed to the border to start carving up the pie. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that the Chen family could not eat up all of such a big cake, and it had to be divided up and shared among the other families. Only by gathering the top forces of the entire empire can such a large territory be defended. The division of interests is inevitable. Eat as much rice as your bowl can hold. If you eat alone, you will easily be hated. Now, the Chen family has taken the biggest piece of meat, and the rest will be distributed by other forces. Once the Chen family digests that piece of fat meat, its overall strength will probably be able to reach a higher level. At that time, as the young master of the Chen family, he will be able to enjoy more treatment. The old man has absorbed most of the pressure now, and now it's up to me. An 18-year-old 5th rank war general is still too young and too conspicuous. Some people will definitely have trouble sleeping. But that's fine too. Only after going through 1,000 trials and tribulations can the true gold of the red flame be revealed. Chen Beiyuan smiled slightly, looked at their poison of illusion, that had been refined in front of him, and put it away. He immediately picked up the wordless medical classic and continued to comprehend it. Although the Donghua Chen family is strong, they also have many enemies. Nowadays, who doesn't have a few blood debts on their hands? In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Chen Beiyuan stayed in his room, not even leaving the room or eating, day and night, concentrating on comprehending their wordless medical classic. In the past few days, the threshold of the Donghua Chen family has been almost trampled down by people, and the top forces of the entire empire have come to visit one after another. Nowadays, the Chen family also has a certain say in their big cake on the border of the empire. During this period, Leng Ruobing came to Chen's house, but couldn't even get through the door. In the end, she waited outside the door for a whole day and night before leaving sadly. Chapter 26 Family Love. Enlightenment Pill is truly extraordinary. In just 3 days, I was able to comprehend the complex texts of their wordless medical classic. This saved me at least several years of accumulated time and laid a solid foundation in medicine. At this moment, in terms of medical skills alone, I am afraid that I have surpassed Lin Xiao, the protagonist of The Miracle Doctor. After all, Lin Xiao is still only a 4th-ranked general. The spiritual imprint of their wordless medical classic in his mind has not unlocked as much content as their original in my hand. What a pity! It would be great if we could have more enlightenment pills. These magical items are absolutely perfect tools for practicing martial arts and breaking through realms. Chen Beiyuan's natural, noble and majestic face now showed a hint of fatigue, and he muttered to himself. After 3 consecutive days and 3 nights of sleepless contemplation, even though Chen Beiyuan's physique far exceeded that of ordinary practitioners, the mental exhaustion made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. He put away their wordless medical classic in his hand, then took out a jet black pill from the white jade medicine bottle and swallowed it directly. The overbearing medicinal properties instantly ran wildly through their body, quickly recovering from physical fatigue and mental exhaustion. This inky black pill is called the Demon Heart Pill, a special pill from their wordless medical classic. It has great recovery benefits for those who practice magic skills, and can allow people to quickly recover to their peak state in a short period of time. When Chen Beiyuan discovered that the effect of this special elixir was much better than the magic flame pill specially supplied to him by his family, he decisively discarded the elixir supplied by his family and replaced his daily needs with the magic heart pill. It has to be said that the wordless medical manual is the ultimate golden finger for the protagonist, the miraculous Dr. Lin Xiao. It contains a myriad of hidden auxiliary methods, including medical skills that can save lives, poison techniques that can harm people, and alchemy techniques that can assist in cultivation. It can be said that it is all-encompassing and contains nothing strange. Chen Beiyuan dared to say that it was not an exaggeration to say that this strange medical classic was the most amazing book in the world. System, open the properties panel. Ding, the attribute panel has been opened. Host, Chen Beiyuan. Age, 18. Cultivation, high-level war martial rank 5. Kung Fu, prison demonic scripture level 8 wordless medical scripture unique. Combat skills, forbidden demon flame palm, forbidden demon prison fist, forbidden demon blood slash, prison shackles. War spirit. Fate, destined villain. After 3 days of contemplation, the wordless medical classic appeared directly on the skills column, indicating that Chen Beiyuan had reached the level of mastery and had successfully mastered it. It's time to go to Donghua Academy. That's my reward. After a quick wash, Chen Beiyuan opened the door and prepared to leave. But the moment he walked out, he was suddenly stunned to see the one-armed old Chen holding a broken knife and waiting outside the door. And next to old Chen, there is a tall and burly middle-aged figure. Dad! Chen Beiyuan shouted. The middle-aged man in front of him was Chen Beiyuan's father, the current head of the Donghua Chen family, the military leader of the empire's 3rd war zone. Chen Zhiqing. The 1st and 2nd war zones are both directly controlled by the imperial family. This new generation of military leader in the Donghua Empire is now wearing plain clothes and looks like a handsome middle-aged uncle. He is not as serious and aloof as most people imagine. Out of quarantine. Chen Zhiqing looked up and down at his son who had just come out of retreat. After confirming that his son had the cultivation level of a high-level 5th rank war commander, he couldn't help but nodded, a gratified smile on his face. Before you went into seclusion, you asked your family to help you find suitable guardian puppets and guardian beasts. They did find some, but most of them were a little lacking in quality. Since there have been a lot of visitors these past few days, I've asked the Bai and Wei families to help with the search. I expect to have news soon. Chen Beiyuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his father Chen Zhiqing would care so much about this matter. The Bai family. The Wei family. These two families are both top families in the empire, with an 8th grade war emperor suppressing their luck. The Donghua Bai family is the family behind Chen Beiyuan's fiancée. They are famous for their special beast-taming methods and are even known as the beast-taming family within the empire. The Wei family is the most low-key top family in the empire. Most of the time, they are like invisible people, but no one dares to underestimate this family easily. Because their Wei family is best at puppetry. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that even though Chen Zhiqing said it lightly, it was not easy to ask these two companies for help, and it would definitely cost some favors and benefits. There is no free lunch in this world. Even if the Bai family and the Chen family are engaged, some necessary interests still need to be calculated. Although his father Chen Zhiqing said that the things found by the family were not good enough, Chen Beiyuan was sure that the level of those things would definitely not be lower than that of a 6th grade war king. The reason why they didn't give it to him directly was that they chose to ask the other two top families for help. It's just because, as a father, he is always used to doing his best to give the best to his children. Chen Beiyuan was silent. At this moment, he can clearly feel the silent care and support from his family. You know, even within those top families, most of them are full of conflicts of interest, and it is not uncommon for them to fall out over a disagreement. But what the Donghua Chen family gave him more was family love. This top family, which was tragically exterminated in the original novel, may be the only family that values family affection more than interests. In the original novel, no matter what choice the original person made, the Chen family chose to silently support and back him. Even at the moment when the Chen family was about to be destroyed, Chen Zhiqing chose to send his original body away and stayed alone to bear the greatest pressure. Suddenly, a hint of gloom appeared in Chen Beiyuan's eyes, as if he had made a decision. Now that he is here, everything that was destined to happen will no longer exist. Okay, I know you still have to go to Donghua Academy, so let's not talk about it for now. However, there is one more thing I need to tell you. The younger generation of monsters from various families in the empire are returning one after another. They are obviously coming for you. The Chen family is not convenient to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation. You have to handle it yourself. Also, that little girl from the Bai family, your fiancée should be back soon. According to your mother's wishes, you two should get married as soon as possible. She's still dreaming of having grandchildren. However, I have reservations about this. After all, you've only just turned 18. There's no need to enter the graveyard of marriage so soon. You can have a few more years of fun. Chen Zhiqing talked on and on. Regarding the previous incidents between Chen Beiyuan and Leng Ruobing, the head of the Chen family didn't even mention it. This kind of thing is not a big deal. Who hasn't he been young? Who in the entire Yanjing city doesn't he know this? The Donghua Bai family and Chen Beiyuan's fiancé both knew of Leng Ruobing's existence. But so what? Who cares? Chapter 27. A good dog doesn't he block the road? Donghua University. A cool and beautiful figure wearing a white long dress, with skin as white as snow and long flowing hair, was standing at the entrance of the school. Although she had dressed up carefully in advance, her cold and beautiful face was full of haggardness and fatigue, and she no longer had the aloofness she had before. There were still bloodshot eyes and a hint of obvious worry. Her eyes would glance towards the door from time to time, as if she was expecting, waiting for someone to appear. Whenever there was movement at the door, she couldn't help but look over. But when she sees that the person coming is not the one she is waiting for, she will show a look of disappointment. For the past 3 days, Leng Ruobing has been under tremendous pressure and is on the verge of collapse. In just 3 days, the Leng family's piece of fat meat was divided up bit by bit after being targeted by countless jackals, tigers and leopards. Not only did he vomit out everything he had eaten, but all of the Leng family's businesses were also eaten up by various forces. The strong men cultivated by the Leng family over the years were attacked one after another by a mysterious beast. They were either beaten half to death or their cultivation was directly destroyed. Members of the Leng family were repeatedly reported for numerous cases of corruption and abuse of power, and were taken away directly by the court. Some members of the Leng family could not bear the pressure and prepared to flee Yanjing city and seek refuge in other countries. However, not long after leaving Yanjing, they mysteriously disappeared. Now, the Leng family only had one ancestral home left in Yanjing city. All the Leng family members were hiding inside, feeling terrified all day long, not even daring to leave their house, clearly terrified. All the members of the Leng family also changed from wantonly humiliating and mocking her to begging her, hoping that she would go to Chen Beiyuan to apologize and reconcile. Even Leng Ruobing, the head of the Leng family who had briefly regained consciousness, had lost his former high spirits and became gloomy, asking her to try her best to obtain Chen Beiyuan's forgiveness so that the Leng family could survive this disaster. Obviously, everyone in the Leng family knew that with just one word from Chen Beiyuan, all the crises facing the Leng family would disappear without a trace in an instant. Even Leng Ruobing knows this. However, just when she lowered her head and wanted to find Chen Beiyuan, but he couldn't even enter the Chen family's gate. In the past 3 days, those who were qualified to bring gifts, step into the Chen family's gate, and pay a visit were all the top families and top forces in the empire. During this period, even the imperial family sent people to visit. Leng family. Leng Ruobing? A woman from a nouveau riche family. Sorry, I'm really not qualified yet. Leng Ruobing endured the strange, sarcastic, disdainful, and amusing looks from the guests coming and going, and stood at the Chen family's gate for a whole day and a night, hoping that Chen Beiyuan would be willing to come out to see her. It's a pity that she obviously overestimated herself from the beginning. In the end, she didn't even see the shadow of Chen Beiyuan. When she returned to the Leng family with a disappointed and distraught look on her face, she heard another piece of bad news. Her mother, who had been in a coma, suddenly disappeared. This news instantly became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Leng Ruobing, completely shattering the dignity of this lucky female protagonist. It's the 3rd day. He will come. He will come. Leng Ruobing's eyes drooped slightly, her fingertips clenched the hem of her white skirt, her delicate body trembled slightly, her face was pale, without a trace of blood. Not far away, Lin Xiao felt a pang of heartache as he looked at the graceful figure in white that could be blown away by a gust of wind. He knew the situation of the Leng family very clearly these days, but he was powerless to do anything. At this moment, he can't even protect himself. Originally, he was ordered to leave school by Donghua Academy and could not continue to stay in the academy and had to leave. But Lin Xiao was afraid that he would be blocked by people from the Donghua Chen family as soon as he left the school gate. For this reason, he has been staying in the school, saying that he wants to stay and take care of his seriously injured godfather. The school leaders took into consideration the special relationship and status between Mr. Cheung and the principal, and ultimately did not drive Lin Xiao away. It can be said that in the past 3 days, not only Leng Ruobing, the lucky heroine, has been tormented. Even Lin Xiao, the son of luck, was treated badly. Chen Beiyuan, you deserve to die. Lin Xiao roared madly in his heart, but he could only vent his impotent rage. At this moment, he could do nothing to Chen Beiyuan. Instead, he was completely controlled by the other party. Just when Lin Xiao was in a state of impotent rage, Leng Ruobing in front of him suddenly heard a noise. He looked up and saw a noble figure getting out of the car. He couldn't help but feel happy. For some reason, at this moment, after seeing that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, the irritation deep in her heart disappeared without a trace. Beiyuan. Leng Ruobing had an expression of joy that was hard to conceal on her face, and she called out to Chen Beiyuan who was walking towards her. But the next moment, she was stunned, the joy on her face froze, and her jet black hair was slightly blown by the breeze. Chen Beiyuan didn't even stop or look at her, and just passed by her. They were like strangers from 2 different worlds. Just as Chen Beiyuan stepped into the gate of the school and was about to walk inside, he suddenly felt the corner of his clothes tighten behind him. He frowned and stopped. Let go. I won't let go. Leng Ruobing, who was tugging at the corner of her clothes, had a face full of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. She stared intently at the heartless man in front of her, her voice trembling. Chen Beiyuan, I can apologize to you for what happened before. I know I was wrong. I want you to pay for the wrong things I did before, as long as you let the Leng family go, let. Leng Ruobing, do you think I'm the cause of the Leng family's current situation? Chen Beiyuan's face was stern, and he interrupted Leng Ruobing's next words. Although Leng Ruobing said nothing, her silence and pleading eyes revealed her true thoughts. If it weren't for Chen Beiyuan's suggestion, how could the Leng family have ended up in the situation they are in today? Seeing Leng Ruobing's expression, Chen Beiyuan's stern face curled up into a strange arc, with a strong sense of sarcasm and disdain. You are so childish. I can tell you clearly that from the beginning to the end, I never instructed anyone to attack the Leng family. The Leng family's current situation is all your own fault. Do you know how much the Leng family did before, using the name of the Donghua Chen family? Forced purchases and sales, resulting in deaths, wanton land grabbing, attacks on rivals, jealousy. A small, second-rate family that thinks it has become connected to the Chen family can now be arrogant and act recklessly. Over the years, many wealthy families, concerned about the Chen family's reputation, have chosen to be tolerant and yield, and have not directly clashed with the Leng family. However, this has only encouraged the Leng family's arrogance. Did you know that a few years ago, the Leng family even dared to boast that they were the #1 family under the top aristocratic families? How could a second-rate family with only a 6th-grade war king and not even a 7th-grade war emperor dare to be so arrogant? Who brought you the courage? Do you know that just by saying this, you offended all the major wealthy families in Yanjing? When the sky is crazy, it will rain. When people are crazy, they will suffer disaster. The Leng family's current situation is nothing but their own fault. After saying that, Chen Beiyuan ignored Leng Ruobing, who looked incredulous and dazed. He simply waved his hand to pull back the corner of his clothes and walked forward without looking back. Leng Ruobing lost her balance and was knocked to the ground. Her snow-white knees and palms were covered in red marks, her hair was disheveled, and she looked in a very miserable state. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul, muttering to himself. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. She once thought that Chen Beiyuan was behind everything just to take revenge on her. But in the end, it was retribution for the Leng family's reckless behavior over the years. Everything is my own fault. She had been standing on the edge of the abyss, and at this moment, she seemed to be pushed hard by the cruelty of reality and fell directly into it. Chen Beiyuan ignored Leng Ruobing, who was doubting his life behind him, and strode forward. Lin Xiao, who was in a state of impotent rage at the moment, happened to stand in front of him. Chen Beiyuan had no intention of tolerating this and slapped him in the face. A good dog doesn't block the road. Bang! Chapter 28 Jiang Bai. Bang! Lin Xiao was knocked to the ground. The burning pain on his face instantly woke him up from his impotent rage. He felt his head buzzing and his left face swelled up rapidly. The clear slap mark was deeply imprinted on his face like a branding iron. Puff! A strong smell of rust spread in his mouth, his back teeth shattered into pieces, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with sticky blood. Lin Xiao, lying on the ground, gasped for breath and stared blankly at the blood-stained broken teeth on the ground. The intense pain on his face continued to stimulate his nerves, making his hazy thoughts gradually become clear. Hiss! Lin Xiao never dreamed that Chen Beiyuan would be so arrogant and domineering. I was just standing in front of him, but I got slapped in the face. My head was buzzing and even my back teeth were sticking out. Isn't this bullying? You? Lin Xiao's eyes became full of resentment as he stared at Chen Beiyuan, who was walking away. He wanted to curse at him and fight back. But the inner rationality still suppressed the anger. If a fight really breaks out, he will be the one who suffers. More importantly, he has been ordered to suspend his studies by the school, and the school cannot provide him with shelter. In the end, after a brief weighing of the pros and cons, Lin Xiao, the protagonist of The Miracle Doctor, made a decision that some of the crooked-mouthed dragon kings often made. Forbearance. Chen Beiyuan, today's shame will be repaid 100-fold tomorrow. Lin Xiao once again felt a surge of impotent rage deep in his heart. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of many Donghua students. All the strange eyes were focused on Lin Xiao and Leng Ruobing at this moment, and some gossip began to appear. Only at this moment did Lin Xiao realize Leng Ruobing's dejected state, and he couldn't help but feel happy. It has to be said that he still has feelings for Leng Ruobing in his heart. Even though he had personally sent this woman to his enemy's bed, this did not affect his love for Leng Ruobing. This is not contradictory. And now, Leng Ruobing was obviously at her weakest and most powerless, and needed him to rely on. Perhaps he could still have a good time tonight. Lin Xiao endured the severe pain on his swollen left face and the mocking gazes of the people around him, slowly stood up, walked towards the distance, and fell to the ground. Leng Ruobing walked away in a daze. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Leng Ruobing's wrist, trying to pull it up. He forced a smile on his face, trying to make his swollen pig head face look handsome. Ruobing, you didn't. Bang. He was also slapped on the right side of his face. Don't think I don't know your dirty thoughts. Leng Ruobing lowered her head, her dark hair covering her face. She slowly withdrew her hand, ignoring Lin Xiao, who was frozen in place, and walked out of the academy in a daze. Phut, har har har, har har har. I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen someone eagerly offer their face to be slapped. Look at the way he acted just now. I know what he wants to do. He really thinks other people are fools. With this kind of brain, he's worthy of being an enemy of Master Chen. Do you know where he got his confidence from before? Lin Xiao, who was frozen in place, had swollen faces on both sides, which were very symmetrical, just like a freshly baked pig's head. The undisguised laughter and sarcasm of the people around me still echoed in my ears. Lin Xiao looked at Leng Ruobing's receding back, and felt his anger rising to the top of his head, almost biting all his back teeth to pieces. Bitch! I came here with good intentions to comfort you. You come up with a big mouth. At this moment, he was so angry that he wanted to run out of the school to argue with Leng Ruobing, but after hesitating for a long time, he finally didn't have the courage to step out of the school gate. Instead, he forced himself to run towards the hospital, feeling frustrated. However, Lin Xiao did not notice that he was among the mocking crowd. At this moment, a pair of strange eyes were staring at his figure, revealing a thoughtful look. The figure quietly retreated to the corner, took out his cell phone and dialed a special number. After the call was connected, the tone became respectful. Mr. Lin. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether Lin Xiao was holding the Divine Doctor's script or the Dragon King's script. He's so patient. Chen Beiyuan smiled and shook his head. Obviously, he also took in the situation that just happened. In the original novel, the protagonist, a genius doctor with extraordinary wisdom and great forbearance, is now almost mentally broken after being suppressed by him one after another. But what does that have to do with him? Wait until he brings this miracle doctor to. After all the usefulness of their horns has been squeezed out, their heads will naturally be chopped off and kicked around like balls. While thinking, Chen Beiyuan walked into the depths of the school, into the most magnificent building, and came to the office of the principal of Donghua Academy, the most mysterious one who rarely appeared in front of students. Boom! 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 Come in! A deep, heavy, magnetic voice came from inside, carrying with it the majesty of someone who had been in a high position for a long time and was intimidating without even getting angry. Chen Beiyuan's expression was calm. He opened the door and walked straight in. Inside the spacious office, a middle-aged man with grey hair, a square face, a serious expression and a slightly solemn look was sitting behind his desk, looking through and signing some documents. This person is the mysterious principal of Donghua Academy. Jiang Bai. The surname Jiang is a very special surname in the Donghua Empire. Because this is the surname of the imperial royal family. The Jiang Bai in front of him is not only the principal of Donghua Academy, but also an 8th grade war emperor. He is also the younger brother of the emperor of Donghua Empire. An imperial prince. This is why Chen Beiyuan said that the imperial family is behind Donghua Academy. Principal Jiang. Chen Beiyuan spoke with a hint of respect. For an 8th grade war emperor, necessary respect is still required. Beiyuan, don't be shy, sit down for a while. Jiang Bai raised his head, his tone unexpectedly friendly, and pointed to the sofa next to him, indicating that he should wait a moment until he finished the work in his hands. Okay, Principal Jiang will be busy first. Chen Beiyuan was not surprised and sat down on the sofa without hesitation. As the heir to the empire's top family, Chen Beiyuan had naturally met Jiang Bai. 6 years ago, Chen Beiyuan was specially recruited into Donghua Academy, and it was Jiang Bai, the 8th grade war emperor, who personally came to talk to Mr. Chen. Otherwise, the Chen family had no intention of letting Chen Beiyuan enter Donghua Academy from the beginning. Of course, there were some minor incidents at that time. For example, Jiang Bai said at the time that the imperial family intended to have a princess engaged to the 12-year-old Chen Beiyuan in order to achieve a marriage alliance. However, Mr. Chen did not agree at that time, but chose to marry into the Donghua Bai family. Otherwise, Chen Beiyuan could almost be said to be a member of the imperial royal family at this moment. Chapter 29: The Fall of the 8th Rank Ferocious Beast. Chen Beiyuan was not surprised that the imperial royal family wanted to marry into the Chen family. As the leader of the imperial military, the Donghua Chen family holds the largest guns in their hands. If the imperial royal family does not have any ideas, then there is something wrong. In fact, apart from the imperial family, who among the top families at that time didn't want to marry into the Chen family? Putting aside other things, based on the talent Chen Beiyuan displayed at that time, he was bound to become an 8th grade war emperor in the future. The position of the head of the Donghua Chen family was also reserved in advance. Once the marriage is successful, your daughter will basically become the mistress of the Chen family. Who wouldn't he be tempted? However, Chen Beiyuan had no idea why Mr. Chen did not agree to the marriage proposal from the imperial royal family but chose the one from the Donghua Bai family. After all, the reason for this point is not pointed out in detail even in the original book. If you want to know the truth, you may have to ask the old man in person. Of course, Chen Zhiqing, as the head of the Chen family, may also know something. In contrast, it was he, their person involved, who had a fiancée in a daze. By the way, my fiancée seems to be 8 years older than me. Is this a disguised case of an old cow eating young grass? Chen Beiyuan recalled his childhood memories, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. 6 years ago, he broke through to the rank of 4th grade warrior. At the age of 12, he had just finished his boring training and was bored, so he was strolling around with a little black dog. As a result, he happened to meet a pair of long legs. Looking up, I saw a beautiful, long-legged older sister with fair skin and a queen-like style. The other party was also looking down at him from a high position, armed with a weapon, with a huge sense of oppression, carefully observing him, with a faint smile on his face, and even licking his red lips. One is a 12-year-old boy, and the other is a 20-year-old older sister. Not only was there an 8-year age difference between the two, but Chen Beiyuan was also much shorter than the other at the time, and he had to look up to see everyone. That was the first time the two sides met. Their big sister, at that time, smiled, touched his head, and gave him a lollipop. At that time, when the two met for the first time, Mr. Chen and Mr. Bai were watching quietly from a distance, muttering to each other, but no one knew what they were talking about. However, at that time, Chen Beiyuan was only thinking about taking the little black dog for a walk and didn't think much about it. I vaguely remember that the lollipop seemed quite sweet and delicious. They were bribed with just a lollipop. Kids are really easy to satisfy. However, my fiancée seems to be from this world too. One of the lucky heroines, and she has the ability to restrain me, the destined villain. Just as Chen Beiyuan lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought, Jiang Bai, who was sitting behind his desk, had almost finished processing the files on hand and put the files aside. The subtle sound also brought Chen Beiyuan back to his senses. Beiyuan, what are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought. Nothing, Principal Jiang, I just thought of some things about cultivation. Facing Jiang Bai's kind and gentle inquiry, Chen Beiyuan also responded with a smile. To be honest, I've seen many geniuses since the founding of Donghua Academy, but in terms of potential, no one can compare to you, an 18-year-old 5th rank commander. Hey, my brother wanted to marry Yunhua to you back then. You and I should have been a family. Jiang Bai sighed, with a hint of regret on his face. Thank you, Principal Jiang and His Majesty, for your kindness and respect for Beiyuan. However, this matter was decided by my father personally, so Beiyuan can only obey. Chen Beiyuan also sighed helplessly, looking like he had no choice. He didn't believe that his old man would harm him. There must have been other reasons for not choosing to marry into the imperial royal family. There is no need for me to step into the pit. In the original novel, the imperial family, this behemoth, has always been low-key, hiding behind the scenes, watching the situation unfold, and rarely taking action. Even if they intervene, they only mediate the conflicts between the various forces and act as a referee, never taking sides too much. The more so, the more unusual it seems. Seeing that Chen Beiyuan brought up his own grandfather as soon as he opened his mouth, he acted like he would not listen to anything and was completely unwilling to make any mistakes. Jiang Bai also cursed the little fox inwardly, and then put away some of his little thoughts. Old Master Chen is the white jade pillar that supports the sky and the purple gold beam that spans the sea of our Donghua Empire. He must have his own considerations. Well, let's not talk about this matter for now, let's get down to business first. Jiang Bai opened the cabinet, took out a rusty token engraved with a blood dragon totem, placed it in front of Chen Beiyuan, and said slowly, "This is the reward for this school competition, the token that opens a mysterious secret realm. This secret realm is extremely special, containing a dragon blood pool, formed from a drop of blood from the blood dragon emperor, an 8th grade ferocious beast. However, after the Empire's investigation over the years, it was found that the blood essence that condensed their dragon blood pool was not simple, but should be a drop of dragon blood. The natal dragon blood is extremely important to the dragon clan, and it may carry some of the dragon clan's inherited memories. The dragon race cannot do anything unless it is a matter of life and death. It can force out their birth dragon blood. In this case, the 8th grade ferocious beast, the blood dragon emperor, must have fallen. Unfortunately, the Empire searched the entire secret realm but could not find the bloody dragon emperor's body. Speaking of this, Jiang Bai also felt a little regretful. The price of the corpse of an 8th grade ferocious beast can naturally be imagined. Especially a powerful beast with pure dragon blood. An ordinary 8th grade war emperor would not dare to confront an existence of this level head on and could only avoid it. Even if several 8th grade war emperors join forces, they may not be able to hunt it down. The precious materials on its body, such as dragon scales, dragon horns, and dragon teeth, can probably be used to refine several 8th grade magic weapons. You know, even some 8th grade war emperors don't necessarily have 8th grade divine weapons. Back then, when the imperial family discovered this mysterious secret realm, they were both surprised and delighted, as if it were a pie falling from the sky. It's a pity that after years of searching and spending countless manpower and resources, not only was the remains and body of the bloody dragon emperor not found, not even a single dragon hair was found. Although their dragon blood pool is unique, it takes decades of accumulation before it can be used. What is even more speechless is that after their dragon blood pool was opened, the energy contained in it dissipated extremely quickly, as if the dragon blood pool had a congenital defect. It can be said that this thing is now a chicken rib in the hands of the imperial family. It is tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. Although it is useless, it is still somewhat useful. At least it can enhance physical fitness. Although it is useful, its usefulness is limited. Before you can absorb much of the benefits, most of your energy will be lost involuntarily. It is precisely because of this that the imperial family took it out as a prize for their academic competition. Anyway, this thing only has one last use left. After using it up, the entire secret realm will collapse. Hearing this, Chen Beiyuan's head felt buzzing. These things were never mentioned in the original book. If Jiang Bai hadn't mentioned it himself, he probably wouldn't know anything. No matter what, Beiyuan, after you enter, absorbing the energy of the dragon blood pool as quickly as possible will ultimately be of great benefit to you. With a strong body, breaking through to the 6th rank War King will be much easier. I understand, Principal Jiang. Beiyuan will always remember your kindness. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that the reason why Jiang Bai told him so much and explained it so thoroughly was because he wanted to do him a favor. Not everyone is qualified to have an 8th grade war emperor do favors for them. At least, in the original novel, Jiang Bai never told these things to Lin Xiao, the son of destiny. Chapter 30 Chen Beiyuan's Mysterious Fighting Spirit. When the gap in strength is too big, the other party can still be amiable and explain the reasons to you in detail without any airs of a strong man, and give you guidance. It can be said that this is already quite a courtesy, or even that they want to do you a favor. As for this favor, if you are not at a certain level, you are not qualified to accept it. Of course, if the strength is equal, then this is not about doing favors, but about being afraid of offending others. You gave me such a useless thing and still want a favor. The reason they don't turn against each other is because you have a strong backing. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan was naturally the former. After thanking Principal Jiang again for his guidance, he directly activated the rusty token in his hand. Terret. Accompanied by a space ripple, Chen Beiyuan, holding the blood dragon token, was directly teleported to their blood dragon secret realm. When he looked up, what came into view was a primeval forest that was hazy blood, dark and terrifying, full of deathly silence, and occasionally blew a strange and cold wind. The blood-red sky seemed to have faint cracks that were gradually expanding, as if it would collapse at any time. A strong smell of blood filled the air, mixed with the stench of rust and decay. Behind Chen Beiyuan, there is a scarlet blood pool as huge as a lake. It is their dragon blood pool, that has been mentioned many times, which contains the dragon blood of the 8th grade ferocious beast blood dragon emperor. Is this the secret realm? It's like a small world. Chen Beiyuan ignored the dragon blood pool behind him, but instead looked at the surrounding environment with interest. It is difficult to verify the exact time of the existence and origin of the secret realm. Maybe hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands of years. However, the only thing that can be verified at present is that before the appearance of the secret realm, this world had no ferocious beasts, no alien races, and no cultivation system. When one secret realm, after another suddenly descended upon this world, they brought with them not only countless powerful beasts and alien races, but also the cultivation system of the human race. To this day, no one has been able to decipher the origin of the secret realm and the secrets behind it. However, since most of the secret realms contain rich resources and hidden opportunities, the top forces of the human race regard the secret realms as mobile treasure houses. Perhaps for ordinary people, their secret realm, full of unknown dangers, is hell, but for the strong, it is just their nutrients to enhance their own foundation. Which of those top powers doesn't have their own secret realm? The Donghua Chen family naturally has one as well. However, Chen Beiyuan had never entered. Before, he had spent most of his time in seclusion, cultivating and comprehending the Demon Sutra of the prison. Even when he was pursuing Leng Ruobing, he still did not fall behind in his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become a 5th rank war commander at the age of 18. Just as Chen Beiyuan was looking around with interest, the blood-red lake behind him, which had been calm all the time, suddenly began to show some ripples. Naturally, this subtle change could not be hidden from Chen Beiyuan. When he turned around, he saw that the scarlet blood water in the huge lake began to undergo strange changes. The pool of blood that should have been scarlet began to emit a hint of golden light, and gradually expanded and spread, as if it had come alive. The stench of blood in the air also began to change, as if a strange fragrance had been added. It made people feel that their blood began to stir. A terrifying dragon might and a huge pool of golden blood erupted, instantly sweeping across the entire secret realm. Faintly, Chen Beiyuan seemed to hear a vast dragon roar that resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Their dragon blood pool has begun. If we follow what Jiang Baiyi said, although the dragon blood pool is special, its effect is not as great as imagined. At most, it can enhance the physical body and reduce some obstacles for breaking through to the 6th rank war king. But in the original novel, Lin Xiao gained considerable benefits from the dragon blood pool and comprehended a powerful beast's magical power. This means that their dragon blood pool before us may still be hiding some unknown secrets, and it is very likely that they will appear when this secret realm is opened for the last time. Although it is unclear whether Jiang Baiyi has any special means to check the specific situation of this secret realm, for the sake of safety, it is better to cover it up with fighting spirit. Chen Beiyuan raised his eyes to look at the blood-red sky. In the depths of his eyes, some unknown, invisible, terrifying existence seemed to be awakening and gradually descending. Suddenly, the scarlet sky was gradually shrouded by pure darkness, and a huge twisted crack appeared in the sky, like a pair of eyes that were slightly opened. This scene was very similar to the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth that appeared when Chen Beiyuan was born. At the same time, this is also the top fighting spirit that even the defy heaven and change fate system has not detected. It belongs only to Chen Beiyuan, the destined villain. Abyss. This was the first time in 18 years that Chen Beiyuan had revealed his mysterious fighting spirit. However, for the sake of the subsequent secrecy and possible opportunities, he had no choice but to cover up the entire secret realm. At the moment when the entire secret realm was shrouded by the abyss, Jiang Baiyi, who was in the principal's office of Donghua Academy, suddenly he raised his head and clearly felt that the spiritual imprint he left in the secret realm had been cut off, and a look of surprise and curiosity appeared on his face. How could a mere 5th rank war general possess such power? After pondering for a while, Jiang Baiyi shook his head and gave up some of the ideas in his mind. With his cultivation level, he can naturally tear open the cover of the secret realm and find out what's inside. But that would definitely alarm Chen Beiyuan, who was bathing in dragon blood. By then, it will be a naked enmity. It is really not worth it to do a favor for someone and then make an enemy. He is not afraid of a mere Chen Beiyuan. But the Donghua Chen family behind it is not easy to mess with. In particular, the Chen family is famous for protecting their own children. Forget it. Secret realm. After making all the preparations, Chen Beiyuan took off his clothes, revealing his fair and strong skin. He stepped into the golden blood pool in front of him step by step, and practiced the hell-suppressing magic sutra, domineeringly absorbing the terrifying energy contained in the dragon blood pool to strengthen his physical body. In an instant, a terrifying pain like being cut by 1,000 knives appeared in the body, and the skin on the body began to crack under the bath of terrifying dragon blood. This is the effect of bathing in dragon blood. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan could naturally sense that the energy contained in their dragon blood pool was inexplicably lost. Obviously, what Jiang Bai said before was true. For this reason, Chen Beiyuan did not hesitate to operate the Demon Sutra of Prison to its peak, and the domineering demonic energy madly absorbed the violent energy. At the same time, their dragon blood fruit that had been placed in the system space was also taken out, stuffed directly into the mouth, and swallowed into the stomach together with the fruit core. In an instant, Chen Beiyuan felt as if he had swallowed a bowl of boiling lava, which was burning and melting his internal organs madly. He subconsciously wanted to scream, but his iron will suppressed it. Soon, with the blessing of the dragon blood Dao fruit, Chen Beiyuan felt that the speed of absorbing dragon blood had instantly increased by more than 100 times. The physical body is also growing rapidly at an unreasonable speed. The whole person fell into a mysterious state. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan's speed in absorbing dragon blood was much faster than the speed at which the energy in the dragon blood pool disappeared inexplicably. However, what Chen Beiyuan didn't know was that just at the moment he took out the dragon blood fruit, there was suddenly a slight movement in the blood soil deep below the dragon blood pool, as if something had come out. That looks like a round egg. Chapter 31 Lin Xiao's chance to transform into a dragon. Boom. 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 Chen Beiyuan's body was bathed in golden dragon blood. His body was madly absorbing the huge energy of the dragon blood pool like a whale, strengthening his body and changing his blood. His fair skin began to show a golden luster, and the blood in his body gradually emitted strands of golden light. In an instant, the entire dragon blood pool began to form a huge vortex around him. A large amount of golden dragon blood was absorbed by the invisible suction force, covering it bit by bit, forming a huge golden dragon egg. Inside the golden dragon egg, a strange heartbeat sound began to appear. It was very weak at first, but gradually became louder and heavier, carrying a terrifying sense of oppression, as if some terrible creature was being conceived. In an instant, the heartbeat with a strong sense of oppression resounded throughout the entire secret space. At this moment, a round, strange egg, covered with strange blood vessels in the blood soil below the dragon blood pool suddenly emitted a red light, floated out of the blood soil little by little, and approached the golden giant egg above. A slight dragon roar filled with joy emerged from that strange egg. Kyoto Nightclub, Supreme Emperor Private Room. Mr. Lin, it is confirmed that Lin Xiao is definitely not a spy secretly cultivated by other forces. Lin Xiao was born a commoner. The reason he was able to reach the 4th rank of general and awaken a high-level fighting spirit at the age of 21 is not only because of his terrifying natural talent, but also because of his powerful methods. He has done a lot of things in secret and obtained a lot of resources. At present, at least several family annihilation cases have more or less involved him, but there is no substantial evidence. According to the think tank's calculations, this person's cultivation talent is top-notch, not inferior to the core heirs of the major aristocratic families. It's a pity that his background is too poor. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have achieved even greater success. Sitting on the sofa, a sinister man who was hugging the girl next door, and the innocent teacher, was listening to the reports of his subordinates while enjoying the treatment like an emperor and laughing heartily from time to time. The subordinates standing by looked as if they were used to it. After finishing their report, they lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at him anymore. Obviously, this sinister man is Mr. Lin. Being able to be in the Kyoto nightclub that specializes in serving the powerful and wealthy, and being in the Supreme Emperor's private room, this young Master Lin's identity and the power behind him. Naturally, it is about to come out. Donghua Lin family. One of the top families in the empire. There is a terrifying existence with the power of an 8th grade war emperor to suppress destiny. Only those with poor backgrounds can be used by me. Otherwise, how can I control them? I was originally thinking about how to be respectful to others, but now it's much simpler. All the Lins in the world are from the same family. Let's check which branch of the Lin family that peasant came from. Donghua University, Medical Center. An old man who lost both arms is sleeping soundly on the hospital bed. The medical equipment around him is recording his physical condition at all times to ensure his safety. Don't think that although Mr. Cheung has been under house arrest in the ward these days and has been temporarily removed from his senior position and is under investigation, he is still very well off most of the time and enjoys top medical treatment. People from the investigation team came over occasionally these days, but it was just a simple routine. They asked a few questions and then left in a hurry without any intention of causing any trouble. Everyone is waiting. No one wants to offend others easily. Suddenly, old Cheung, who had fallen into a deep sleep, slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Lin Xiao sitting beside him with his face swollen like a pig's head and clear palm prints of different sizes on both sides. Looking at the miserable appearance of his godson, old Cheung was neither angry nor excited, he just sighed secretly. Obviously, he also understood that without his support, Lin Xiao's situation would be very difficult. "Godfather, you're awake." When Lin Xiao saw his godfather wake up, a hint of joy flashed across his pig-headed face for an instant. He quickly helped him up and fed him some water, looking like a filial son. Seeing that Lin Xiao had not changed from the beginning to the end, he still remained filial to him. A hint of determination finally flashed in old Cheung's eyes, and it was obvious that he had made up his mind. "Xiaoer, Godfather has one last trump card. It can help you transform into a dragon. Once successful, you can soar into the abyss and escape your current predicament. However, this opportunity is extremely dangerous, and the chances of success are very slim. If things go wrong, you will definitely die. Are you willing to give it a try?" "Godfather, Xiaoer is willing." Godfather has been persecuted by Chen Beiyuan, a despicable and shameless villain, and now it has come to this point. Not only lost both arms, but also trapped here. If he doesn't transform into a dragon, Xiaoer will never be able to catch up with him in this life, defeat this despicable villain, and avenge his godfather. If he fails to transform into a dragon, Lin Xiao would rather die. Lin Xiao showed an expression of surprise and joy on his face, and then he answered seriously. "Hey, I appreciate your kindness. I don't expect you to seek revenge on Chen Beiyuan. The Donghua Chen family isn't as simple as you think. I just hope you can have a chance to change your fate and escape this predicament. Living well is better than anything else." Old Cheung sighed, looking somewhat dejected. It was obvious that he was completely disabled after Chen Beiyuan broke his spine. "I will listen to you, Godfather. Don't worry, Godfather, I will definitely find you some magical creatures that can regenerate your broken limbs and restore you to your former peak form," Lin Xiao promised solemnly. "I'm glad you have this intention." With a look of relief on his face, old Cheung slowly stood up with the help of Lin Xiao and walked out of the ward. At the door of the ward, the two investigators in charge of guarding so that Mr. Cheung and Lin Xiao were about to go out, and hurriedly stopped them. An older investigator said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Master Cheung, please don't make things difficult for us. Vice Principal Liu has instructed that you can only stay in the ward. I want to see the principal." Old Cheung, who was being supported, didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he didn't take the two people seriously, and his tone was very firm. At this moment, he seemed to be the senior executive of the school again. Hearing this, the two investigators' faces changed and they quickly stepped aside and returned to their original positions, looking at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses, as if they had seen nothing. He let Lin Xiao support Mr. Cheung and leave, walking towards the principal's office. The two knew very well that although Mr. Cheung was a prisoner at the moment, he could always regain his status as a senior member of the academy as long as he was willing to use his special relationship. Some things cannot be judged by appearances. Until the last moment, it is better not to offend anyone. Otherwise, you will be easily punished later. However, at this moment, the two people, as well as old Cheung who was being supported, did not notice the strange smile on the corner of Lin Xiao's face, which was swollen like a pig's head. That strange smile was fleeting, appearing and disappearing just as quickly, as if it had never existed. Chapter 32. The gears of fate begin to turn. Lin Xiao has been very clear about one thing since he was a child: any small person may burst out with terrifying energy at a critical moment. In the beginning, the reason why he recognized old Cheung as his godfather was because he was attracted by the special relationship between him and old Cheung. How could a strange old man with seemingly only the cultivation level of a 6th grade war king hold such an important position at Donghua Academy that even high-ranking officials like Vice Principal Liu had to be polite to him? Isn't it because this weird old man risked his life to block a bullet for Jiang Baiyi, the principal of Donghua University, when he was young, and was left with a lifelong disability, and his career was cut short? Apart from anything else, this favor alone is enough for Mr. Cheung to live a life without worries. Even though he was under investigation at this moment, Vice President Liu and other senior university officials did not believe that anything would happen to Mr. Cheung, and they still did not take the matter to the extreme. However, at this moment, under Lin Xiao's deliberate guidance, old Cheung decided to use his greatest amulet. Boom! 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 After many years, old Cheung knocked on Jiang Baiyi's office door again. Principal's office. Following Chen Beiyuan, 2 more uninvited guests arrived. This undoubtedly made Jiang Baiyi, who was working in the office, feel a little unhappy. If the visitor's identity was not special, he would have kicked him out long ago. Originally, he thought Cheung Baizang came to him for help, wanting to resolve the current sensational school corruption case. As a result, he guessed wrong. Bai Kang, have you thought it through? Jiang Baiyi frowned slightly, put down the documents in his hand, and looked at the old man Cheung in front of him with a serious expression. He had lost both arms, was emaciated, and was wearing loose patient clothes. As for Lin Xiao, who was standing respectfully and reservedly beside him, he simply ignored him. If Lin Xiao hadn't been supporting Cheung Baizang when he came in, it would have been difficult for him to step into his office. Principal, I've thought it through. Over the years, I haven't asked you for anything, simply because I didn't want to trouble you. But today, for this kid, I'm going to come to you and ask for your help. I know that the imperial family possesses a special, large secret realm. Inside it lies the poison dragon pond, formed from the poison sac of the 8th rank ferocious beast, the demonic abyss poison dragon, after its death. My useless son has reached the critical moment of transforming his black dragon fighting spirit into a dragon. He only needs the most crucial opportunity. I hope the principal will show mercy and give him a chance to try to transform into a dragon. Old Cheung struggled to stand up straight, and his old face showed an almost pleading look. This is what he said, an opportunity to transform into a dragon that he could find for Lin Xiao. No one knew that when he was young, he was Jiang Baiyi's personal bodyguard. Because he followed Jiang Baiyi, he knew a lot of secrets of the royal family. Among them, of course, is their poison dragon pond, formed by the poison sac of the 8th grade ferocious beast Yaoming poison dragon after its death. The Yaoming poison dragon is a ferocious dragon-like beast with powerful dragon blood, which has a great transformative effect on Lin Xiao's black dragon fighting spirit. It can also be the key to its transformation into a dragon. However, the toxicity of their poisonous dragon pond is terrifying. Previously, a 7th grade war emperor with a dragon fighting spirit tried to enter it in an attempt to transform his fighting spirit, but he was infected by the horrific dragon poison and did not receive timely treatment, and eventually died. This is the real reason why Master Cheung said that this transformation into a dragon is destined to be a life or death experience. This is almost gambling your life on the chance of success. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who was standing aside, was extremely nervous in his heart, and his heart was beating violently. Because, at this moment, he could clearly feel the mysterious Donghua principal's gaze on him. Facing the gaze of an 8th grade war emperor who stood at the pinnacle of the world, even though he inherited the ancient powerful heritage, he was extremely nervous at this moment. I can only calm myself down and soothe my emotions by visualizing the Taishan Huolong Sutra in my mind. At this moment, Jiang Baiyi was no longer as amiable as he was before towards Chen Beiyuan, showing the majesty of a strong man. Soon, Jiang Baiyi's body was filled with a strong sense of oppression. The scrutinizing gaze shifted away from him. Lin Xiao also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that some of his little thoughts would be seen through by this 8th grade war emperor. Immediately, Jiang Baiyi fell silent and did not respond directly, as if he was considering whether to agree. After all, this matter concerns a large secret realm of the imperial royal family. It is indeed inappropriate to rashly let an outsider in. For a moment, the whole office fell into deathly silence. In fact, in Lin Xiao's mind, the dragon blood pool of the 8th grade ferocious beast, Blood Dragon Emperor, is his first choice for transforming into a dragon. After all, he was a powerful being with pure dragon blood, almost at the top of his level. Its dragon blood pool must be of great use to him. Once he successfully transforms into a dragon, his fighting spirit is very likely to become a top-level mutant dragon spirit similar to their blood dragon emperor. In comparison, their poison dragon pond of the demonic abyss poison dragon is undoubtedly much worse and is also quite dangerous. If he had not inherited the wordless medical classic, and had not had considerable confidence, and if he had not had any other choice, he would not have chosen this. But at this point, even this almost choice decision depends on Jiang Baiyi's opinion. Bai Kang, after all these years, this is the first time you've asked me for help. I have no reason to refuse. However, Bai Kang, you have to think clearly. Some things, once used, are gone. You will also need to take responsibility for some of the things that happened before. It's not too late for you to regret it now. I'll just pretend you never said anything. Jiang Baiyi pondered for a while, looking at the pleading face of old Cheung in front of him, but finally did not refuse directly. And what he meant was naturally very straightforward. He could agree to the matter of Poison Dragon Pond, but all their favors would be written off. However, Cheung Baizang also needs to deal with the previous things. As Chen Beiyuan said, there is no endless favor in this world. Moreover, this is when the gap between their identities and status is too large. In this situation, Mr. Cheung only has one chance to speak. As long as you change your words now and make a different request, everything that happened before can be written off and you can still be a senior executive of Donghua Academy. All public opinion and pressure will disappear. As an imperial prince and a principal of Donghua Academy, Jiang Baiyi naturally has this ability. Even just one word from him would be enough. This is the charm of power. And old Cheung naturally understood the meaning of it. Does he really want to use this huge favor of his to exchange for an illusory opportunity for Lin Xiao? Or perhaps, in exchange for returning to a high position and living a worry-free life? Although he had already made up his mind, at this moment, old Cheung was obviously wavering. But looking at Lin Xiao's expectant eyes beside him, the elderly man finally made up his mind. Lin Xiao's talent is second only to Chen Beiyuan among all the people he has met in his life, and he also has the potential to be an emperor. As long as you succeed in transforming into a dragon, you can soar into the sky. At that time, he, as their godfather, may also benefit from it. This is undoubtedly a gamble. But Cheung Baizang still took the gamble. Principal, I'm old. The future belongs to the young. I just hope you can give Lin Xiao a chance. Soon, Lin Xiao helped Mr. Cheung out of the principal's office and returned to the medical center. At this moment, in Lin Xiao's hand, there was a special token engraved with a poison dragon pattern. It was the token to enter the Poison Dragon Pond. Lin Xiao tightly grasped the token in his hand, and deep down he could hardly suppress his excitement. Success! It really worked. He actually fought for an opportunity to transform into a dragon for himself. I'm afraid Chen Beiyuan didn't expect that after Lin Xiao had the Blood Dragon Emperor's dragon blood pool taken away by him and his chance to transform into a dragon was cut off, he would still get a new chance to transform into a dragon by accident. It can only be said that the gears of fate belonging to Lin Xiao, the son of luck, did not stop turning even though they were interrupted in the middle. Chen Beiyuan, after I successfully transform into a dragon, the grudge between you and me will be settled sooner or later. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days have passed. Blood Dragon Secret Realm. Boom. 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 After 3 days and 3 nights passed, the dragon blood in the golden dragon blood pool as big as a lake, which originally emitted brilliant golden light, gradually became dim. Obviously, the terrifying energy contained in it has been almost absorbed. At this moment, the terrifying heartbeat sound that resounded throughout the entire secret realm from the golden giant egg floating in the center also became slow and low, as if it had entered its final stage. At the same time, a large number of cracks appeared in the entire secret space. It is obviously on the verge of collapse. Snap! Snap! Cracks began to appear in the golden giant egg, as if the life inside was about to break out of the shell. Bang! Perhaps because the golden eggshell was breaking too slowly, a violent impact suddenly came from inside. A fist as white as jade directly broke the eggshell, and the perfect muscle lines were instantly exposed. Under the seemingly white muscles, there was a terrifying power like a ferocious beast. Roar! A vast dragon roar suddenly appeared from the broken gap of the golden giant egg, and instantly resounded throughout the entire secret space. In an instant, all the living beings in the entire secret realm felt a terrifying pressure coming from deep in their blood. They were so scared that they knelt on the ground and trembled. Some weak, ferocious beasts were even frightened to death on the spot by this terrifying pressure. Boom! A naked figure suddenly broke out of the shell, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the sky. Use the power of the physical body to fly in the air. This is a special ability that only a 6th grade War King can possess. After breaking through to the 6th grade War King, the physical body will be highly integrated with one's own fighting spirit, gaining the opportunity to strengthen the physical body, make up for physical defects, and improve one's physical fitness to the level comparable to that of a divine weapon. At the same time, one will also have the ability to step on the void and fly in the air. The Donghua Empire's combat training system is mainly based on combat spirit. Most practitioners do not have strong physical bodies without the support of fighting spirit. After all, the human body cannot compare to the extraordinary talents of ferocious beasts and alien races. During wars, it is not uncommon for practitioners to be killed by hot weapons because they have consumed too much of their fighting spirit and are unable to maintain their body protection. However, after a cultivator breaks through to the 6th grade War King, his own physical body and war spirit are fused at a high density and are tempered in all aspects, reaching a level comparable to that of a divine weapon. At this level, even without the use of battle energy, a 6th grade War King can rely on his physical body to withstand most of the damage from thermal weapons, and can even fight ferocious beasts head-on. It can be said that the realm of the 6th rank War King almost makes up for the shortcomings of the cultivator's own weak body and leads to a more perfect evolution. However, at this moment, Chen Beiyuan's cultivation aura was only that of a 5th rank War Commander, not a 6th rank War King. Obviously, he already possessed the special abilities of a 6th grade War King. Bang! The figure that soared into the sky did not stop when it was 1,000 meters high. Instead, its speed increased sharply, becoming even faster, as if it was going to reach the sky. I had guests at home, so tonight's update is a little late. I'm really sorry. To express the author's apologies, this chapter has more than 1,000 words than usual, almost 2 chapters worth of content. Dear readers, the verification period for this book will start tomorrow. If possible, please don't keep the book to yourself and give us your support. Thank you. Chapter 33, Fierce Beast Magical Power, Blood Dragon Transformation. Boom! The figure charging towards the sky at high speed was gradually surrounded by terrifying high temperature as it rose higher and higher. It even began to burn with scorching flames, like a meteor. However, Chen Beiyuan acted as if he saw nothing and continued to move quickly, as if he was not affected at all. At the same time, the terrifying atmospheric pressure that could easily crush a 13-meter-long, 4.5-meter-wide, 189-ton mouse tank into a pile of scrap metal had no effect on his body at all, but instead had the effect of hammering it 1,000 times. With every breath, the 36,800 pores on the body suddenly produce a wave of white mist, extracting enough oxygen from the thin oxygen to maintain the body's needs. Soon, after passing through layers of obstructions, the flaming meteor that was charging at high speed finally stopped. Bang! Above the sky, a tall naked figure stood tall in the abyss, and with just a hand he could touch the crack in the secret realm that was on the verge of breaking. Chen Beiyuan slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, and a golden light suddenly shot out from his eyes. The terrifying pressure from the depths of his blood emanated wantonly and spread to the entire secret realm. Host, Chen Beiyuan. Age, 18. Cultivation, Peak Battle Martial Level 5. Kung Fu, Prison Demonic Scripture Level 8 Wordless Medical Scripture Unique. Combat Skills, Forbidden Demon Flame Palm, Forbidden Demon Prison Fist, Forbidden Demon Blood Slash, Prison Shackles. Magic Power, Blood Dragon Transformation Ferocious Beast Magic Power. War Spirit. Fate, Destined Villain. Their dragon blood pool, condensed from the Bloody Dragon Emperor's lifeblood, is truly extraordinary. Coupled with the assistance of their Dragon Blood Dao fruit, my current physical strength is probably comparable to that of a 6th grade divine weapon, more than 100 times stronger than before. Even if the physical body of an ordinary 6th grade War King is tempered, at most it can only be comparable to the level of a 2nd or 3rd grade divine weapon. There are very few who can improve their physical body to the level of a 3rd grade divine weapon or above. At this moment, without using my demonic energy, combat skills, or combat spirit, relying solely on my physical physique, I am enough to compete with the powerful 6th grade beast. If I had such a physique during the previous school competition, I'm afraid that old dog Qion would have been beaten into a pulp if he dared to fight me with his bare hands. Chen Beiyuan could clearly feel the horror of his own body at this moment. Yu's skin and flesh can easily resist the sharp claws of the ferocious beast and tear it into pieces alive. At this moment, he could almost be regarded as a terrifying beast in human skin. Most 6th grade war kings cannot compare to him in terms of physical strength. Even among those 6th grade war kings who specialize in cultivating their physical bodies, there are very few who can match him in terms of physical physique. Improving the physical body is not as simple as practicing. It not only requires a continuous supply of terrifying resources, but also requires talent in the physical body. Because Chen Beiyuan has the support of a top family behind him, he has been using various elixirs from heaven and earth to strengthen his body since he was a child. When he was a 5th grade war commander, his physical body was comparable to that of a 3rd grade magic weapon, and was not inferior to an ordinary 6th grade war king. In addition, this time, with the strengthening of the dragon blood pool, of the 8th grade ferocious beast blood dragon emperor, and the assistance of the dragon blood Dao fruit, rewarded by the system, his physical body was forcibly improved to the level comparable to that of a 6th grade divine weapon. In addition to this, I also obtained a ferocious beast magical power called Blood Dragon Transformation. Once used, it can temporarily activate the dragon bloodline in my body, gaining the power and defense of their blood dragon. I'm afraid it can make my physical body almost as strong as a 7th grade divine weapon. Chen Beiyuan began to use Blood Dragon Transformation, and the blood in his body, which was shining with golden light, began to boil and heat up, as hot as magma. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds of muscles and bones stretching and colliding, the already tall body actually grew a few inches taller. The naked strong body gradually began to show scarlet dragon scales covering the important parts, and emitted an evil red light. Faint dragon scale patterns appeared on his face, and a pair of sharp blood-red dragon horns grew on his head, exuding an evil beauty and majesty. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan felt as if he had transformed into a terrifying blood dragon roaming between heaven and earth, and every move he made could stir up the world. Boom! A punch was thrown. The fist tip covered with scarlet dragon scales actually broke through the void, shattering a small piece of the crack in the secret realm in front of him, revealing a terrifying scene behind it like a black hole. The entire secret space was also shaken, and the speed of collapse was instantly accelerated. Such a terrifying power. With such power, even if a 7th grade war emperor dared to let me get close to him, I'm afraid his body would be directly blasted apart and he would die miserably. The blood dragon is indeed a mutant species of the dragon clan. Its physical strength is also unique. Now, the strength of my physical body has surpassed my cultivation. This realm has become my greatest reliance now. In comparison, this time bathing in dragon blood, breaking through a small realm and reaching the peak of warlord status, seems somewhat insignificant. Chen Beiyuan's eyes flickered, he raised his hands and looked at the scarlet dragon scales covering the peaks of his fists, seeming to feel a little emotional. His expression of emotion quickly darkened and his brows furrowed slightly. However, the greater the power, the greater the consumption. After only less than a minute, I actually felt a bit exhausted. That's right. Normally, only a 7th grade war emperor can truly master the power of divine ability. I'm just taking advantage of it right now. If it weren't for my own physical strength comparable to that of a 6th grade divine weapon, I would have been depleted of chi and blood in less than a second after using Blood Dragon Transformation. As the Blood Dragon Transformation was released, the scarlet dragon scales covering his body burst open, turning into wisps of blood mist and returning to his body. The terrifying power that was originally enough to roam the heavens and earth and tear their void apart disappeared without a trace, and a feeling of emptiness and powerlessness instantly emerged. Chen Beiyuan almost couldn't maintain his body shape and fell directly from a height of thousands of miles. It was not until he swallowed several demon heart pills in succession that he was able to barely get rid of the feeling of weakness. For now, Blood Dragon Transformation can only be used as a final trump card. At the critical moment, if used well, even the 7th rank war emperor will die. A 7th grade war emperor is a high-level warrior. In some small countries, he can almost become a patron saint and enjoy the worship of the entire country. Chen Beiyuan, who had returned to the ground, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. He benefited a lot from this trip to the secret realm. Not only did his cultivation reach the peak of war martial, he also improved his physical physique to the level comparable to a 6th grade divine weapon. More importantly, he comprehended the ferocious beast magical power, blood dragon transformation, in advance. The strength is more than 10 times stronger than before. As expected, seizing the opportunity that belongs to the son of luck is the fastest way to rise. If he had done everything according to schedule, he didn't know how long it would have taken him to get to this point. Just as Chen Beiyuan was standing in the stinking dragon blood pool and sighing, his face froze and he blinked in disbelief. What's going on? He seemed to see a strange round blood-colored egg floating in the dragon blood pool. Chapter 34, Dragon Egg. The Reborn Blood Dragon Emperor. Chen Beiyuan picked up the strange egg that floated over from the dragon blood pool. Feeling the rough skin and the strange blood vessels on it, and the slightly throbbing shell, his expression instantly became strange. He could clearly sense the vibrant vitality contained in this strange egg, and the inexplicable sense of intimacy it conveyed. Is this the dragon egg of the 8th grade ferocious beast, Blood Dragon Emperor? An absurd idea suddenly popped up in Chen Beiyuan's mind. It's no wonder that Chen Beiyuan would have such an idea. After all, the dragon blood pool was formed from the dragon blood of the Blood Dragon Emperor. The only thing that could be hidden tightly inside was the dragon egg of the Bloody Dragon Emperor. Yes. It's the hidden dragon egg. Chen Beiyuan dared to guarantee that if the imperial family knew about the existence of the dragon egg, they would have taken it away long ago. The reason why it has not been found before is most likely because the dragon egg was deliberately hidden. How valuable is a dragon egg with pure dragon blood? This can almost be said to be a guaranteed future 8th grade ferocious beast. Not to mention, it is a mutant species among the dragon clan, Blood Dragon. Once it grows up, it will be one of the top beasts of the same level. Even an ordinary 8th grade war emperor has to avoid his edge. As long as you hatch it and set up a master-servant contract, you can almost say that you have reserved a top-notch beast pet. The value of this dragon egg is enough to drive the top forces crazy. Even the imperial family could not turn a blind eye. Luckily I set up a shielding measure in advance, otherwise, I would be the one in trouble. My life isn't in danger. Jiang Bai doesn't have the guts to kill me. However, this dragon egg is most likely lost. Chen Beiyuan looked at the abyss that covered the entire secret space and secretly rejoiced. My momentary caution brought me a huge opportunity. Don't think that Jiang Bai acted like a kind elder to him before, that was only because there was no major conflict of interest between them. If the other party knew the existence of the dragon egg, a fallout would be inevitable. There was no way the imperial family would watch him take away the dragon egg that was suspected to be that of the Blood Dragon Emperor. In the face of interests, all rules are bullshit. A 5th rank war general. Not qualified enough to negotiate with the imperial family. Only an 8th grade war emperor is barely qualified. A genius who has not yet grown up is, after all, just a genius. So, the root cause of the dragon blood pool's rapid energy loss has been discovered. It was intercepted by this dragon egg midway. No, it can't be said to be intercepted. In essence, it belongs to it. In comparison, those who enter the secret realm are outsiders. However, in the original novel, this dragon egg never appeared. But why did it appear when I came? Is there some special connection between them? Chen Beiyuan stroked the dragon egg in his hand, his eyes dim as he recalled all the strange things that happened after entering the secret realm. Suddenly he paused and instantly understood the situation. Dragon Blood Dao Fruit. The dragon blood fruit, rewarded by the system, is ostensibly a supreme holy medicine used by practitioners to refine their bodies. But in fact, it was a blood treasure that was nurtured by the ancient dragon clan using their own essence and blood, and was specially created for the descendants of the bloodline to assist in the growth. This dragon egg most likely chose to emerge because it sensed the aura of the dragon blood fruit. In the original novel, Lin Xiao, the son of destiny, did not have a blood treasure like the dragon blood Dao fruit, so naturally he did not lead out the dragon egg. In the end, after the secret realm collapsed, this dragon egg was naturally lost in the void and its whereabouts are unknown. It seems that you and I are indeed destined to be together. Meeting me has saved you from disaster. Chen Beiyuan held the dragon egg and sighed. Originally, he had thought of asking his family to help him find a guardian beast. But now it seemed that no beast could compare to a future 8th grade fierce beast, the Blood Dragon Emperor. In order to avoid any more trouble, Chen Beiyuan decided to make a blood oath with the dragon egg first, to make it recognize its master in advance and ensure his own best interests. As long as you recognize the master, it will be useless even if others want to seize it by force. As the master, he can cause the soul of his pet to collapse with just a thought. Once he dies, his pet will also die. However, if his pet dies, his soul will also be severely damaged. Compared with the insignificant cost, the benefits gained are obviously much greater. As the heir of a top family, Chen Beiyuan naturally received a comprehensive education since childhood, which naturally included blood oaths similar to their master-servant contract. Chen Beiyuan bit his fingertips, forced out the blood, and started. He then carved a mysterious talisman on the dragon egg and swore a blood oath of their master-servant contract. However, with the end of the ceremony, Chen Beiyuan did not sense any spiritual connection between him and the dragon egg. Failed. How is that possible? Chen Beiyuan frowned. Everything had gone smoothly just now, so why did it fail? Try again. I tried several times in a row, but still failed, without any effect. Chen Beiyuan's expression also turned ugly, his eyes fixed on the half-meter-high dragon egg in his hand. Unless someone made a blood oath in advance, otherwise, I can't keep failing. But how is that possible? Who would make a blood oath and then leave the dragon egg here? Aren't they afraid it might be stolen? Wait, maybe this isn't the Blood Dragon Emperor's dragon egg at all. Instead, it's the Bloody Dragon Emperor's true form. Chen Beiyuan's pupils shrank and turned into needles, and he instantly understood their truth. Blood Dragon Emperor is essentially a mutant species of dragon, and is fundamentally different from other dragons. Not only does it have a strong physique and terrifying recovery ability, it also has an extremely special talent. That is, rebirth. According to legend, after suffering irreparable damage, their Blood Dragon Emperor will choose to degenerate from the mature stage to the youth stage, the larval stage, until it turns into a newborn dragon egg. After rebirth, the Blood Dragon Emperor is almost equivalent to a new individual, without any previous memories. Only after growing back into an 8th grade ferocious beast and returning to its peak will it awaken all the memories before its rebirth. The Blood Dragon Emperor, who has returned to his peak, will not only recover his previously incurable injuries, but his combat power will also become even stronger. This can almost be said to be a bug talent, equivalent to having an extra life. However, this talent also carries a great deal of uncertainty. If one is not careful and dies during rebirth, then naturally, everything will be over. No wonder the imperial family has not found the body of the Blood Dragon Emperor over the years, but only discovered the dragon blood pool. Because it had already been reborn as a dragon egg, and had prepared a dragon blood pool in advance to nourish itself and facilitate growth. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan was already 100% sure that the dragon egg in his hand was the Blood Dragon Emperor, an 8th grade ferocious beast. Chapter 35 The Son of Luck successfully transformed into a dragon. Among the dragon clan, the Blood Dragon Emperor is definitely an outlier. Because it does not belong to the normal dragon clan. It is a special product born from the union of two powerful evil dragons, their Blood Dragon and the Evil Dragon. With the fusion of the bloodlines of the two evil dragon clans, the character of the Blood Dragon Emperor can naturally be imagined. He is definitely a more brutal and violent existence. This guy is equivalent to the alien beast version of Leng Ruobing. He wants to argue with everyone he sees, and he wants to mess with anyone he dislikes. When he's bored, he even wants to kill a few people to liven things up. Even within the dragon clan, most dragons have an attitude of rejection and disgust towards the existence of the Blood Dragon Emperor. The reason for the previous repeated failures of the blood oath was naturally found. In essence, the dragon egg in Chen Beiyuan's hand is the reincarnation of the 8th grade ferocious beast, the Blood Dragon Emperor. Although it is still very weak at the moment and has not hatched, its soul is a real emperor level. In this situation, Chen Beiyuan was only a 5th rank war commander, and it was impossible for him to sign the blood oath of their master-servant contract. Even if an 8th grade war emperor took action personally, the possibility of him signing a blood oath was extremely small. After all, the Blood Dragon Emperor had extremely strong combat power during his lifetime, and the strength of his dragon soul was far higher than that of an ordinary 8th grade war emperor. In addition, before the Blood Dragon Emperor was reborn, he would definitely have prepared some countermeasures deep in his soul in advance to avoid being enslaved by others. By then, everything would be a favor to others. A pure-blooded dragon that can grow into an 8th-grade ferocious beast is not as simple as imagined. What was originally a great opportunity has now turned into a hot potato. Without a blood oath, no matter how good Chen Beiyuan is with the dragon egg in his hand, once it returns to its peak and recovers its memory, it will become the cruel and violent, bloody dragon emperor again. By then, I'm afraid there will be a classic scene of the dragon devouring its master. What do you think I should do with you? Chen Beiyuan picked up the dragon egg in his hand and looked at the shell covered with strange blood patterns with a dim gaze. It seemed that he could see their dragon fetus being nurtured inside through the eggshell. A faint heartbeat was transmitted from inside the eggshell to his hand. At the same time, there is an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Obviously, this dragon egg has a natural benefit for Chen Beiyuan, who bathed in the dragon blood pool, consumed the dragon blood Dao fruit, and comprehended the ferocious beast magical power. Feel. Even subconsciously regard them as the same kind and relatives. In this situation, even without a blood oath, Chen Beiyuan used family affection to drive the blood dragon emperor to serve his own purposes. The bloody dragon emperor was reborn. As long as he had enough resources, his strength and realm would improve very quickly. He could form combat power almost at the fastest speed and even return to the position of dragon emperor. However, once his cultivation level reaches a higher level, this guy may become uncontrollable. If it were someone else, they would probably be hesitant and not know what decision to make. But for Chen Beiyuan, the answer was already determined from the beginning. How can I possibly spit out something that's in my hands? As a villain destined to be the most powerful, it would be truly ridiculous if I couldn't even suppress a blood dragon emperor. Secret realm. Poisonous bubbles kept rising from the huge dark green poison pool, and the air was filled with terrifying poisonous gas. Even a 7th-grade war emperor would die without a burial place if he was not careful enough when faced with such a terrifying poisonous gas and it spread into his body. Deep in the poisonous pool, a large number of rotting corpses and bones of ferocious beasts were piled up, among which there were corpses of ferocious beasts of the 6th and 7th grades. This is a forbidden zone for the living and a paradise for the dead. At this moment, a strange roar like a dragon's roar suddenly appeared from the depths of the poisonous pool, bringing with it a creepy and terrifying pressure. The entire poisonous pool boiled instantly, and the corpses of countless ferocious beasts began to sink little by little, as if the terrifying existence hidden below was silently eating them. An inexplicable feeling of oppression and fear began to spread throughout the entire poison dragon pond. Boom! A gigantic figure poked its head out from the dark green poisonous pool. It turned out to be a giant dragon head. However, this huge dark green dragon head is not as majestic as described in myths and legends. Instead, it carries a terrifying aura. The dragon head that should have been covered with dragon scales now had a lot of signs of decay. A dark green liquid continued to flow out from the rotten flesh and skin, flowing slowly on the surface of the body. A pair of huge dragon eyes shone with a dark green luster, with a hint of undisguised cruelty and violence. Accompanied by a huge noise, the huge dragon body and dragon claws emerged from the depths of the poisonous pool, causing quite a commotion, overturning the entire deep poisonous pool, and horrible venom splashed everywhere. Roar! This terrifying poisonous dragon, its body rotten and filled with dark green venom, let out an earth-shaking roar, as if announcing its birth to the world. The soul pressure of a top-level fighting spirit instantly filled the entire secret space. Sitting cross-legged on the huge dragon head was a naked figure with green light all over his body. It was none other than Lin Xiao, the son of destiny. He actually succeeded in transforming into a dragon. He really promoted his high-level fighting spirit, Black Dragon, to the top fighting spirit, Strange Poison Dragon. Weird Ming Poison Dragon is a variant of Demon Ming Poison Dragon. It is even more toxic and extremely brutal in nature. It is an extremely powerful evil dragon. And at the moment when the Strange Poison Dragon was born, the aura on Lin Xiao's body began to become mysterious and unpredictable, and it was faintly merged with the terrifying poisonous dragon under him. His cultivation level also skyrocketed at this moment. He directly soared from the peak of the 4th grade general to the middle level of the 5th grade general. I finally succeeded in cultivating the Taishen Huolong Sutra. The 9th grade technique is truly mysterious. Lin Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged on the huge dragon head, still had his eyes closed and did not speak. Instead, the terrifying poisonous dragon lowered its head, looked at its rotten skin, and made a strange human voice. And this voice was exactly the same as Lin Xiao's. No one would have thought that I, Lin Xiao, could survive their poisonous pond and successfully transform into a dragon. With their wordless medical scripture in my body, I am not afraid of the poison of their poison dragon pond. I can even absorb the dragon poison into my body, causing my fighting spirit to transform and evolve into a terrifying poisonous dragon. Although their strange abyss poison dragon wasn't the most suitable choice I had imagined, its innate poison is extremely compatible with their wordless medical scripture and can significantly increase my combat power. This is actually a blessing in disguise. I have also successfully cultivated the 9th grade technique, the Taishan Dragon Transformation Sutra. Stepping into the threshold, my cultivation base skyrocketed, and I have successfully embarked on the path of transformation into a dragon. At this moment, I am qualified to compete with those top monsters. No, I am destined to surpass those monsters after practicing the 9th grade technique. I just lack the accumulated time. Chen Beiyuan, the accounts between you and me will have to be settled sooner or later. When the terrifying dragon head spoke to the end, a strong murderous intent and resentment clearly appeared in his eyes. It was obvious that this son of luck really hated someone to the core. Chapter 36 Favor. It was impossible for Lin Xiao to have such great malice and hatred towards Chen Beiyuan, not to mention that the previous suppression had made him lose face and suffer countless humiliations. Take this opportunity of transforming into a dragon for example. On the surface, he successfully transformed into a dragon, soaring into the sky, free from all constraints. But secretly, he also paid a huge price. Despite the protection of their wordless medical scripture, his cultivation was still too weak. After 3 consecutive days of soaking in the depths of their poisonous dragon pond, his body and mind had already been contaminated by the dragon poison, leaving him with a serious sequelae. His fertility is ruined. Although the thing can still be used, it has lost its activity. This means that he is destined to have no descendants in this life. In fact, the whole person is almost as weak as ever. This incident was undoubtedly a huge psychological blow to Lin Xiao. At this moment, his mind has gradually become distorted. However, the protagonist is a genius doctor who is extremely cunning and good at forbearance. Lin Xiao quickly adjusted his mentality. Leave the secret realm first and tell my godfather the good news. Principal's office. Jiang Bai paused while flipping through the documents, as if he had noticed something, and looked up. Chen Beiyuan's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air on the sofa in the office, exactly the same position as before he used their token. At the same time, the rusty blood dragon token in his hand quickly decayed and disappeared into a wisp of green smoke. Chen Beiyuan was not surprised by this. With the collapse of their secret realm, their key in his hand naturally lost its value. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan could clearly sense that Jiang Baiyi's gaze towards him suddenly showed a bit of surprise and doubt. This 8th grade war emperor obviously noticed the abnormal changes in his body. After all, his own physique at this moment is comparable to that of a 6th grade divine weapon. Most 6th grade war kings, and even some 7th grade war emperors, do not have such a powerful physique. This is a drastic difference from the situation before entering the secret realm. As one of the strongest people in this world, Jiang Bai would have to be blind to not notice it. Before, those royal children who bathed in dragon blood did not experience such exaggerated improvement effects. Beiyuan, it seems you've gained quite a lot this time. It's all thanks to Principal Jiang. Yuan gained only a few insignificant benefits. Facing Jiang Baiyi's meaningful words, Chen Beiyuan responded calmly. Now, the dragon egg has been hidden in the system space. No matter how strong Jiang Baiyi is, he cannot discover the existence of the system. Without their biggest problem of the dragon egg, nothing would happen thanks to his suddenly improved physique. At most, Jiang Baiyi suspected that he had gained some hidden benefits from the secret realm. But now the secret realm has collapsed, and it is impossible for Jiang Baiyi to get verification. Besides, would Jiang Baiyi really risk falling out with the Donghua Chen family and forcibly attack him just for an uncertain, hidden benefit? Do you really think he is a soft persimmon with no background who can be bullied by others? The Donghua Chen family is the empire's greatest weapon, which can be used not only against external forces but also internal forces. Therefore, Chen Beiyuan is full of confidence at this moment. Jiang Bai naturally saw through Chen Beiyuan's confidence and understood that it was difficult to know what had happened in the secret realm. In that case, I might as well do you a favor. After all, with Chen Beiyuan's current growth rate, he will definitely be able to keep pace with him within 100 years and become a top powerhouse. Har har har, Beiyuan, you are just like your father, always speaking without making any mistakes. So, when you have nothing to do in the future, come to Donghua Academy more often. You are also a part of Donghua Academy. The academy is your home, so it is good to go home often. I know that you had some unpleasant things with the school during the previous school competition. So, I will take charge of this for you and resolve all the unpleasant things at once. Okay, then it's up to Principal Jiang. Chen Beiyuan had a face full of smiles. At this moment, he naturally guessed what favor Jiang Bai was going to do to show his goodwill. Outside the hospital, accompanied by a void vibration, Lin Xiao's figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the corner. Bang! The token held in his hand began to crack little by little, and then shattered into pieces of scrap metal. This Poison Dragon token is just a one-time key to enter the secret realm and can only be used once. Jiang Bai is not crazy enough to hand over the real secret realm key to an outsider. The value of a large secret realm is not what ordinary people can imagine. The so-called favor of Cheung Baizang is actually only worth an opportunity to enter the secret realm. Lin Xiao stared silently at the fragment of the token in his hand, clenching it tightly and letting the iron shard pierce his palm. Deep down in my heart, I have a better understanding of the background and strength of those top forces. You try your best to get what you want, but in the eyes of those high and mighty people, it is not worth mentioning at all. One day, sooner or later, I will eradicate you, cancer. Lin Xiao suppressed the restlessness and desire in his heart, walked out of the corner, and headed towards the medical center, wanting to tell him the good news that he had successfully transformed into a dragon. However, when he arrived outside the familiar medical clinic, he was shocked by the scene before him and was stunned on the spot. At this moment, many senior university officials, law enforcement officers, and a large number of Donghua students had gathered outside the medical hospital, making it look like a big scene. His godfather, Cheung Baizang, was dragged from his hospital bed by the investigators who had been in charge of guarding him. He was shackled and shackled, dragged out of the ward like an old dog, and dragged outside for public trial. Cheung Baizang, after several days of investigation by the review team, we have confirmed that you have embezzled and withheld student resources. Cheung Baizang, the principal has officially removed you from your senior position with special approval. From now on, you are no longer a member of Donghua Academy. What you will face next is a fair and impartial trial under the laws of the empire. Fellow students, Cheung Baizang has confessed his crimes. He is now being detained and transferred to the Court of Justice for further action. Vice Principal Liu spoke loudly to the Donghua students in front of him with righteous words. At this moment, he seemed like the embodiment of justice. Cheung Baizang, who was in a dishevel and covered in dirt, looked like a villain about to be judged. As Jiang Bai said, some things can only be used once. You don't need to protect yourself, but instead give your godson an illusory chance to transform into a dragon. Well, there are some things you have to fight for. After all, we have to give an explanation to all Donghua students. We have to handle official business impartially, and we have no choice. It just so happens that I can also use it to do a favor. A simple favor allowed him to become the godfather of the Son of Destiny. This is the power that comes from power. The following plot is even more exciting, please support me. Chapter 37. Chen Xiao is kind-hearted and can't bear to see people suffer, so he drags them away. Har har har, it's so satisfying, so satisfying. Old dog, you made my brother's journey difficult and dangerous. He was forced to leave Donghua Academy and lost the opportunity to advance further. You will not die a good death. Cheung Baizang, you're a beast. You actually exchanged a waste pill for me. Did you know that Yuner died because of that waste pill during the Secret Realm expedition 3 years ago? For the past 3 years, I've been dying to peel off your skin, drink your blood, and chew your flesh. Old dog, you've bullied me many times before, relying on your position as a high-ranking official in the academy. I just said a few bad words about that bastard Lin Xiao in secret, and you actually took revenge on me. You're unworthy of being a teacher. God has mercy on you. You have finally ended up like this. The high-ranking university officials, once so high and mighty, have now become an old dog being dragged to the ground and put on trial in public. Facing the pointing and cursing from the people around him, Chen Beiyuan seemed to have expected it and did not react much. He just lowered his head, as if this could maintain his last bit of dignity. He knew very well that what those around him said was true. Over the years, in order to allow Lin Xiao to grow rapidly, he had indeed exploited the rights and interests of many Donghua students and even used the school's reserve resources privately. There are actually some rumors about these things within Donghua Academy. However, before, he held a senior position in the institution, so even if there were any rumors, he could suppress them. But now he has obviously been abandoned. At this moment, the distraught Chen Beiyuan saw a familiar figure standing not far away, staring at him in a daze. Lin Xiao. He successfully transformed into a dragon. Chen Beiyuan's pupils shrank, and the dejected look on his face instantly disappeared, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. This news was undoubtedly the best news for him. As long as one day, Lin Xiao can break through to the 8th grade War Emperor, then all the humiliation he suffers today will be worth it. By then, as the godfather of the War Emperor, he would have the possibility of making a comeback. However, before that, he had to do one last thing, which was to shoulder all the responsibilities and not let his godson be affected in the slightest. He quickly winked, signaling Lin Xiao not to be impulsive. Donghua Academy wanted to use him as an example to scare others and appease the people. Lin Xiao was powerless to save him. Godfather. Lin Xiao watched helplessly as his godfather was shackled and chained by a few lackeys from Donghua Academy. They even put an iron chain around his neck and dragged him along their way like a tethered dog. I felt a surge of blood rushing to my head and almost couldn't help but rescue the person on the spot. But before he could do anything, the surrounding Donghua students discovered his presence and surrounded him. Lin Xiao, how dare you show up? Little dog Lin, your old dog has been caught, you're next. Lin Xiao. Don't think I don't know how your cultivation has improved so quickly. Are you enjoying eating the blood of others? In an instant, Lin Xiao, the son of destiny, became the target of public criticism. Some of the excited Donghua students even took out rotten eggs and stones and threw them at Lin Xiao. Bang! Lin Xiao didn't react in time and was hit by the rotten egg. The dark and smelly egg liquid flowed down his forehead. Not far away, Chen Beiyuan, who had just walked out of the principal's office, witnessed this carefully prepared show. Obviously, this is what Jiang Bai meant by explanation. When the old dog Chen Beiyuan attacked him before, Donghua Academy had been suppressing the punishment because they were concerned about the special relationship between Chen Beiyuan and Jiang Bai. But now, Chen Beiyuan has used up all the favors he once had. Then Jiang Bai would naturally not continue to keep this old dog. Next, in order to befriend Chen Beiyuan and the Donghua Chen family behind him, Chen Beiyuan naturally needs to pay the price. The favors of big shots are not so easy to use. Once it's used up, it's really gone. However, compared to Chen Beiyuan's miserable appearance, Chen Beiyuan's attention was more focused on Lin Xiao, who was surrounded by Donghua students not far away. At this moment, he was somewhat unable to see through the cultivation level of this son of destiny. He succeeded in transforming into a dragon. That's right. As the son of destiny of this world, even if I robbed him of his opportunity and suppressed his situation, he is still not finished so soon. Transforming into a dragon is inevitable. In that case, he should have successfully cultivated the 9th grade technique, the Taishan Huolong Sutra. The Taishan Huolong Jing is hailed as the most powerful physical training technique in the original novel, possessing a variety of mysterious abilities. I wonder how much of its power Lin Xiao can unleash at this moment. Chen Beiyuan's face was calm, but his deep eyes showed a hint of eagerness to try, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lin Xiao has made up for his shortcomings and cultivated a 9th grade martial art. Obviously, he will not be pinned to the ground and rubbed as easily as before. I just don't know how strong Lin Xiao is at this moment. Are you qualified enough to have a good fight with him? Chen Beiyuan. Lin Xiao, who was surrounded, also noticed Chen Beiyuan's gaze. His face, which was covered with smelly egg liquid, instantly showed deep hatred, and he almost couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. The current situation of him and his godfather is all thanks to that spoiled dandy Chen Beiyuan. He wished he could kill this evil. But when Vice President Liu Wenhui and several senior university officials appeared in front of him, Lin Xiao knew that this was impossible. Faced with several 7th grade war emperors standing in front of him, it was a luxury for him to get close to Chen Beiyuan. Brother-in-law, what's so interesting about this clown who can only rage helplessly? Once he's kicked out of Donghua Academy, I'll find a few people to tear his head off and use it as a ball for you, okay? A nonchalant voice suddenly appeared, and directly hugged Chen Beiyuan's shoulders from behind, shaking him. Chen Beiyuan knew who their visitor was without even looking. There was only one person who dared to address him like that and put his arm around his shoulder in Donghua Academy. By family, by user. His fiancée's younger brother, his brother-in-law. A typical playboy from a top aristocratic family. However, although this guy is his brother-in-law, he is a few months older than him. They say they are brother-in-law and nephew, but in fact they are more like brothers. The original person had an aloof personality and very few friends around him, and Beiyuan was one of them. However, in the original novel, after being defeated by Lin Xiao using despicable means, her personality changed drastically. She actually fell in love with Leng Ruobing and wanted to break off the engagement with the Bai family. This really offended the Bai family. Beiyuan even turned against him and never had anything to do with him again. However, after Chen Beiyuan traveled through time, this kind of thing would never happen again. Not so good, his not that simple. Chen Beiyuan directly rejected Beiyuan's proposal. As the destined villain, coupled with his god's perspective, he was able to suppress Lin Xiao, the son of destiny, and play him in the palm of his hand. Beiyuan doesn't have this ability. If someone rashly sends people to hunt down Lin Xiao, they will definitely be interfered with by Lin Xiao's protagonist Halo, and all kinds of accidents will happen. Not only will they fail to kill people, but they are also likely to kill people in return and become the treasure-delivering boy. Chen Beiyuan has no habit of giving battle records to the Son of Fortune. Beiyuan pursed his lips, looking dissatisfied, and was about to say something. At this moment, several investigators appeared in front of the two of them, dragging the old dog Chen Beiyuan. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Chen Beiyuan. Looking at Chen Beiyuan, who was so close in front of him, Chen Beiyuan's eyes instantly turned red. He looked fiercely at the murderer in front of him who had ruined his reputation. He was about to curse, but was kicked on the head by the vicious investigator behind him. He hit the ground hard, his head was bleeding, and even some of his teeth were knocked out. Chen Beiyuan's eyes were calm and he said nothing. He had no mercy on old Chen who was standing under his feet. Being merciful to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. If you want to do the right thing for him, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Of course, he wouldn't be so bored as to make a mockery. An old dog, not worth it. However, he obviously forgot that Beiyuan was beside him. Are you blind? Didn't you see I was chatting with Master Chen? I don't know what you meant by dragging an old dog here. Master Chen is kind-hearted and can't bear to see people suffer. Drag it away, drag it away. Chapter 38. If you want to make it in life, you need a background and someone to back you up. Under Beiyuan's scolding, the faces of several vicious investigators turned pale, and they quickly apologized in a low voice with a fawning expression. It was obvious that they also knew how terrifying this little devil of the Bai family was. Immediately, they hurriedly dragged the half-conscious Chen Beiyuan away, and the old face with a broken head and bleeding was dragged on the ground, leaving a bloody trail. Brother-in-law, you're the best. I heard that this old dog has been bullying Donghua Academy for a long time because he saved Principal Jiang's life when he was young. No one dared to offend him, even the children of the aristocratic families dared to scold him. I've been scolded by him several times before. But after provoking you, just 3 days later, this old dog suffered this fate. Beiyuan winked at Chen Beiyuan next to him with an expression of great admiration, and then, with a lowered tone, he whispered. Brother-in-law, do you want me to have the court of justice give him a good beating? For the things he did, he'll definitely be in prison for at least 100 or 80 years. But that would be too easy for him, like sending him to live out his days in prison. Otherwise, I'll have him exiled to the front lines to open up new land for the empire. Pioneering. As the name suggests, it is to open up new territories and borders for the Donghua Empire on the front line. Most of them are cultivators who have committed serious mistakes. In order to make good use of them, the empire will put specific shackles on them and form a cannon fodder team, asking them to risk their lives to investigate the movements of ferocious beasts and alien races and make contributions to the empire. It can be said that once someone is sent to open up wasteland, basically no one can survive. If it doesn't kill you, keep using it until it dies. When you die, all your debts in life are written off. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that Beiyuzer had this ability. Because the person in charge of the Imperial Court of Justice is Beiyuzer's third uncle. With just one word, the fate of this old man, Chen Beiyuan, will change, and he will be directly assigned to the front line of the empire. Still want to retire in prison? Don't even think about it, just go to the front line and serve your country. And this is the influence of the top families. One sentence can change a person's destiny. Over the years, Chen Beiyuan has offended many children from aristocratic families. Even if Beiyuzer doesn't take action, someone will try to deal with him. List. Beiyuan didn't say yes or no, but looked at the grinning Beiyuzer and suddenly said, "What happened again? If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. This little devil of the Bai family is not usually so attentive. What could I have done wrong?" Beiyuzer raised his head with an expression of arrogance that was impossible. But under Chen Beiyuan's gaze, the expression on his face gradually turned into a wry smile, and he rubbed his hands embarrassedly. "Actually, there are still some things. Brother-in-law, you know my sister is coming back soon. Before she left, she not only asked me to look after you at the academy, but also asked me to practice hard. But I have been busy with other things in the past few years, which has led to some neglect of my cultivation. I haven't even broken through to the 4th grade general yet. My sister is going to come back and really beat me to death. You'll have to say a few good words for me then. My sister listens to you the most." An 18-year-old who has reached the peak of the 3rd grade combat spirit is, to be honest, a genius. In comparison, Chen Beiyuan, who is also 18 years old, is already at the peak of the 5th grade combat commander. That's really a piece of shit. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that his brother-in-law was a talented and first-rate person, but he just loved playing too much. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the 4th grade general long ago. It depends on your performance. Don't worry, if you don't protect me, my sister will really kill me. I heard that she has now broken through to the level of a 6th grade war king. When she was training in the far north, she took in a 7th grade beast as a war beast. With my body, she can kill me in minutes. Just when Chen Beiyuan was forcibly dragged away and sent to the Imperial Court of Justice. Lin Xiao, the son of luck, was forcibly expelled from Donghua Academy under the watchful eyes of the academy's senior leaders. He had been taking a leave of absence before and had been staying at Donghua Academy. Now that his biggest backer has fallen, naturally no one will be polite to him. Faced with several high-ranking academic leaders with cultivation levels as high as the 7th-ranked battle emperor, even if Lin Xiao was stubborn, he couldn't confront them head-on, and in the end he could only choose to endure. Outside the academy, Lin Xiao, with a disheveled look on his face, was covered in black and smelly egg liquid. He no longer had the high spirits he had just after successfully transforming into a dragon, but instead looked like a dog that had lost its home. He gritted his teeth, almost breaking them, staring intently at the closed door of Donghua Academy, his hands clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. No matter how talented you are, in the eyes of those bigwigs, it's still not worth mentioning. Without strength or background, you can be easily killed with just one word. From the beginning to the end, Chen Beiyuan didn't take me seriously. With just one word, he could drive countless vicious wolves under his command to attack me. Those bigwigs would choose to give up a genius like me who was born in the lower class in order to befriend him. If I want to fight against Chen Beiyuan, I must find a backer who can rival the Donghua Chen family. Otherwise, I will die. Lin Xiao originally thought that after successfully transforming into a dragon, he would have a new world and no more constraints. But he was obviously overthinking it. The successive dimensionality reduction attacks made it clear to him. Talent is not everything. If you want to make it in the world, you need a background and someone to back you up. A genius who has not grown up will never amount to anything. Nowadays, countless geniuses die in corners and ditches. Who dares to say that these deceased geniuses aren't necessarily inferior to him? But they all died along the way, because they had no background, no backers, and others had no scruples when they attacked them. Suddenly, his pupils shrank into dangerous needle shapes, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he felt a strong threat. At some point, a figure appeared silently behind him. Their hoarse voice was like a cold, poisonous snake flicking its tongue. Mr. Lin Xiao, please come with me. Mr. Lin wants to see you. Lin Xiao. Not from the Chen family. Could it be? The murderous intent in Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly disappeared, and his movements in secret also paused, as if he had guessed something. Okay, I'll go with you. Chapter 39 Donghua Lin Family. Kyoto Nightclub, Supreme Emperor Box. Arshan, you are such a jerk. Brother Lin is my honored guest. How could you use such brutal means? If this matter gets out, where will the face of my Donghua Lin family be? Har har har, Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. It's all because of the people below us who are ignorant and have no manners at all. We almost caused a misunderstanding. So, I will punish myself by drinking 3 cups. I will punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Just consider it as an apology to you on his behalf. The handsome young man with a sinister look in his face held up a wine glass with an apologetic smile on his face. After scolding his men in the shadow in the corner, he spoke solemnly to Lin Xiao in front of him with a serious face. Mr. Lin, you're joking. These are all trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Lin Xiao looked at the young man of similar age in front of him with a sinister look on his face, and he also had a polite smile on his face. However, his heart was filled with a storm and some uncontrollable excitement. Although Lin Xiao had a rough guess when he came. But after seeing the young man in front of him, Lin Xiao finally confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. The third young master of the Lin family, Lin Zhuxiao. Donghua Lin family. Another top family with an 8th grade war emperor suppressing their luck. More importantly, the Lin family is also a family with military power and the second gun of the empire. Moreover, they don't get along well with the Chen family. This is undoubtedly great news. At this moment, Lin Xiao could roughly guess the reason why the other party invited him here. It was most likely because they saw his potential and wanted to recruit him. In fact, given the potential he had shown at Donghua Academy and his clean family background, someone should have come to recruit him. Just because of Chen Beiyuan, all the major forces were unwilling to offend the Donghua Chen family easily, but chose to wait and see, which led to him being in an embarrassing situation. However, today, someone finally came to their door. And what Lin Zhuxiao said next obviously verified his guess. Brother Lin, why do you call me young Master Lin? It seems strange. Just call me Zhuxiao. To be honest, the Lin family has been paying close attention to you since you rose to prominence in Donghua Academy. I even sent someone to check the family tree and found that your ancestors branched off from the main branch of the Lin family hundreds of years ago. You and I are one family. It's just that we haven't been around much in recent years, so we've become a little strange. It's been sparse. Lin Zhuxiao's face was filled with emotion and excitement, and his tone was full of affection, as if the Lin Xiao in front of him was his long-lost relative. But in fact, these words are just polite remarks to fool people. For a top family like this that has been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, after years of reproduction and development, I wonder how many branches of its bloodline are circulating outside. To the Donghua Lin family, those Lins from the side branches were actually no different from strangers. If any of the bloodline members of the side branch were so foolish as to want to visit the Donghua Lin family and socialize with them, they would probably be beaten out by the servants, who would curse them as landlords and blind people trying to establish connections. Unless a talented person suddenly emerges from the side branch, it will attract the attention of the main family and be recruited personally to replenish fresh blood. As the protagonist, a miracle doctor who climbed up from the bottom, Lin Xiao also knows the coldness of the world and the ways of the world. He was also an actor, with a face full of excitement and trembling. Is it really so? My ancestors are actually close relatives of the Donghua Lin family. Young Master Lin. No, Zhuxiao, are you telling the truth? The Lin family wanted to recruit him to keep fresh blood. He also wanted to rely on the Lin family as a backer and use it as a background for himself. Both sides can be said to have gotten what they needed. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's gaze secretly swept over the snake-like figure in the corner. Obviously, that person was the Ashen that Lin Zhuxiao had just mentioned. 7th grade war emperor. Able to command a 7th grade war emperor as his subordinate at will. The terror of the Donghua Lin family, a top family, can naturally be imagined. With the Lin family as his backing, he would not be suppressed so much when facing Chen Beiyuan. Even more, after joining the Lin family, he could secretly plot something, using peaches and plums to replace zombies, and bring down the entire Lin family. Lin Xiao had a smile on his face, but a spark of ambition began to burn deep in his eyes. Har har har, Brother Lin, of course it's true, you and I are family. I know that Brother Lin has encountered some troubles recently, but those troubles are just minor matters to the Lin family. I heard that Brother Lin was suppressed because he offended Chen Beiyuan. I don't care about the previous things, but Brother Lin joined. After the Lin family, I have to take care of it. Let me put it this way, I will find an opportunity someday, organize a meeting, and resolve your issues. No matter how arrogant and domineering Chen Beiyuan is, he has to give me and the Lin family some face. Lin Zhuxiao said with a domineering look. There was a strong sense of pretense in his tone. Mr. Lin is so domineering. Seeing that Lin Zhuxiao wanted to stand up for him on behalf of the Lin family, Lin Xiao was also very happy and flattered him deliberately. With the Lin family as his backer, Chen Beiyuan and his lackeys would have to think twice before making any move on him. When the time comes, he will have a chance to avenge his previous shame. Chen Beiyuan, it's not too late to settle the account between you and me. Lin Xiao cursed fiercely in his heart. For a moment, under Lin Xiao's deliberate flattery, the atmosphere in the entire box gradually became harmonious. Especially after Lin Xiao inadvertently revealed that he had successfully transformed into a dragon and his own fighting spirit had been promoted to the top fighting spirit, the atmosphere reached its peak. Lin Zhuxiao's attitude towards him was obviously more enthusiastic, and the look he gave him became more fiery. In less than a moment, the two men were arm in arm, drinking wine, hugging women, and praising each other. Looking at how warm they are, no one would believe that they are not close friends, relatives, brothers who haven't seen each other for many years. Just when Lin Xiao, the protagonist, the miracle doctor, was happy that he had found a backer, Chen Beiyuan also returned to the Chen family and returned to his room. However, at this moment, there was not only him in his room, there was another figure. That was his father, Chen Zhiqing, the head of the Chen family and the ruler of the third war zone of the empire. After receiving the secret message from his son, the imperial leader hurriedly left the third war zone and returned to the Chen family overnight. At this moment, the Chen family father and son were both silently staring at a strange dragon egg in front of them that was glowing scarlet light. It was exactly the one taken out from the blood dragon's secret realm. Chen Beiyuan stood aside, without saying much, just watching quietly. Chen Zhiqing stared at the strange dragon egg in front of him for a long time, the solemnity on his face becoming more and more intense, and he said in an almost decisive tone, "It is indeed the bloody dragon emperor. Chapter 40 I will become the emperor." Unlike those selfish and brainless villains in other urban novels, Chen Beiyuan did not hide the existence of their strange dragon egg. Instead, after returning to his family and ensuring his own safety, he immediately informed his father, Chen Zhiqing, the head of the Chen family. He knew very well that there were some things that did not need to be concealed, and concealing them would only lead to trouble. Could it be possible that the family was able to steal his things? Har har, as the next head of the Chen family, the entire future of the Chen family belongs to him. This fundamental thing must be made clear first. To put it bluntly, even if you want to hide it, how long can you keep it secret? As soon as the strange dragon egg hatched, the young master of the Chen family suddenly had a blood dragon cub by his side. The imperial royal family would definitely react as soon as they received the news. No one is a fool in this world. By then, the Donghua Chen family will have to put pressure on him. Instead of that, it would be better to talk to your family about the matter from the beginning and give them a clear outline. Beiyuan, you did a great job on this matter. You didn't hide it, but told me right away. Jiang Bai is not a good person. Don't look at him smiling and acting harmless in front of you. But when it comes to interests, he will definitely make some small moves in secret and try to test you. Chen Zhiqing let out a breath, and the solemn expression on his face disappeared. He looked at his precious son and showed a kind smile. Dad, will it have an impact on the Chen family? Chen Beiyuan suddenly spoke. Bullshit influence. Once the item reaches the Chen family, it belongs to my Chen family. Can the imperial family really go to war with my Chen family over such a thing? The blood dragon secret realm has been in the hands of the imperial family for so long, yet they've never found this dragon egg. That proves they've raised a bunch of good-for-nothings. You got it as soon as you entered, which proves this item is meant for you. Chen Zhiqing, the imperial leader, cursed directly and had no intention of giving the imperial royal family any face. Don't worry, I've told the old man about this, and he said he would come forward to negotiate directly with the royal family. Today's border front is a powder keg. The newly opened territory has many unexplored secret areas, and who knows how many resources are hidden within them. The elders of the top families are almost at war for a piece of land. Now they are all hoping to win over my Chen family to speak up for them and get more territory. Even the royal family has to rely on me at this time. With the old man's face, the royal family will definitely suffer this loss. However, after this dragon egg hatches, you can tell others that it is a contracted mutant blood dragon to avoid attracting covetousness. One is the reborn blood dragon emperor, an 8th grade vicious beast. One is a mutated blood dragon that has been contracted. There is still a huge gap. If it is the former, it might attract the covetousness of the 8th rank war emperor. As for the latter, although it is rare, but with the reputation of the Donghua Chen family, under normal circumstances, no one would dare to act rashly. Looking at the father in front of me who was nagging and giving me endless instructions. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan also felt the undisguised care from his family, and was deeply moved. For this matter, the head of the Chen family put down everything he was doing, left the third war zone overnight, and returned quietly. Far away on the border front, Mr. Chen, who was in the vortex, also chose to take action himself to clean up his mess. It can be said that the hidden danger of this weird dragon egg in front of us has been almost eliminated. The current situation is much better than if he had been hiding it. From beginning to end, Chen Zhiqing never mentioned what trouble Chen Beiyuan had brought to the family, nor did he say much. Instead, he simply nipped the problem in the bud. Sometimes, family love is silent. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that what he could give back to his family now was to improve his strength as quickly as possible, break through to the 8th grade war emperor, and change the future destiny of the Chen family. Dad, I understand. With this bloody dragon emperor, we can stop asking the Bai family to find a pet beast. Chen Beiyuan was very cautious. When they were at Donghua Academy before, Beiyuan had mentioned this matter on his own initiative, but he did not let Beiyuan tell the Bai family behind them to stop searching, for fear that Jiang Bai would notice something. He dared to guarantee that Jiang Bai could see everything that happened in the entire Donghua Academy. The old fox was most likely staring at him. He didn't feel relieved until he returned to the Chen family. That's fine. No matter how powerful the pets the Bai family finds, they can't compare to a reborn blood dragon emperor. If the old man of the Bai family knew about this thing, I'm afraid even he would be tempted. These past few days I've arranged for someone to deliver some high-level beast essence and blood to this dragon egg so it can hatch as quickly as possible. Chen Zhiqing looked at the strange dragon egg with a scarlet glow for a moment, then looked at Chen Beiyuan with a look of emotion on his face. It is hard to imagine how strong my son's luck is. Just bathing in dragon blood in a secret realm once could bring such huge benefits. Not only did he improve his physical body to the level comparable to a 6th grade divine weapon, but he also picked up the blood dragon emperor who was reborn as an egg. Fortunately, he witnessed it with his own eyes, otherwise he would have suspected that he was watching a myth. The protagonists in those mythological stories are all born with extraordinary visions, terrifying talents, and blessed with good fortune. Chen Beiyuan's current situation is so similar to the protagonists in those mythological stories. I'm afraid that the Donghua Chen family will reach a higher peak under his leadership. When he thought of this, his expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Chen Beiyuan in front of him and said, Beiyuan, are you truly mentally prepared? It's undeniable that because you've bathed in dragon blood, once the dragon egg hatches, the newly born blood dragon emperor will most likely treat you as his closest relative and obey your every word. But he is, after all, a reborn 8th grade ferocious beast. He grows extremely fast. I'm afraid he'll soon regain the throne of Dragon Emperor and recover his memories. When that happens, you'll be facing a brutal and violent Blood Dragon Emperor. How powerful is a Blood Dragon Emperor in his prime? Even in the entire Donghua Empire, it would be difficult to find a few 8th grade war emperors who could compete with it head-on. What should Chen Beiyuan do then? Facing his father's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Beiyuan smiled calmly, without yielding in the slightest. His tone was calm, yet it carried an overbearing confidence. I will become the emperor. Chapter 41 Brother-in-Law's Assist. The reborn Blood Dragon Emperor can once again become an 8th grade ferocious beast and resume his throne. He, Chen Beiyuan, can naturally also break through to the 8th grade War Emperor and become the human Emperor. No matter how powerful the Blood Dragon Emperor is. Could it be possible that he could be stronger than this destined villain? In the original novel, the original body, without the defy heaven and change fate system, relied solely on his own talent to reach the legendary realm of 9th rank God of War. He became the first 9th grade war god in the original novel. With such a speed of cultivation, even Lin Xiao, the son of luck, cannot catch up. Now, with the destiny system and destiny luck in his body, the speed of breakthrough will only be faster. It is still a question of who will become the emperor first. By then, it will just be a scene of an old father beating up his rebellious son. If the Blood Dragon Emperor, who has regained his memory, dares to show any sign of rebellion, Chen Beiyuan will smash its dragon head into a dog's head. I hope you can be a good dragon who knows the current situation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Beiyuan looked at the strange dragon egg in front of him, which had an odd sense of familiarity, and said to himself. Their dragon egg, with a scarlet glow, suddenly felt a creepy feeling under Chen Beiyuan's strange gaze, and it shook slightly, like a puppy wagging its tail to beg for mercy. Who would have thought that the bloody dragon emperor, who has always been known for his cruelty and violence, would have such a lovely side? This is definitely a dark history. Har har har, a man from my Chen family should be so domineering. Chen Zhiqing looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help clapping and laughing. Chen Zhiqing came quickly and left quickly. As the head of the Chen family, the ruler of the third war zone of the empire, and a true imperial boss, his affairs are still very busy. If it wasn't about Chen Beiyuan, he wouldn't have run back to the Chen family from the empire's third war zone in the middle of the night. However, after Chen Zhiqing left, the empire's third war zone temporarily organized a hunting high-level ferocious beasts exercise. Specializes in hunting high-level ferocious beasts with dragon blood. In the 3 days that followed, a steady stream of essence and blood from high-level ferocious beasts was delivered to Chen Beiyuan's residence to supply the strange dragon egg. In order to hatch their weird dragon egg as soon as possible, Chen Beiyuan specially asked someone to open their blood pool was directly replicated from their dragon blood pool in the Blood Dragon secret realm. The strange dragon egg was placed directly in the center of their blood pool and was watered with the blood of countless ferocious beasts to accelerate its growth. Blood Dragon Emperor has the blood of 2 evil dragons, Blood Dragon and Evil Dragon, in his body. Among them, the blood of Blood Dragon occupies more initiative. The essence and blood of powerful ferocious beasts is undoubtedly the best tonic for it. In just 3 days, the blood-colored lines on the half-meter-tall strange dragon egg became denser, the scarlet light became brighter and more evil, and a clear heartbeat sound also came from the dragon egg. It seems that it won't be long before the reborn Blood Dragon Emperor breaks out of his shell. Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands behind his back in front of the blood pool, ignoring the strong smell of blood in the air. He looked at the strange dragon egg floating in the blood pool with gloomy eyes and muttered to himself. If it were someone else, they would be on the border or in a strange secret realm, desperately hunting down ferocious beasts, extracting their essence and blood to supply them to the strange dragon eggs. I don't know when I can finally hatch the strange dragon egg. However, he was born in the Donghua Chen family. As long as he said a word, countless people would prepare the necessary things and deliver them directly to his door. In just 3 days, the strange dragon egg showed signs of hatching. Suddenly, the strange dragon egg swimming in the blood pool slowly floated to his feet. The surface of the eggshell glowed with an evil blood light, revealing a sense of familiarity, as if inviting him to go down to the blood pool to play. Over the past 3 days, in addition to staying in the blood pool to practice, Chen Beiyuan would also feed his own blood to the strange dragon egg from time to time to increase their intimacy. From time to time, he would enter the blood pool to swim. In just 3 days, the relationship between him and the strange dragon egg could almost be described as close. Obviously, the strange dragon egg has regarded it as its closest existence, and even has a faint feeling of admiration for it. In addition, Chen Beiyuan was surprised to find that when he was practicing with the strange dragon egg, his own ferocious beast magical power, Blood Dragon transformation, had some special changes, as if it had become more powerful. There seemed to be a special telepathy between them. At this moment, he could roughly sense the emotional fluctuations of the strange dragon egg and what it wanted to express. Come. Play, R. The strange dragon egg floating in the pool of blood glowed red, conveying excited emotional fluctuations. Just as Chen Beiyuan was about to respond, The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted their interaction. The caller was actually his brother-in-law by user. Xiaobai, what's the matter? Brother-in-law, I've already made arrangements with my third uncle. The matter with that old fellow Chen Beiyuan has been settled. The court of inquiry has already sentenced him. He has been assigned to the front lines and put into a prisoner camp to open up new land for the empire. It's going to be hard for that old fellow to survive. However, he was a tough guy who actually took care of everything, without affecting that bastard Lin Xiao. Otherwise, I would have asked my third uncle to send the trial team to arrest him. By user's nonchalant voice came on the phone. Ding, congratulations to their host for changing their original destiny. This indirectly led to the important supporting character, Chen Beiyuan, being sentenced to the front line to open up wasteland and being sent to their prison camp, indirectly cutting off the future support of the Son of Destiny, Lin Xiao. Ding, congratulations to their host for receiving the special reward, Dragon Blood Grass. Dragon Blood Grass, a magical herb containing powerful dragon blood, mostly grows in places where giant dragons have fallen. It has a great appeal to the dragon clan and can enhance their development. Chen Beiyuan looked at the dragon blood grass that appeared in the system space, and knew in his heart that the value of Chen Beiyuan, an important supporting character, had probably been squeezed out. The godfather of this Son of Destiny has reached the end of his life. The other party's fate was determined from the very beginning when he went against him. Not to mention that he is the godfather of the Son of Destiny, even if he is the godmother, stepmother, or stepmother of the Son of Destiny, if he offends him, he will die. I know. Chen Beiyuan seemed slightly relieved. My brother-in-law has good execution ability. I just mentioned it casually last time, but he really did it. Oh, brother-in-law, there's one more thing. That bastard Lin Lao-san sent someone to the Court of Justice a few days ago to ask for mercy, hoping that the Court of Justice would show some respect to the Lin family and release that old immortal Chen Beiyuan. I was so angry. You know, I hate people who abuse their power for personal gain the most. That bastard Lin Lao-san clearly offended me. I had my uncle arrest his men and throw them directly into the dungeon. By user said righteously. Chapter 42 Invitation to the Empire Club. In By user's eyes, he asked his third uncle to do a small favor and sent Chen Beiyuan to the front line to open up wasteland. That was his own business and an act of justice. Lin Zhuxiao dared to send someone to the court to make a complaint and wanted to release the person. This clearly showed that he wanted to abuse his power for personal gain and had extremely bad intentions. Although it's a bit hypocritical, this is By user's character. Chen Beiyuan didn't say anything about this. He knew very well that his brother-in-law was the type of person who would only help his relatives and not others. As the one being helped and the one who benefits from it, if he still complains, he would be a fool. In contrast, he was more interested in another thing. Lin Xiao, the Son of Destiny, is ultimately connected to the Donghua Lin family. It seems that even though the gears of fate have been tampered with and there have been slight errors, they still haven't stopped turning. Chen Beiyuan reached out and stroked the strange dragon egg with a dim look in his eyes. He was not too surprised by the result. As early as 3 days ago, when Lin Xiao was invited away by Lin Zhuxiao, the third young master of the Lin family, he received the specific news. In the original novel, the reason why Lin Xiao was able to destroy the Donghua Chen family in the middle and late stages was because a top family got involved. That top family is the Donghua Lin family. Only the Lin family, another top family, could deal a fatal blow to the Chen family at the critical moment. There are 2 big mountains in the military of the Donghua Empire. One is surnamed Chen and the other is surnamed Lin. The former controls half of the empire's military power and holds the largest gun. The latter controlled 1/3 of the empire's military power and held the second largest force. The relationship between the 2 parties can be said to be equivalent to that between the eldest and the second in command. Since ancient times, every second in command has dreamed of overthrowing the first in command and becoming the big brother. The Lin family is naturally no exception, but this dream has always been suppressed by the Chen family. In the original novel, Lin Xiao hooked up with Lin Zhuxiao, the third son of the Lin family, and eventually established a deep connection with the Lin family. In order to bring down the Chen family, Lin Xiao first secretly colluded with the ferocious beasts on the border to sell out his country, and then the Lin family stabbed him in the back. In the end, he finally destroyed the behemoth Chen family. Of course, in the original novel, Lin Xiao, as the protagonist, is naturally a righteous being, and the Lin family is also on the side of justice, joining forces to destroy the evil Chen family. As for the fact that after the demise of the Chen family, the entire border front collapsed, most of the northern territory of the Donghua Empire fell, and hundreds of millions of the empire's citizens died, those were all minor matters, small sacrifices that had to be made for justice, and they were nothing. Sometimes, for the sake of justice, it doesn't matter if a few people die. As for the protagonist of A Miracle Doctor, it is nothing that after taking office, he turned around and attacked the Lin family, his righteous partner, uprooting them and covering up his own dark history. You will have to pay for what you have done. Lin Xiao, the Lin family, it seems there is still fun to be had. Chen Beiyuan's eyes were gloomy, and he paused, stroking the strange dragon egg. Their face reflected in the pool of blood grinned strangely. Since the two have been mixed together by the intervention of fate, let's deal with them together. He took out their dragon blood grass from the system space and put it directly into the blood pool. As soon as it came into contact with the blood pool, the dragon blood grass melted immediately and merged with the entire blood pool. In an instant, an even thicker and more terrifying blood energy spread from the blood pool. The entire blood pool began to boil, the temperature rose sharply, and a blood-colored mist began to rise. Their weird dragon egg, floating in the blood pool, suddenly emitted a wave of joyful emotions, and the blood-colored lines all over the eggshell flickered, obviously gaining considerable benefits. Chen Beiyuan also took off his clothes, revealing his fair and strong body, and stepped directly into the blood pool. With the addition of dragon blood grass, the boiling blood pool constantly stimulated his body and strengthened the blood vessels in his body, making him feel as comfortable as soaking in a volcanic hot spring. Chen Beiyuan leaned against the edge of the pool, closed his eyes, placed his left hand on the strange dragon egg, held the phone in his right hand, and chatted with Beiyuan in a casual manner. By the way, brother-in-law, that canary you're tired of playing with has been begging people everywhere these days. She's lost all her cold and arrogant demeanor. However, no one dares to cross your brow. I heard she's lost a lot of weight recently. Do you want me to secretly help her? Don't worry, as brothers, I won't tell my sister about this. Beiyuan's nasty voice came from the other end of the phone. Listening to his nasty tone, I can imagine him making faces. Obviously, Beiyuan still didn't think that Chen Beiyuan had really let go of Leng Ruobing. After all, the infatuation shown by the original body before was still impressive. However, he was really considerate enough to help his brother-in-law hide the woman without telling his sister. No need, I have my own arrangements. Chen Beiyuan slowly opened his eyes, pondered for a while, shook his head and refused. He has always been paying attention to Leng Ruobing, the lucky heroine. After all, considerable profits can still be squeezed out of this woman. It's not that people can't die. But at least you have to squeeze out all the benefits before you die. After a brief chat, Chen Beiyuan hung up the phone and began to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the blood pool to strengthen his body. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his absorption. Chen Beiyuan frowned slightly, his tightly closed eyelids slightly. He opened his eyes a little and said, "What's up?" "Mr. Chen, the third young master of the Lin family sent you an invitation to attend the banquet at the Empire Club. Would you like to accept it?" The old butler stood respectfully outside the door, holding a dark golden invitation in his hand. Lin Xiao? Interesting. It seems that someone is beginning to lose control. Chen Beiyuan's lowered eyes flashed with a faint light, as if he had guessed something, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Take it. Kyoto nightclub, Supreme Emperor box. Bang. Everything on the table was overturned to the ground. Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with angry flames, and his handsome face was covered with sinisterness. Beiyuan, you are so good, you set me up in secret. When he recruited Lin Xiao before, he had said that he could help get Lin Xiao's godfather out. On the one hand, he intended to make Lin Xiao grateful, and on the other hand, he wanted to show his strength. As a result, what happened next was a blatant slap in the face. The men he sent to the Court of Inquisition were thrown directly into the water dungeon of the Court of Inquisition. They also asked him to go and pick it up in person, otherwise they wouldn't let him go. What's the difference between this and a slap in the face? No matter how stupid Lin Xiao was, he knew someone was behind this. All the Chen family's strength lies in the military, so it is definitely not the Chen family who is behind this. The current person in charge of the court is from the Bai family. and the Bai family is the in-law of the Chen family. Beiyuan is Chen Beiyuan's brother-in-law, and the two sides get along well. Lin Zhuxiao immediately locked onto Beiyuan. Beiyuan was most likely acting on behalf of his brother-in-law Chen Beiyuan and was deliberately trying to mess with him. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, looking at the scene in front of him without saying a word, his brows furrowed, his face unsightly. It was obvious that he also knew that his godfather had been assigned to the front line to open up wasteland. Going to the front line to open up new land is basically a dead end. At this moment, a subordinate suddenly came in and whispered to Lin Zhuxiao. The anger on Lin Zhuxiao's face gradually dissipated, as if he had regained his previous calmness. He laughed loudly and looked at the silent Lin Xiao in the corner. Har har har, brother Lin, Chen Beiyuan has already accepted my invitation. When the time comes, I'll talk to him in person and ask him to release the hostages. Don't worry, no matter how arrogant and domineering he has to give my Lin family some face. In his opinion, Chen Beiyuan's acceptance of his invitation meant that Chen Beiyuan did not want to make things too awkward with the Lin family. The verification period and debut have begun. Please give me your support, everyone. Chapter 43 interrupted the Son of Fortune from showing off and became the focus of the whole audience. Empire Club. This is a top club located in the capital of the Donghua Empire. It takes more than just money to get in. You also need to have sufficient status and be recommended by other members to enter. Here, you can see superstars and beautiful ladies who have great influence on the outside world, or wealthy people from all over the world who can cause an earthquake in the industry with just a stomp of their feet, as well as big figures from all walks of life. However, these big shots, who have great influence outside, are just low-level figures in the club and are just for show. The Imperial Club serves only those who come from aristocratic families, are born extraordinary, and almost control the lifeline of the upper class of the empire. They're big shots, who tried hard to squeeze and just wanted to find a master for themselves by currying favor with these children from wealthy families. In the Empire Club, their Game of Thrones is being played all the time. At this moment, in the banquet hall of the Empire Club, there was a slightly haggard and cold figure standing alone. Everyone else around subconsciously kept a sufficient distance from him. Pairs of strange eyes were more or less focused on the cold expression, some with a sneer, some with a mocking expression, and some with a complicated expression. Leng Ruobing's face was pale, her eyes filled with unconcealable worry and fatigue. She was dressed in a plain white dress, like a delicate snow lotus standing on an ice peak. It seems like a gust of wind will blow it down. She has become much thinner than before. It is obvious that the situation of this lucky lady has not been good in the past few days. The father is in a coma, the mother is missing, and the entire Leng family is falling apart. In the past few days, she has asked almost everyone she could for help. But even those who were friends of her father, or families on good terms with the Leng family, or even her close friends, would treat her like a plague, fearing the slightest possible connection. This ice beauty, once one of the four great beauties of Yanjing, has now become a joke. This is the rumor outside. She was played by Chen Xiao, which made many people who coveted her wary and afraid of getting into big trouble, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, it is easy to imagine what would happen to a woman who has lost her power and family influence, and still has stunning beauty. I'm afraid that one night, for no reason, after disappearing, he appeared directly in a small dark room and was molested by others. Leng Ruobing naturally understood this very clearly. In the past few days, she had sought help from many people. During this time, some people had shown evil eyes, but they quickly disappeared without a trace, for fear that it would bring disaster to her. I'm afraid even Leng Ruobing didn't expect that it was because of the rumors about her and Chen Beiyuan spread by the outside world that she was able to remain innocent. However, that was it. Is there really no hope? Leng Ruobing stood there with a pale face and confused eyes. At this moment, she did not notice that there was a pair of eyes staring at him not far away. Ruobing. Lin Xiao, handsome in a neat suit, stood on the second floor, looking at Leng Ruobing, who seemed to be abandoned by the whole world, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Even though he had been slapped by Leng Ruobing for no reason before, he felt a little uncomfortable. But he knew very well that it was all because of that bastard Chen Beiyuan who secretly instigated and framed Leng Ruobing, causing her to misunderstand. Deep down in his heart, he still had feelings for Leng Ruobing. Back then, when he had given his all to get into Donghua Academy and saw Leng Ruobing for the first time, he made up his mind that he would marry no one else but this woman in his life. The lust of young people, no, it should be the temptation, which is always unforgettable. Ruobing, don't worry, I won't despise you. I will make up for all the things I owe you. Before, he had no background and no choice but to watch his beloved woman being humiliated. Now that he has the support of the towering Donghua Lin family, the Ling family's troubles are no longer so unsolvable for him. I believe that as long as he takes action to solve the Ling family's troubles, Leng Ruobing will almost willingly become his woman. When he thought of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel hot inside. He straightened his clothes and walked towards the hall, ready to appear in front of Leng Ruobing as a savior. Shine a ray of light for this woman who is lost and in darkness. He could already imagine how much of a commotion would be stirred up at the banquet when he stood before Leng Ruobing and used the Donghua Lin family's name to protect the Ling family. He would become the focus of everyone present. He's ready to show off. Boom. When Xiaogang stepped into the banquet hall, suddenly there was a noise and commotion ahead. Countless bigwigs who were talking suddenly frowned, looking somewhat unhappy. For a moment, all eyes subconsciously turned to the noble and majestic figure who strode into the banquet hall of the Empire Club, causing a commotion and noise. Even Leng Ruobing, who lowered her head, was staring blankly at the familiar figure at this moment. In an instant, the whole audience was silent. The entire banquet hall seemed to have been paused. However, the noble and majestic figure was not affected at all, and even looked as if it was natural, as if his appearance was destined to become the focus of everyone. That's Mr. Chen. He actually came to the Empire Club. Young Master Chen. The mysterious young master of the Donghua Chen family. But he has never attended any formal banquets and rarely appears in public. This is a truly important figure, the young master of the Donghua Chen family, the destined next heir, the future 8th rank war emperor, one of the most powerful second-generation leaders in the empire. Chen Beiyuan ignored the exclamations that echoed in the hall, and walked to a corner of the hall. He sat directly on the sofa in the corner and crossed his legs. His gaze swept across the entire audience with a strong sense of oppression, like an emperor inspecting his territory and people. And the moment he sat down, Leng Ruobing watched helplessly as those big shots, who had been so arrogant in front of her before, now surrounded Chen Beiyuan like lapdogs seeing their master. Many daughters of wealthy families blushed and walked over with dazed eyes. Mr. Chen, my name is Wang Qinqiu. I'm the 28th richest person in the Donghua Empire and own several international trading companies. Mr. Chen, I'm Yun Xiao from the Yun family. When I went to the Chen family with my father, I met Mr. Chen briefly. Mr. Chen, I am Kuei Shaqiu of the Kuei family. My father currently serves under the head of the Chen family. Mr. Chen, my name is Bai Jie. The smile on Lin Xiao's face froze instantly. He stared at Chen Beiyuan, who was surrounded by countless people, and trembled with anger. I haven't even started showing off yet. You got on first. Chapter 44, Want to be a hero and save the beauty. Doesn't he look down on me? As a protagonist who plays a miracle doctor, the habit of pretending to be awesome and then getting slapped in the face has penetrated into Lin Xiao's bones. Even though he was good at forbearance, he had endured it for so long. If he couldn't vent his anger, wouldn't he be suffocated to death? Before, he came from the lower class, had no background, no backing, and had to be cautious in doing things. Now that he has joined the Donghua Lin family, he naturally has great confidence. But now, before he could start to show off and slap others in the face, Chen Beiyuan stole the limelight. Lin Xiao, the son of luck, was so angry. Especially when he saw Leng Ruobing involuntarily walking towards Chen Beiyuan, ignoring his existence, he felt green on his head. Chen Beiyuan. As the young master of the Donghua Chen family, Chen Beiyuan is naturally the object of flattery by countless people. It's a pity that the original body rarely appeared in public. Either he was practicing at home or walking the dog, or he was running to Donghua Academy to find Leng Ruobing. Thus, it created its mysterious image. Now, he took the initiative to show up at the banquet of the Empire Club, which naturally caused a storm. Many people who wanted to get in touch with him came up to him instantly. There are wealthy tycoons in the empire who are worth tens or hundreds of billions and are looking for a backer to protect them. There are powerful cultivators who have been famous for a long time and want to join a good master. Some of them have their fathers and grandfathers who have joined the Chen family, so they are considered half family members. He comes from a wealthy family and wants to be a playboy. There are charming and seductive young ladies who want to become famous overnight, wealthy ladies. In just a few minutes, Chen Beiyuan casually pointed at a few that he liked and took them in as dogs. The person who was pointed out was so excited as if he had won the lottery, and he almost couldn't help but shouting with excitement. The others who were not pointed out looked disappointed and frustrated. These days, being able to work as a dog for a top-notch aristocratic family member like Chen Beiyuan is an opportunity to change your fate. Most of the time, the Donghua Chen family's reputation is enough to block many covetous and prying eyes. How many rich daughters and noble ladies, while feeling ashamed of being cold, deep down in their hearts, don't they all want to be the canary kept outside by Chen Beiyuan? Unfortunately, the few people Chen Beiyuan picked were either billionaires or had fathers who were related to the Chen family and knew the family inside and out. As for women, not a single one. At this moment, a slightly thin and cold figure suddenly walked through the crowd and walked straight towards Chen Beiyuan. This sudden action naturally attracted the attention of countless people in an instant. Some of the rich daughters and noble ladies who were not selected could not help but sneer at this moment. How cheap! Young Master Chen is tired of playing with me, but you still take the initiative to stick to me. What are the four beauties of Yanjing? If it weren't for young Master Chen, she would have made the list. The other three are not something a woman from a small family like her can compare to. Exactly. She acted so pure and cool yesterday, but privately, well, I heard it was her who asked young Master Chen to go to their hotel in the middle of the night. Leng Ruobing turned a deaf ear to the gossip that followed. She didn't know how many times she had heard similar remarks these days. Her pair of black eyes, slightly misty, stared straight at the indifferent Chen Beiyuan, with a trace of tenderness that made people pity her. She subconsciously clutched her dress with both hands and whispered, "Beiyuan. What's up?" Chen Beiyuan was still sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. His dark eyes looked at Leng Ruobing in front of him like a black hole in the abyss. He could clearly sense that the mental state of this cool and beautiful school beauty was somewhat unstable. There was even a sign of collapse. "Can you please help me, help the Leng family? My father has been in a coma for several days, and my mother has disappeared for several days. The people in the Leng family have either been arrested or disappeared for no reason, but I can't do anything. I know I was wrong before. Can you help me, please? I beg you." Leng Ruobing stood there blankly, her voice trembling noticeably, no longer as cold and arrogant as before. After several days of continuous beatings, the cruelty of the world, and the miserable situation after the destruction of his family, a normal person would probably have gone crazy. This lucky heroine has been able to hold on for so long without completely collapsing, which shows that she has strong mental qualities. In the current Leng family, she is the only one left supporting it. The thin figure in white clothes and plain skirt has reached her limit and may fall down at any time. Seeing Leng Ruobing being tortured so miserably by reality, Chen Beiyuan remained very calm, without any thought of pity. In the original novel, the original body was tormented by this woman. It's quite tough, and now I'm just asking her to pay it back little by little. Give me a reason to help you. Chen Beiyuan is having fun. Leng Ruobing's bloodless face suddenly turned red, as if she had noticed Chen Beiyuan's unscrupulous gaze, and she spoke in a low voice. "As long as you are willing to help me, I am yours and you can do whatever you want." "Shut up, Chen Beiyuan, you're going too far. Bullying a woman in public is nothing compared to your skill. Come at me if you dare." Lin Xiao suddenly rushed out from their side and interrupted what Leng Ruobing was about to say. At this moment, he could already feel a green light gradually appearing above his head. Although he had sent Leng Ruobing to Chen Beiyuan's bed before and put on a hat on her, that was out of necessity. Now, what if there is another one? He won't agree. "Don't worry, Ruobing. I have now joined the Donghua Lin family and acknowledged the head of the Lin family as my adoptive father. I have enough power to protect you and the Lin family." As soon as Lin Xiao appeared on the stage, he immediately revealed his biggest trump card. Donghua Lin family. The adopted son of the Lin family's patriarch. The people around who were about to make sarcastic remarks suddenly changed their expressions and fell silent. Even Leng Ruobing couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao at this moment, but when she recalled the terrifying man sitting on the sofa in front of her, she lowered her head silently. Obviously, in the past few days, she has clearly realized the horror of Chen Beiyuan, and her heart has been branded with fear. She didn't think Lin Xiao could defeat Chen Beiyuan. If Chen Beiyuan doesn't speak up, the Leng family's situation will probably never end. Looking at Leng Ruobing's lowered head, Lin Xiao's expression instantly turned ugly. This is different from what he imagined. Shouldn't he be the one to step forward, have the beauty throw herself into his arms, and ridicule his enemy in public? If you do this, won't he become a complete clown? Snap! 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 Excellent, wonderful. You're so proud of finding a father for yourself. Let's not talk about whether your mother agrees or not. Fortunately, your biological father died early, otherwise, I'm afraid he would be pissed to death by you, Lin Xiao. I understand you wanting to be a hero and save the beautiful girl, but it's a pity that people don't think you can be a hero and don't think you can save her. Chen Beiyuan clapped his hands and looked at Lin Xiao, who had a grim expression on his face, with a slight smile on his face. Chapter 45 Chen Beiyuan, you are kidding me. As the saying goes, hitting someone in the face is like killing someone in the heart. Chen Beiyuan's words almost made Lin Xiao, the protagonist of The Miracle Doctor, slap his face until it was swollen. What does it mean to try to show off but end up getting beaten up? That's it. Lin Xiao's face turned green instantly. He thought he was eloquent enough. But this guy Chen Beiyuan's mouth can make even the dead angry to death. You. He wanted to refute. But looking at Leng Ruobing, who was hanging her head beside him, he didn't know how to refute for a moment. The hero has feelings, but the beauty is ruthless. What can he do if people don't want him to save them? Leng Ruobing, it seems that Lin Xiao is really deeply in love with you. Beiyuan, I'm not familiar with him. Faced with Chen Beiyuan's meaningful words, Leng Ruobing's delicate body trembled, and she quickly began to explain. This action undoubtedly caused tons of psychological damage to Lin Xiao, the protagonist of The Miracle Doctor. However, Chen Beiyuan still did not stop his continuous attacks, but turned his target to him. Lin Xiao, it seems that you really like Leng Ruobing and always like to stand up for her. However, the falling flowers may have feelings, but the flowing water is ruthless. Leng Ruobing obviously has no feelings for you. In this case, you and I are acquainted. I'll give you a chance. As long as you cut off one of your arms, I can consider making all forces targeting the Leng family stop their actions and write off everything that happened before. What do you think? This is the best test of your love for Leng Ruobing. Chen Beiyuan's abyss-like, bewitching whisper echoed in the banquet hall, causing Leng Ruobing and Lin Xiao's expressions to change drastically. Chen Beiyuan, stop trying to deceive people. Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood Chen Beiyuan's malicious intentions. He quickly explained to Leng Ruobing. Ruobing, Chen Beiyuan's words are not to be trusted. Believe me, I have already joined the Donghua Lin family. The Lin family and the Chen family are both top families in the empire. They will definitely be able to protect you and the Leng family. A hint of hesitation flashed across Leng Ruobing's face. But at this moment, Chen Beiyuan's deceptive words appeared again. So you're so powerful, but I remember your godfather, Qiong Baizan, was sent to the front to open up wasteland. Is it because you're not capable enough, or is it because the Lin family is not good enough? You can't even protect your own godfather, and you expect to protect others. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiao's confident face stiffened instantly, and his eyes became ferocious. This is clearly poking his lungs. The kind that stabs you to death. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, the last glimmer of hope in Leng Ruobing's eyes completely dimmed. He can't even protect his own godfather, and yet you expect him to protect the Leng family. That's really bullshit. Seeing Lin Xiao was choked and speechless, Chen Beiyuan smiled calmly and continued. Lin Xiao, what I just said is still valid. As long as you cut off one of your arms, I can consider letting the Leng family go. Think about it, you only lost a hand, but you might be able to gain love. You're not brave, are you? Be a real man, it's just one hand. If it were me, I would chop them both off without blinking an eye. Facing Chen Beiyuan's sarcastic tone, Lin Xiao's face instantly turned red with anger and he began to tremble with anger. Some people in the crowd around couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Leng Ruobing had her head lowered, her shoulders trembling, and her expression was disdainful, and it was unclear whether she was crying or laughing. It seems that your love for Leng Ruobing is just this much. You're not even willing to pay such a small price. How about this? I'll add a few more chips. Your godfather, who was exiled to the frontier to open up wasteland, should still be halfway there and hasn't actually arrived at the prison camp. I can ask someone to bring him back. The price just now remains the same, I only need one hand from you. Now, it's your turn to give me an answer. Are love and family ties worth even one hand? Chen Beiyuan added fuel to the fire again, forcing Lin Xiao into a desperate situation. At this moment, he was like a devil in human skin, constantly using threats and inducements, bewitching people, and forcing Lin Xiao to make a choice. Lin Xiao's expression changed completely. He looked at Chen Beiyuan with gritted teeth. He felt a chill all over his body. For the first time, he felt the horror of Chen Beiyuan. Use words and power as sharp weapons, and family affection and love as cages. He was almost forced into a situation where he had no way out. This is almost a dead end. Agree, that's a hand. If you don't agree, you will be labeled as ungrateful and heartless. Once this big hat is put on him, who would dare to trust him, who would dare to employ him? His reputation is completely ruined. As for silence, har har, this kind of thing. There is still a need for silence. Everyone knows what kind of person he is. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt that Chen Beiyuan's calm gaze almost soared through his selfish nature and set a trap for him. This person's grasp of human hearts is simply inhuman. At this moment, even the eyes of the people around him changed when they looked at Chen Beiyuan. There was obviously a deeper awe and fear in their eyes. It seems that family affection and love are not as good as your hand. It's really disappointing. Well, I'll give you one last chance. Just kneel down and kowtow to me. Chen Beiyuan looked at Lin Xiao with a gloomy expression, and suddenly his tone changed and he spoke. He knew very well that with Lin Xiao's character, it was impossible for him to cut off his own arm. Bang! Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao knelt down decisively and, in full view of everyone, kowtowed hard towards Chen Beiyuan. The speed was so fast and the force was so strong that the floor tiles were broken into pieces. Many people present were too late to react. Chen Beiyuan, keep your word. I was silent just now because I was so excited at the thought that just one hand could save my godfather and Leng Ruobing from suffering that I didn't react for a while. By the time I realized what I was doing, since you lowered the conditions, it had nothing to do with me. Lin Xiao tried to make up for his silence without changing his expression. As for whether other people believe it or not, that has nothing to do with him. Judging from the sneering faces around him, it was obvious that no one believed his sophistry. But Lin Xiao didn't care at all and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Beiyuan lost his temper and took the initiative to lower his demands. It actually gave him a glimmer of hope to escape from the dead end. He stared straight at Chen Beiyuan and said in a more serious tone. Chen Beiyuan, I have done what you asked. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Facing Lin Xiao's staring gaze and Leng Ruobing's eyes that suddenly became expectant, Chen Beiyuan smiled calmly, sat on the sofa, and supported his chin with his right hand. You are still too young. You believe such words. I just said I would consider it, but I didn't really agree. How about this, you kowtow a few more times, and I'll think about it for a while, and maybe I'll agree when I'm in a good mood. Chen Beiyuan, you're kidding me. The third update, please support me guys.